Camera room, are we rolling?
We're rolling.
Okay. I call to order this regularly scheduled San Marcos City Council meeting at 6:03 on September 19th, and let's have a roll.
Mr. Prather. Here. Mr. Scott.
Here.
Mr. Gleason.
Here.
Mayor Houston.
Here.
Ms. Garza. Mr. Gonzalez.
Here.
And Mr. Mendoza.
Here.
We have a quorum present.
All right, and tonight's invocation will be given by Father Christian Howley? Director?
Holly, that's good.
Okay, thank you.
Indeed.
Thank you.
So let us pray. God of grace and mercy, of life and liberty, we come before you as siblings of the faith this evening to offer up our prayers for the city of San Marcos and for these, our trusted leaders. Send your spirit of discernment and wisdom to be with them, to guide them in their work together as they love kindness and they do justice and they walk humbly with you and one another. Bless our land with rain. Bless our cultures with cooperation. Bless our gifts to thy service. Make us ever mindful of how your grace, your mercy, and your love work in our lives and this city around us. Through Christ we pray. Amen.
Amen. All right, then we'll move on to the pledges of allegiance. Councilmember Scott, you want to lead us?
America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Okay, and then we're going to move on to the citizen comment period. To speak in person, sign up online at, or first, let's say, the San Marcos City Council welcomes speakers at work sessions and regular meetings. Persons wishing to speak during the citizen comment or question and answer portion choose to speak and must sign up in person or online at sanmarcostx.gov. Click Government, San Marcos City Council, Citizen Comments. Or you may sign up at the clerk's office. Either way, the deadline is 5:45 the day of the meeting. To speak online, sign up online and then prior to noon, and a call-in number and a link will be provided for the Zoom calls. Speakers may speak once during the citizen comment period and may not yield time to others. If you speak now about a public hearing topic, we ask that you not repeat the same comments again during the public hearing on the same topic. You have 3 minutes to speak when you state your name. A timer will be displayed on the screen. You start in the green and the countdown begins. And when you have 20 seconds left and the timer shows only yellow, when the timer is red, your time to speak is up. The mayor and council will endeavor to ensure the meetings are conducted in a courteous manner and in an atmosphere free of defamation, intimidation, personal insults, profanity, and threats of violence. And if my colleagues don't mind, we do have more than 10 signed up, which will probably go over a 30-minute period. Is that okay? Everybody's all right? Okay, and then I'll announce a couple names, and if you'll line up, and then I'll jump into the rest of them. The first four are Virginia Parker, David Zambrano, Noah Brock, and Annie Donovan.
Y'all ready?
Yes, you're
Okay.
ready.
Hello, council members, and I guess no mayor tonight. I'm Virginia Parker with the San Marcos River Foundation, and I've come to speak to you about two of your discussion items tonight. The first is item number 22, the lease of 310 acre-feet of water to the city of Kyle. This is the second year that Kyle has needed us to bail them out of a very serious situation. In the packet, it states that there will be no impact to the aquifer, which is inaccurate since 100% of the water we lease to Kyle will come from the aquifer, which feeds our springs and river during a pretty horrific drought. If I personally run out of money and I go ask a friend for a loan and I don't make any changes to my spending habits, then my friend is enabling my misuse of funds. Now, I am not suggesting that we don't lease water to Kyle, but I am suggesting that we make the lease contingent upon them making some serious improvements to their water conservation plan. The city of Kyle has known that they would need this water for months, and are only just now talking about the water conservation at their council meeting tonight. The city of San Marcos is currently in stage 4 water restrictions, and Kyle just recently moved to stage 3. If we don't pressure them to do better and lease them more water with no real changes to their plan, then we're enabling their misuse of a precious natural resource that will affect our springs and river. Not to mention that we will be helping our neighbor Kyle, but potentially harming our neighbors Martindale, Fentress, and downstream who depend on water for their the river for their drinking water. We should not lease Kyle water for them to use on their lawns and negatively impact our downstream neighbors who depend on the river for their drinking water. So the only option is to lease them this water contingent on some major changes to the way that they conserve water. The second item I want to speak about is item number 23, the discussion around a single-use container ban. A ban on single-use containers will not prevent people from bringing what they need for the day to our park system, but it will motivate people to keep up with their belongings and prevent a lot of the trash that we saw this past summer from entering our waterways. The hundreds of volunteers that picked up trash from the river this summer were so kind to spend their time that way, but the fact that it was necessary is completely preventable. This is a necessary step that New Braunfels and Martindale have already taken, and it's an easy way to not only protect the San Marcos River, but also alleviate work for the city park staff, trash services, and keep San Marcos beautiful. Lastly, I just want to say that the River Foundation supports council approving the land management plan for the city's natural areas. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm short. Council members and guests, my name is David Zambrano, and I'm representing the Eyes of the San Marcos River. I'll be brief. I'm strictly here to speak against, item 23 regarding the single-use container ban. San Marcos actually has one of the most amazing grassroots communities of stewards that I've ever seen, and I've been doing this for a spare decade throughout the region, river cleanups, land cleanups, what have you. We also have one of the worst and most visible single-use container issues, not because we don't already try and have some signage and some ordinances and things that the state has had for decades, but because there's no visible enforcement. We don't really levy fines. We don't really do anything to actually preserve what we'd like to have for generations to come. Because of how much people flock to this river in times of drought and come from other areas to use this river solely as a recreational vehicle, there's visible damage now to riparian, and who knows when that's going to bounce back. We'll never completely remediate everything that is already in the river. I go out routinely with groups weekly. We find stuff from generations ago, never mind the stuff that's from yesterday, last weekend, 4th of July. Signs aren't enough. Ordinances need teeth. We need enforcement, and we need fines, and we need to start now. So, thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name's Noah Brock, and it's been a while. Missed the last couple meetings, but it's good to see you all again. I'm here to talk about the single-use container ban that Virginia and previous speaker were speaking about. It's become increasingly apparent that visitors to San Marcos leave trash behind, and it's a lot of trash. I follow these two groups on Facebook, and the posts are kind of horrific. The amount of trash that they pull out in a single day is ridiculous. It'll fill an entire canoe and more. The majority of that trash is single-use containers. So I completely support a ban of single-use containers in the river parks. Not only would this cut down on the trash, but it would also cut down on the costs associated with keeping the parks clean. The only way to make this work is to enforce that, though. And there's currently a ban on glass containers, but if you go to a park and you see somebody drinking out of a glass container and you point that out to them that they're not allowed to do that there, they just say, yeah, I know. And that's it. That's the end of the conversation. there's no use in putting together an ordinance if it's not going to be enforced. There needs to be a fee schedule associated with this. There needs to be public outreach to make sure that these visitors know the importance of the ordinance. And there needs to be consequences for violating it. The city of New Braunfels implemented a ban on coolers and single-use containers in 2018, and they saw a reduction of 41% in their litter collection. I've passed out a handout of the two ordinances that New Braunfels issued, and the city of San Marcos can use this as a guide. I'm not saying it has to be exactly like that, but they've done it, and other entities have done the same thing, and they have seen a significant change. So I highly suggest working with the San Marcos River Foundation and the Eyes of San Marcos, because they both do these river cleanups. They've seen it firsthand. They know what types of refuse is in this river because of these visitors that are coming and leaving this behind. Like, they constantly find e-cigarettes. They find single-use vape containers. They find cans. Obviously, we call it a can ban, but that's not really what the trash is. It's all of these single-use things that end up in the river because people just don't want to take the time to actually collect it correctly. So please consider that. I hope that discussion turns into something substantial, and thank you for your time.
Before Ms. Donovan gets started, the next four will be Mayor Catherine Glaze, Billy Ray Callahan, Mike McClab, and Robert Eby. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Donovan.
Okay. Hi, Council. My name is Annie Donovan, and I'm here to state my support of a single-use container ban. The amount of trash that is dumped in the San Marcos River daily by river visitors is absurd and is negatively affecting the natural beauty and sensitive ecosystems of our springs. I know that many of you care about the health of the river and the beauty of the city of San Marcos. Our river parks are the main attraction for tourism and why people move to the area. It is important that a single-use container ban be implemented to protect the future of our river, our ecosystems, and the beauty of San Marcos. I hope that you choose to make the important decision of directing city staff to implement a ban and find ways to enforce it. Thank you.
Hello, thank you for letting me speak, and my name is Catherine Glaze, and I am the current mayor in Martindale. And I did want to speak on the can ban or single-use container. We do have that in Martindale, and it's been very effective at reducing trash. And this year, our Martindale Police Department have spent a considerable amount of time enforcing it, but mainly educating people about what effect it has on the river. And they've been complying. Probably 95% of the people comply. We've issued very few tickets for this. And so I just wanted to encourage you to go ahead and try it, because I think it will work here in San Marcos. And whatever happens in San Marcos, we get in Martindale. So I also wanted to just encourage you to think about leasing the water to Kyle, because we do get our drinking water. Our children do go to San Marcos schools, and those of us either have worked, I retired 20 years from the library, or people are working here in San Marcos. So we really are, we visit the shops, we go shop at H-E-B and everything. We really are members of this community, and we just want you to remember your little sister city in Martindale. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Callahan.
Hello, my name is Billy Ray Callahan. I live at 740 Center Street here in San Marcos, Texas. And I would like to request an invitation for everyone who is in the chamber tonight. Alex Brake of the Historical Preservation Commission has issued a summit to be at the Dunbar Recreation Center here in San Marcos, Texas. And I would like for everybody who is in this chamber and who is watching this broadcast to attend that summit meeting at Dunbar Recreation Center on September the 21st, 2023. Now, while I'm here, I need to address this to the chair. There are African Americans here in San Marcos, Texas. Some of them may be immigrants, I do not know. Now, to Chief Sandwich, if any of your police officers should pull over an African American here in San Marcos, ask for a Texas State University identification card, or ask for identification stating that they are residents of San Marcos, because the following has been handed down from CNN, is that in America, it seems that we have black mayors and we have white European American mayors. And usually when immigrants comes into our country, if they happen to be Hispanic, they seem to go to San Antonio, Texas. But if they happen to be African American, they are sent to Houston, Dallas, New York, Chicago, places where the crime is high. And I don't like to see African Americans, especially immigrants, come to our country only to get slain down either by police officers or by the citizens at large. So if you happen to pull over an African American, ask to see whether or not they have a Texas State University card or they are residents of San Marcos, Texas. Thank you.
Is Mr. Eby here? I didn't see him.
Yes, I'm online.
Oh, you are online? Thank you very much. Okay, perfect. Oh, yeah,
Yes.
it says virtual here. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Eby.
Yeah, Robert Eby. I'm the guy that's been driving around the last 8 years with a bumper sticker that says, "Together we can ban litter in Texas rivers." So I echo everything Virginia Parker said on items 22 and 23. 22, Kyle should probably get the water, but I agree with Virginia. There should be stipulations to the water. This is our aquifer water, which is already incredibly low. Blue Hole and the other amazing resources we have are closed because we have no more water, and yet we're going to give Kyle more. But what I really wanted to talk about is item 23, the single-use container ban, colloquially known as the can ban. I do strongly support this initiative. I wish we could ban flip-flops and stupidity, but I know that wouldn't go very far. But I think a single-use container ban is a fantastic idea, and I've been advocating for this for at least 8 years. Our sister cities have done it. Thank you, Mayor of Martindale, for speaking out. I appreciate your support on this measure. We know that our neighbor to the south is also doing it successfully. And the big key here with the can ban is the enforcement, as has been mentioned already. Park ambassadors are not marshals, but they are advocates for the parks, of course, paid city staff, but they don't carry guns. And whether or not they can issue citations is kind of a gray area, but having park ambassadors be the main face of the parks, with the marshals being backup as needed, but less marshals, more park ambassadors, I think is key to enforcing this. I have no doubt, City Council, you're going to do the right thing and implement a can ban, because I know you care about our river, and I know all the citizens in San Marcos care about the river, and the amount of people we're seeing come year over year to use our river from out of town is exponentially growing. and the amount of man hours are in the thousands for litter cleanup. So it's a no-brainer to do a can ban. The question is how you're going to enforce it. And I would suggest the park ambassadors strengthening that program and not relying on city marshals, which are higher paid and they carry guns, which is frankly quite scary. Thank you very much.
Mr. McLeod is next, and then our next four after that will be Mr. Baker, LMC, Sam Clinton, and Mark Hodges. So go ahead.
Council, Mayor, thanks for your time and appreciate y'all considering the single-use container ban. Yes, I ran in 2018 for City Council, place 4, and I won. And my issue was the can ban. And people fought me, they were against me, it got a little ugly. But the good news is everybody's turned around and everybody's getting used to it. Our chief, our police department is educating people, and we get very few tickets, and most people get used to it after a period of time. But here's my point. Back when we first started years ago, we were trying to get a word, a water-oriented recreational district, and I remember talking to one of the managers that was over the Guadalupe watershed around New Braunfels, and he said a very good fact here. I said, well, how do you clean the river? He said, quote, we can only go 3 feet in depth up to the bank. So I said, so if it's more than 3 feet, you can't get it. So that's the problem. You have to keep it from getting into the river, because once it gets in the river, it's done. Now, we've had cans and bags and trash all coming down to our little town and eventually to the coast. So that is really the solution. And, you know, people get used to things. They'll get used to rules like that. And everybody wants to be in the river, and I said, we're not limiting alcohol. We're just saying you could drink, but don't put your trash in our precious river. And one more point, Ken Valentine, New Braunfels, God bless his soul, that city were the front runners, and they went all the way to the Texas Supreme Court and won. And that's when we followed suit with New Braunfels. And I went to his wake with Tom Goins, and I told everybody at that wake that his legacy is here. And you know what? Everybody that was on council at that time said it was the most difficult thing they've ever done in their life. I mean, they had people threaten their lives, you know, personal threats, but they all of them said it. It was the best thing they've ever done, and it was their legacy in their life to do the right thing for the Coleman River. And we're trying to do the same. We're doing the same thing for the San Marcos. So I know it's difficult sometimes, but it's the right thing to do. And let's do the right thing. Let's make it a John Muir, Teddy Roosevelt thing. Let's save our river like save our national parks, and that'll be our legacy for all of us. Thank you very much for your time.
All right. Speaking a lot today. What a lovely crowd, right? So I'm Maxfield Baker, former city council member. I, too, had to sit and deal with this issue when I was up on council. And so I, know it's not easy. And I super applaud and want to thank, bottom of my heart, top of my head, Mark Gleason, Councilmember Mendoza, bringing this issue forward. Clearly I'm in support of it. I hope that it moves forward and that you all, in the process of managing those details, don't get frustrated with the work and instead dig in, really roll up your sleeves, fight the hard fight. Earlier in this year, the city did a survey and ranked pretty poorly on transparency and doing what our community wanted, right? This kind of lack of, hey, are you guys doing the job we elected you to do, protecting our natural resources, yada, yada, yada. As part of that is this transparency, right? A lot of people saw this huge issue land in our lap, and then we sort of never publicly told them what happened with it. And that frustrated a lot of people. And, that's why we're still in this fight today, is because we know it's what our city needs. and we just need a satisfying conclusion. I know that a lot of the concerns around this revolve things like preemption from the state, these kind of issues. And as your colleague, and now even as a community member, I've asked you all, when you go and pay our lobbyists the loads of money that we pay our lobbyists to go and talk to the legislature at the state and federal level, that we push back against these exact kind of preemption issues, right? And I know it's in there as a line, but it's never taken any real priority as far as I, or I think many of us would say is necessary for this maybe particular issue. So, in the sake of transparency and moving this forward, I really hope that, future discussions, for instance, include the totality of history for the background. I noticed that was kind of missing on this agenda item. This isn't the first rodeo. We've seen this plenty of times, and other boards have dealt with it as well. And I hope that at the end of it, we get a satisfying conclusion, not just being left in the dark. Just a reminder for those of you that are newer or might have forgotten, but if you are unsatisfied with the legal advice you receive in executive session, you all can vote to waive that privilege and talk about that in open session. And I think that would be a lot better for our community to air that out at the end of this if we end up right where we ended up last time, which is hopefully not where we end up, right? But truly, sincerely, thank you, Councilmember Mendoza and Gleason, for bringing this forward. I'm going to have some spicy words for you later. I hope that doesn't detract how much I truthfully really appreciate all of this. So thank you all.
Ms. Copoletta is next online, and then Sam Clinton, and then Mark Hodges.
Good evening, y'all. My name is Professor Lisa Marie Copoletta. They call me LMC. It's unfortunate that y'all can't see online at home the actual situation with the camera angles. All you're getting is a small little bit, and you have the timer given you. There is an example of what the city did to my tree. So I wish we could ban airspace and stupidity. I wish we had this much passion for trees in this community as we have for the river. And this is what was done to my tree for a sidewalk project by Kelly Eby, and now my tree is damaged. I want to talk about specifically the river now, and some of the things that the individuals in the audience, who I would encourage you to stick around, because there are many, many important issues tonight if you truly care about San Marcos. And I understand the community only has so much bandwidth, and I believe it is an equity issue, that there's so much jam-packed in tonight's meeting that people just don't have the bandwidth or the time to process that much information. It's invisible. It's toxic to humans and to wildlife. The safety data sheets, or the SDSs, call it a petroleum product, solvent-based emulsions, asphalt emulsion. And at the neighborhood committee meeting, Sabas Avila admitted that those blacktop overlay projects of the sidewalk projects are petro products, which go right into the river. So I say, no matter how many flip-flops you have floating around the river, how many e-cigs you have going down, how many people pee in the river, it's still more toxic to have a sidewalk project and petrochemicals. And it's a wonder so many people get bladder infections when they go into the river. These meetings that you have at 3 p.m. should be at 6 p.m. when you talk about the budget, or you talk about some of these key issues like the master plan and the comprehensive master plan. And, it's like, you guys just don't care. It's like you're Milli Vanilli. You're pretending like you're transparent. You're pretending like you want people's input. Or it's like you're playing school. Or it's like you're playing air guitar. You're pretending like you care, but you really aren't, and you don't have the virtuoso skills of being transparent and allowing the public to give input, because after all, most people are at work at 3 p.m. and you are making key decisions at 3 p.m. Do most of the people in the audience know that you can give a speech at 3 p.m. or that they're making decisions about the comprehensive master plan tonight that reflects the river? Do they even know that? Do they know the situation with the budget and the utility hikes? Or are they just so laser focused on a stupid can of beer? And by the way, I like cops with guns at the river. I have no problem with it. So one of the speakers, I don't know what your problem is, but when there's danger, I want a cop with a Glock 19 or, well, they probably carry a Glock 17 or a SIG strapped to his hip. Thank you for your time, and God bless.
Mr. Clinton?
Hello, City Council members and members of the public. My name is Sam Houston Clinton III. I'm on the City Council in Martindale. My family has owned land on the San Marcos River in Martindale for over 60 years. I inherited the land from my step-grandfather, Walter Prescott Webb, whose statue is at Barton Springs. He cared about Barton Springs, and he cared about the San Marcos River. I am encouraging you to adopt the single-use container ordinance tonight, and because of many reasons. Because of less garbage on the banks of the river and inside the river. I see in the floods of '98 and 2015 the aluminum cans embedded into the hillside on my riverbank by 1979 Farm to Market Road. I also am a volunteer at the parks in Martindale, and since we adopted also the single-use container ban, garbage has considerably been reduced in our garbage cans and along the banks of the San Marcos River. If you adopt this ordinance, it'll save you money on your garbage and your maintenance. It'll also provide safety for swimmers and wildlife. There'll be less sharp objects in the river and on the riverbanks. Turtles and fish won't ingest plastic and plastic bags. These are all things that concern me since I graduated from Texas State in 1980 with a degree in horticulture. I have been here in San Marcos since the mid-'70s. I'm very familiar with the river, the ecology of the river. So I am again asking you to adopt this single-use container ordinance. I also, as I mentioned, have been cleaning up in our parks and in the river. Just recently, we adopted a park mobile app to charge for cars coming to our parks. This has helped us maintain our rivers, our riverbanks, our garbage, and our porta potties because we charge $10 per car now. These are things that I know you will adopt in the fall. You have delayed charging for parks to come to cars to come to Rio Vista Park. You will enact that into the fall. Those kinds of charges and monies you will receive will help you with monitoring the garbage use in your parks. I'm going to ask you also to please see about the temporary use of the water to Kyle, the 310 acre feet. 1 acre foot is 326,000 gallons of water. You're talking about 101 million gallons of water when the flow of the San Marcos River now is currently 667 cubic feet per second out of a normal of 180. The river is very low now. We're going through a drought. And please make Kyle give conservation measures if you give them the water. Thanks so much. Thank you.
And before Mr. Hodges starts, the next four will be John Harn, Joy Youngers, Joanne Salas, and Rosalie Ray. Go ahead, Mr. Hodges.
Thank you, council members. My name's Mark Hodges. I was born and raised around here. I retired from TxDOT. I did 20 and 30, 50-year traffic projections. I was co-chair of the Air Quality Commission for Texas. I've dealt with San Marcos City Council many times, but I've been gone for 15 years. I'm back in a family house, been in my family for 98 years. I want to talk about what happened on 916 at Mill and Eastwood Street. Saul, you're very familiar with this, okay? This exit was, when we originally approved this sale to Bobcat Village in the university, this exit was only supposed to be an exit only. It was a nightmare Saturday night, okay? I couldn't get out of my driveway. I couldn't get home if I needed to get home. Thank God I'm a diabetic and I didn't need an ambulance to come. It's a 2-lane road. There were 3 lanes going on. Mill and Eastwood were totally It was a level of service F, if you know anything about traffic engineering, okay? I just need to find out who's responsible. Can it be fixed here in 2 weeks? Because somebody failed here. And if the university's making thousands of dollars selling tickets, taking 10 minutes to get one car through the parking lot, they can pay for a cop to come out there and direct our traffic, okay? I've been living here for 4 or 5 months now. I'm glad to be back. You'll be hearing more from me. Next time will be about easels, equivalent single axle loads, expressed in 18 kip equivalencies. It's the amount of damage done to pavements. And the university's done their damage to our pavements with their buses. I'm gonna let y'all just have the rest of the time talking about water. I used to swim every Sunday, Saturday and Sunday. My wife floated for 2.5 hours every Saturday and Sunday through the 80s and 90s. I haven't gone swimming in 6 years in this river. I'm scared of it, okay? I'd rather spend a little money and go to a natural spring in Colorado or New Mexico. This used to be a beautiful river and town, and it's sad. Thank y'all.
Next up is Mr. Hahn.
Good evening. My name is John Hahn. I have a business and I am a resident of the city of San Marcos. 23 years ago, in the year 2000, I became so concerned about the health and beauty of the San Marcos River that I decided to tube, silly thing, I decided to tube the river once each week for every week during the year 2000 and record and write an anthology of what I saw. And under the nom de plume, the Millennium Tuber, I did that. So I have seen a lot of things that have gone on in the river, and I am here to talk about the cans that I have found in the bottom of the San Marcos River. And I, and together with a bunch of my friends here today, I personally have taken thousands of cans out of the river. I have started from the University Street Bridge, it's gone downstream, and there's so many cans I found that I would take out 100 and I would quit. It was that many cans, and I would do the same thing starting at the Cheatham Street Dam, going downstream, and I'd stop when I got to be 100, got to 100 cans and stop. And so I know that I have taken out, I don't know, 10,000 cans out of the river. One of my experiences that is not a positive experience is that I used to take people in my canoe downriver and brag on the river, and I had my friend's grandmother in the bow of the canoe, and I was floating down the river telling about the wonderful things about San Marcos and how beautiful the river was. And that woman, I'm telling her all this stuff, and she's sitting in front of me, and she does this. But look at all the trash in the river. And that was a very embarrassing moment. And so my parting comment to you, and because it appears that I'm probably at least, one generation older than all of you, is I'm going to wag my finger at you and say, look, guys, do the right thing and adopt a can ban. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Joy Youngers. I live in Martindale. I'm also a property owner in San Marcos. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. I'm here to speak about the disposable can ban as well. If you could see the difference the non-disposable container ban in New Braunfels has made for the Guadalupe River, you would pass one for your city as well. It has made a huge difference for the residents, for the wildlife, for the ocean, and for their tourism as well. If you could see the mountains of bags of trash that the eyes of the San Marcos River pull out week after week from the same span of river, you would pass a can ban. I lived on the San Marcos River for 21 years, just downstream from Don's Fish Camp. If you could see the changes I had seen, your heart would be broken. I'm asking you to please pass your own non-disposable can ordinance. Thank you.
Gosh, so I can see with these glasses. Good evening, council. My name is Joanne Salas, and I'm here to speak to a couple of issues. The first is to item 23, the discussion on the ordinance that would ban single-use containers from San Marcos City Parks. And the second issue I'd like to speak to are the revisions being made to the city's development code. While I strongly support developing a single-use container ban as a way of helping to protect our rivers and the sea life in the ocean where the trash eventually ends, I encourage you to work closely with all segments of the community in developing this ordinance so that you get wide buy-in and so that the whole community supports this ordinance. By working closely with all segments of our community, we can expand awareness about the harm we cause and how each one of us can play a role in protecting our environment. On the second issue, I'm grateful that you're making changes to the development code and hope that the final version is transparent, enforceable, and protects the interests of residents who will be affected by the proposed developments. I am particularly concerned that the current process for notifying residents of zoning request changes for proposed high-density developments in their communities is inadequate. The city should mail notices of zoning request changes for huge developments to all residents in the surrounding neighborhoods, not just those whose property is directly adjacent to the proposed developments. The increased traffic, noise, and pollution created by developments such as Smart or Access and Kissing Tree affect entire communities, not just those within 200 to 400 feet of the project boundaries. We all deserve to have our voices heard before you make your final decisions on zoning change requests. Thank you so much for your time.
And then I think we have Dr. Ray online, is that correct?
Yes, I think I'm here, if you can
And
hear
then
me.
after her would be Dr. Juarez and then Jessica Mejia, and she is our last speaker. So go ahead, Dr. Ray.
Great, thank you so much. I'm Rosie Ray. I live at 201 Ridgewood. And I apologize, I'm speaking about a public hearing item, but I can't stay. I have a conflict at 7. LMC has a point. So for item 19, the revisions, I think it's now Vision SMTX++. I have 2 sort of requests for amendment from the City Council. First is on page 55 in the considerations for helping to keep San Marcos green and developing with intention. Right now we have a metric that is very normally used in professional planning documents, the idea of what can you access within 15 minutes. But traditionally that 15 minutes is by walk, bike, or transit. I think the version plus added vehicle trip. At that point, the metric becomes meaningless. Nearly all of San Marcos is accessible to a neighborhood center within 15 minutes of a car trip. What we have, if we take out the word vehicle trip, is an incredibly good metric for understanding how we are going to improve the transit system that you guys just voted to make a significant investment in, and I'm so happy you did. So I would just request that you just strike those 2 words. Everything else stays the same. It's beautiful, but it just allows us to actually have a meaningful metric instead of one that we sort of already have met, and therefore there's sort of no impetus for change. The other request is actually about as a personal property owner. When the Planning and Zoning Commission created a neighborhood existing, they made 2 differences between that and neighborhood new. One of them was removing multiplex so that it's just now attached single family. In doing that, they actually made the townhomes where I live no longer in conformance with the preferred scenario. And this, I am not the only person who lives in a multiplex in a neighborhood that is currently zoned neighborhood low existing in the preferred scenario. If we don't fix that to allow the multiplexes that are there, it becomes harder for any changes to be made to our properties, right? We are pretending that we have a bunch of single family neighborhoods when in fact we have neighborhoods that already have a significant amount of diversity. So I would ask that you sort of restore that multiplex so that places that are triplexes and quadplexes like my house are not sort of voted out of conformance with the plan. Thank you so much.
And I wanted to clarify, we did have a couple additional speakers. I had a second draft of the sign-up sheet here, so there were a few more speakers. So I'll get to you, Mr. Goins. And so next, Mr. Goins, since you're up there, go ahead. And then next up will be Jessica Mejia and Dr. Anna Juarez. Is she here? I didn't see her. She's not here, okay. And then after that will be Heather Davis and Stephanie Longenkamp.
Thank you. I actually tried to sign up online and failed, but then I came down here early, so I swear I did. Anyway.
You're on there.
My wife and I moved here in 1972. I'm not as old as John Hahn, but I picked up more cans, I promise. We did our first cleanup in '72, and we've been holding annual cleanups ever since. The biggest one was the Sesquicentennial Project. I guess that was '86. And we cleaned up all 260 miles of river in one day from San Marcos to Seadrift. I will never do that again. But the eyes will, I'm convinced. They can do it. These young bucks amaze me. So anyway, it's great to have the new kids on the block cleaning up the river, but they're getting tired. I keep hearing statements like, it's not sustainable. I mean, you can only enjoy picking up maybe a ton of cans and then it gets old. So let's do the can ban for the kids, for the young bucks, okay? I sent you a couple of emails. One of them is the history of bans on single-use containers. I put can bans, but I changed it. And it talks about New Braunfels, what went on. Also the Supreme Court not hearing the case, in effect saying it's legal. I know there are lawyers who would argue that point, but I always say, look, it's like they outlawed banning plastic bags at the grocery store, just like, I mean, you can't do that, and we're not trying to outlaw the sale of single-use containers at the grocery store, just using them in the river. And if you can outlaw glass, you can outlaw single-use disposable containers. The other thing I sent you was a link. It's a YouTube link for an outfitter, Texas Tubes, in New Braunfels. He fought the can ban tooth and nail. Now he's one of the biggest supporters. Watch that YouTube video. He said they are getting 20 tons less trash. 20 tons less trash out of the Comel. It works. On the final thing, we did get it passed by the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee in September of 2020. So it's already been through them. Let's roll. Thank you very much.
And next up is Ms. Mejia.
Hello, my name is Jessica Mejia, Rattler mom, Bobcat mom, United States Air Force mom. I come to you as not anything other than a young girl in 2006 who came here as a Bobcat, ready to be everything that she could be for her community and for her little boy. That little boy is now an officer in the United States Air Force, and he has given me two responsibilities. One, make sure I send in my homemade salsa every month, and two, to protect the river while he is protecting us. I stand here before you not because I own any land, but because my ancestors were here for over 12,000 years. So it is my moral, ethical, and spiritual responsibility to speak up and to say that since 2006, I have seen such a change in our river and in our culture. Just the other day, my son teased me because I told him that there were all these things glowing in the dark in the water, and he's like, "Mom, those are vapes." I didn't know what vapes were. And I picked up 23 in the water at Rio Vista. And when we talk about the containers, it's not just alcohol. I've probably picked up more water bottles, Hi-C, Capri Suns, Pepsi, Pepsi drinks, than just cans. There's someone that I want to honor right quick, and his name is Rogelio Nieto, and he's probably 70 or older, and he has picked up more bags of trash than any human I know. And you're not going to see him on an organization. You're not going to see him post about it. And you're going to see him at night with me and picking up more cans than I do. He picks up bags of trash. So I want to honor everyone that has spoken up, and I want to say that ultimately we are all related. And this isn't my land. This isn't your land. This is borrowed. This is borrowed land for our children's children. And we need to do more. Thank y'all so much.
Next up is Heather Davis, and after that is Stephanie Langenkamp, and then John Craddock, and then finally Rob Rourke will be up next. Is Miss Davis here? Or Heather? Is Heather here? I don't see her. And then Stephanie Langenkamp.
I'm Stephanie Langenkamp, and I live at 208 Riverside Drive. Also, I live in Martindale. I have two homes. Everybody's been very eloquent here tonight and spoke a bit longer and more eloquently, but I'm going to make three short comments on three different issues. First of all, the can ban, the single-use container ban in our city parks. I'm strongly in favor of that. If it's enforced, it will really keep trash out of our river and make our parks much more appealing to all of the people who visit them. Secondly, in regard to leasing water to the city of Kyle, I do not support the sale of our precious Edwards Aquifer water to the city of Kyle. We desperately need that water in our aquifer to keep our springs flowing, especially right now in this terrible, terrible drought. The city of Kyle has not been a particularly good steward of water, and I don't think we should reward them by giving them more water, especially from the aquifer. Finally, I'd like to say something about the item 20, which is the amending of the development code. I would like to see the development code be amended to require more extensive notification to the public about development agreements when they are first being proposed. These extended notification requirements should also apply to situations when a development agreement is being modified in any significant way. The current requirement to notify landowners within 400 feet of a proposed development is particularly inadequate for large developments, which are likely to have a high impact on such things as water consumption, traffic, flooding, pollution, or noise. These things affect everyone in our community, not just the immediate neighbors of the development. So I thank you very much for your service on the council. I know this is going to be a long evening for you, so I'm out of here, but thank you for your consideration of these opinions.
And next up will be John Craddock, and then finally Rob Rourke.
Thank you, Council. Good evening, everyone. I'm John Craddock, President of the San Marcos Greenbelt Alliance, SMGA. SMGA's mission is to create and conserve an interconnected system of parks and natural areas for our community and future generations. SMGA has supported the city's acquisition and conservation of lands since SMGA was founded 25 years ago. SMGA helps the city manage the natural areas through trail design, construction and maintenance, restoration of native plant communities, and enhancement of the watersheds which feed our river. A few comments about the, and I'm speaking about the Natural Areas Land Management Plan. Should have said that at the first. SMGA had a committee to review the plan, which included Todd Durkis, Melanie Howard, Aspen Navarro, Diane Phelan, Eric Weeks, Paul Murray, and Mark Taylor. The committee gave those comments to the city staff and has been working, and they worked through all that, and that's the document that y'all have now. The city staff, we've been working with them for about 5 years to get this plan. SMGA supports an emphasis of protection of the water quality and the water quantity as a primary purpose of the natural areas. Additional resources will be needed to implement this plan. SMGA will continue to leverage city resources with our volunteer work, which exceeds 2,000 hours per year. SMGA supports the expansion of funding resources for our natural areas and their protection. Thanks to the city staff and the consultants for getting this plan prepared. SMGA supports this plan, and we hope that the City Council will approve it. And I would like to ask everyone who supports this plan, the land management plan, to please stand up. Pretty good support. Thank y'all.
And then finally, we have Rob Rourke. Oh, I saw him here. There he is. It's all you.
I can't hear you very well out there.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you,
Okay.
thank you.
All right.
Okay. Rob Rourke, 1804 Hunter Road. Thank you all, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, and also Mayor and City Council members from Martindale. Thank you all for coming tonight. I want to commend the city on the dry, parched grass out front. Walking in here tonight, there's holes out there, but that is not watered. Unlike the university that uses twice as much water as the city does in any given month with half of the people. Y'all are here worried about the cans and worried about the river and worried about the water and the resources. Folks, you can't do anything about the university. You can do something here, and you're in the right place. I appreciate everyone that is here to talk about the river and to talk about all of the green space. It's important. But 2 weeks ago, there was only about 7 people that came down here, only about 5 of them to talk about our resources that we are running out of that are called money. That is called money. All right. You have got the second hearing tonight on all of our tax issues. You've got all of the rate increases that are not going to really have a chance for anyone to get back up here and speak again, but that's not what everybody's here about tonight. 2 of you were not here to hear anyone at the last meeting for various reasons. Taxation is supposed to be flat. All right? That's what we tell everyone, is that we've got a flat, no revenue tax at the local level. People don't understand, why are things going up? So you called it last time. Why is it the one house is paid for is this valuation? Why is another one not? Folks don't understand the process. That's what I try to talk to people about every week, is about explaining these processes. We get through the budget. I understand this is your first one, Stephanie. Everyone's given you, get this through. I got it. But we've got to change some things. We've got to go back and find out about why we don't have the resources to support taking care of all of our roads, taking care of cutting down weeds, all of these things. The CIP budget, we go and we put in all of these things. Okay, this is the most important thing. Now, I'm not saying that the cans are not important. I know Mike McLeod has been in my ear for years. I am so happy to see him here tonight and to see everyone here. You guys are going to pass that. Are you going to pull anything off the budget? No. We got it on consent agenda. We've got one time. I'll probably come back and talk again, but thank you for your time tonight. Thank you for everyone that came to show up tonight. We do appreciate it. This is San Marcos, Texas, and this is where we are able to present to you. Thank you very much.
And thank you, and I don't think I had anybody else, and I don't think I missed anybody. Miss Davis was not here, I don't think. I think that was the only other one. Okay. All right, that concludes our citizen comment period and takes us on to the consent agenda. Does anyone have any items that they need to pull? Seeing none?
Motion, Mayor Pro Tem, approve consent items 1 through 15.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilmember Prather, and do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Scott. Any discussion? Let's have a roll call.
Mr. Scott?
Aye.
Mr. Gleason?
Aye.
Mayor Houston?
Aye.
Thank you. Ms. Garza?
I'm a no on number 5. I'm a no on number 6. I'm a no on number 7. And I'm a no on number 8.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mendoza?
Aye.
Mr. Prather?
Aye.
Okay.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Gonzalez. I had you on the
Thank
wrong
you.
one. Sorry about that. Maybe we
I'm
got rid of
actually
it.
a no on, just like last time, on number 5, number 6, number 7, and number 8.
Okay, thank you.
For the same concerns I expressed last night, there were nickel and diming our residents, and they just cannot afford that. Thank you.
The motion passes 6-0 with Mr. Gonzalez and Councilmember Garza voting no on 5, 6, 7, 8.
Okay, and that concludes our consent, and that takes us to item number 16 and our first, do you have something else, Ms. Reyes? Okay. And that takes us on to our public hearings and item number 16.
Okay, sorry. Okay. Receive a staff presentation, hold a public hearing to receive comments for or against ordinance 2023-61, adopting an operating budget in the amount of $321,150,452 for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2023 and ending September 30, 2024, authorizing certain adjustments to the budget with the approval of the city manager, adopting a fee schedule, approving fiscal year 2023-2024 capital improvements program projects in the amount of $77,033,000, including procedural provisions, and declare an effective date, and consider approval of ordinance 2023-61 on the second of 2 readings.
And before we open the public hearing, I have an announcement that's required for me to present. This is the second public hearing on the city's proposed fiscal year 2023-2024 annual budget, which begins on October 1st, 2023, and extends through September 30th, 2024. The first public hearing on the budget was held on September 5th, and the City Council has considered the budget during several recent work sessions. The proposed budget has been on file with the City Clerk's office as required by state law and available for review by the public at the San Marcos Public Library since August 15th of 2023. And Mr. Locke, do you want to open up the public hearing on it, right? I'm going to do a presentation first, then I'll open up the public hearing.
Yes.
Yep.
So good evening, Mayor and Council. As you consider second reading of the fiscal year 2024 budget, I'd like to begin again by thanking the Mayor and Council for your direction that you've provided throughout this process. We have asked you every step of the way as we've gone through development of this budget, and your staff has worked very hard to respond to the direction that you've provided. You talked about areas of focus for our community, approved the strategic goals that we should focus on for the next few years, and discussed how we would tie the budget to those goals. We understand and share the community's desire to keep our tax rate as low as possible while enhancing core services. Although the tax rate is staying the same as last year, it is 1 cent less than the amount authorized by voters in the 2017 bond election. Due to the continued growth in our community and the increasing cost of doing business, we are unable to lower the tax rate further if we want to make progress in the areas where council provided that direction. We have been intentional about prioritizing resources for pressing needs while not increasing above the current tax rate. The FY24 budget focuses on core services, which includes additional public safety positions and ongoing support of our employees as they are an essential part of providing those services. Our financial situation remains challenging as we continue to be one of the fastest growing communities in the nation, and additional resources are necessary to meet the growing needs. Much like households are seeing things continue to increase, the city's costs are also continuing to increase. We are optimistic in the strides the state legislature took this past year to reduce school taxes and are hopeful that the measure will pass in November so citizens see a reduction in their overall tax bill. City Council has also mitigated the rise in property values by implementing a $15,000 homestead exemption and increasing the exemptions for seniors and people with disabilities from $25,000 to $35,000. Last year, 2022, was the first year homeowners saw the savings of the homestead exemption on their tax bills. Before I turn it over to Mr. Locke, I would like to thank everyone who played a role in the process. That includes the citizens who participated in the public process and provided feedback, and all of the directors and staff throughout the organization who have helped to form this budget for your consideration. In particular, I want to recognize Finance Director John Locke as well as finance staff for all their efforts. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Locke. Thank you.
The first slide we have is just the background of the calendar and the path that has led us here. Beginning with the council strategic planning and visioning session, there's been 10 different days that the budget has been discussed. We've had 3 budget workshops and a total of 8 public hearings after this evening. There have been 2 public hearings on the budget, 2 on the tax rate, and 4 on the utility rate adjustments. This evening is the second reading of the budget and the tax rate. Next slide, please. This slide provides an overview of all the rate adjustments included in the fiscal year 24 budget. This isn't new information. This is the first time it's been combined with the utility rates as well as the property tax rate. So as you're looking through it, you can see for fiscal year 2023, the average residential ratepayer paid a total of $383 per month. In fiscal year 24, that is $414. So the total increase is $30 per month, which is a 7.9% increase from fiscal year 23. Next slide, please. This slide provides an overview of all the major operating funds in the fiscal year 24 budget. The beginning fund balance across all funds is $97 million. The proposed revenues is $315 million, and proposed expenses $321 million. And we're going to estimate it to finish with $91 million as an ending cash balance. There is proposed use of fund balance, and those are for one-time or non-recurring expenses, not operational expenses. I did want to just bring to your attention the bold and the italicized numbers for the Community Enhancement Fee Fund. Those numbers are different from the original budget that was proposed to City Council. That was at the direction of Council to find a more proportionate manner to adjust the Community Enhancement Fee. Initially, what was brought was $1 for the commercial and $1 for the residential, and staff brought back something that was more proportionate, which is 85 cents for the residential and $3.50 for the commercial. So that resulted in just a reduction of $4,000 in revenues and expenses. So that's the only change to the original budget that was submitted to City Council. The next steps in the budget process are to hold a public hearing on the budget and then have a record vote on the budget. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, I'll open up the public hearing, and I think we have a couple people signed up to speak. Yep, go ahead, Mr. Baker.
All right, I'm Maxfield Baker. I live at 314 Shady Lane, San Marcos, Texas. Given that I have a lot of opportunities to talk at the budget, with all the fun public hearings we have, I'm going to start with some basic stuff. I watched y'all's videos, the budget videos that Mr. Locke and other staff put together. I had some complaints, concerns about those. Yeah, they were kind of touted as like this great new thing that is going to help the public better understand this process. They were 3-minute long videos at most. If you look at their viewership altogether, the videos have fewer than 50 views. Those are probably LMC, Elisa, the colleagues up here who watch those, right? So, I say that as like a real, hopefully, punctuation mark to that, right? If we're going to use that as like a, hey, we did this thing, we need to make sure it's actually successful. As part of that, I follow many of you on social media. I didn't see any of you post those videos or share them. Mr. Gleason, at the last meeting, you were opining about how the public is confused by this process. Many of you, it's not your first rodeo, right? You've been here for multiple terms. You should know you have a discretionary fund. You could be out there hosting your own town hall, giving people an actual opportunity to have a discussion with you about this, as opposed to these short 3-minute opportunities where, again, we're only speaking at you. We very rarely hear back. Along with that, the videos at the end of each one encourage your community participation and how important it is for you to be a part of this process. Yet nowhere is there a link to even follow up about how to submit a citizen comment or write you all even an email. That's a pretty big failure, right? When we talk about transparency and the concerns, again, that I alluded to from that survey that we paid a lot of money for, that's the kind of stuff that people think is just performative lip service government, just checking boxes, right? So I know many of you philosophically are opposed to waste in government spending. Well, if you all are paying tons of money to consultants for research and data and then not actuating on it, you are part of the problem, right? Additionally, as it relates to the budget, there was, when I was on council, talk of raising the pay rate for those of us that have the privilege of sitting up there, because we know it takes a lot of work, and we know that people are unable to serve in that capacity because of financial constraints. It was Mr. Gleason himself who said, hey, I'm proud to be up here. It is a right and a privilege to serve. I don't need any extra money. And it was that comment that felt like it sort of led the charge to dissuade the rest of you all from supporting that. However, when it comes to paying our highest paid officials in the city a little bit more money, check the box. Give them an extra $10,000. Where is that philosophically consistent? If it's a privilege to be here and to do this job, then did they tell you they would quit if they don't get that small bonus? There's a lot to consider with the budget. I hope we get to talk more.
Okay, next up is Mr. Brock.
Good evening, Council. My name's Noah Brock, and I live at 3355 FM 1984 in Maxwell. When I was reviewing the 2024 capital improvement projects, I noticed that the Highway 80 utility project is estimated to use $10 million from the water fund. And to put this in perspective, that's actually 63% of the spending for FY24 of that fund. Previously, there was $250K allotted in 2022 and $1.5 million allotted in 2023, with a projected $1.8 million for '24. Why is this now ballooned to $10 million for this coming year, when it was originally only estimated 3.55? That's a very big difference. The project is also estimated to use $15 million from the wastewater fund. And to put this in perspective, that's 49% of the wastewater fund spending for FY24. Who is set to connect to this new water line and wastewater line? Well, if you look at the map of the city limits of San Marcos, there are only 2 properties that touch the end of that extension line. One of them is owned by the city. The other recently withdrew their annexation request, so they're not actually in the city right there. I know that this funding comes from water and wastewater fees, but that's still coming from the current residents. You all just voted to approve a 5% increase to the water and wastewater rates for the next fiscal year. 5% has been historically standard across the last couple of years, but it's only been 3% for wastewater. So here's a fairly obvious reason why. This is now $25 million to supply water and wastewater to a property owner that has not fully annexed the city limits. This property owner even signed an agreement with the city to full annexation in January of this year, but then they withdrew their request in July. What is being done about this, and what portion of this $25 million will they be paying? I just want the public to be aware that this is one of the major reasons why their water and wastewater bills are going up this year. Thank you.
Okay, and next is we have LMC online.
Oh my gosh, you just made my evening. Thank you, Mr. Cook. Thank you, Councilman Gleason. Girl, you know it's true. Ooh, 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 busted you. As far as performative lip service, I think Max just nails it. Thanks again, Mr. Councilman Gleason. He's right about speaking of lip service. And girl, you know it's true because the city staff spent $88,000 for their consulting services for their compensation study to give themselves over $4 million in raises. Now, where did that money come from? Do the citizens, like can banners, do you guys have a problem with that? In fact, Max is nailing it because I think it's a Kanban is a popular item when it comes election time because they're going to forget the fact that $400,000 of this budget is going to the Greater Partnership San Marcos, which encourages dirty growth like Access, aka the Smart Terminal, and the can banners don't get this. And what's going to happen is because the city budget is funding this much money to the Greater Partnership San Marcos, who attracts dirty industry, when that development goes up on the river, a can is going to be the least of your worries. All right. Now, I'm concerned about the trees being impacted by the CIP, and there's really been no outreach as far as that's concerned. And I appreciate Mr. Gonzalez shaking your head and affirming, because once those trees are gone, you know, the river can rejuvenate. I personally, y'all, I've been in the river 4 times in my life. I get allergic reactions every time I go. 2 times were for the movie Yacona. Once when I was a student, once I jumped in at that place where the restaurant is, and I could feel that entity, and I jumped right out. Whatever's under there, whoa, now, I don't want to be near it. But I'm just, you know, I'm glad, Judy, you got your city hall. I know that's what you're campaigning on. But $88,000 for $4 million in raises, and then $400,000 to give to Greater Partnership San Marcos for dirty industry. When will it end? Do you guys, the city staff, do you guys really think that the working poor who are just can't pay their gasoline to put in their car, or they're struggling to buy eggs, I don't need eggs, y'all, or they're struggling to buy a loaf of bread, don't do that either, can really afford these little, because you're nickeling and dime us. And I agreed with that other speaker as far as we need to stop selling our water. You're telling us we can't water our lawns, and I don't water my lawn, I water my trees. But yet how many of you go talk to a board of trustees meeting? How many of you get off your keister and go, what are y'all doing? Have y'all noticed how many new students we have in town? So can banners, y'all need to pay a little bit closer attention, because when the big one is put on the river, it's gonna be because y'all dropped the ball. Thank you for your time, and God bless San Marcos.
Anybody else wishing to speak in favor or against this item? Mr. Rourke, go ahead.
1804 Hunter Road, 1804, wait a minute, that's my old address, 2805 Hunter Road. You can tell how long I've been coming here, number 2B. A couple points. This isn't going to make a lot of difference now. You know, it's already, you're going to make your vote, and we're going to move forward. But it starts now going forward for the next budget process. I think all of us that are here are asking you to make some changes. And I'm glad to see that there's people that called me up after the 6 or 7 people showed up last week and said, what gives? Why? I didn't feel like I could do anything. Well, they don't. I'm sorry, I'm going to call you on this one that no, we didn't have all of these public hearings. We had 2 public hearings that most people could come. Now, there was different points along the way that other elected people could go, and you talked about the budget. This budget did not actually get nailed down until June. It came out in the middle of August. People were coming back, getting their kids back to school, getting things going. They had to look at this, go down and to find and get all these details. You know what? I was able to find a lot of good stuff just from the summaries that were out there. One of the main ones is this fallacy that we have, that we are the fastest growing. I'm sorry. Folks, if you look at your chart that you all had there that shows growth in San Marcos from till 2015, oh yeah, we were at a good slope. The last few years, though, we're only at about 2 to 3% growth. We're out of resources. We're running out of land. We're running out of resources. We're going to have to figure this out, folks. You're going to have to figure out, what are you going to do with the land that you have left? You're not going to be able to go out and annex all these places and get all of these things. What are we going to do to keep the people that we've got now? What are you going to do to keep the people in their homes that they have had for generations? What are you going to do to keep the new people that are here? You're taxing them out. That's what I hear from everybody. You're not going to change anything tonight, but please keep that in mind going forward, that you're going to have to start addressing this with everyone. Thank you very much for your time.
Anybody else wishing to speak in favor or against this item? Go ahead, step up to the podium, state your name, address.
Hello, my name is Lali Sertuche. I live at 504 Mary Lane. I've never done this before. I don't really know what's going on. But that lady that keeps talking on the screen, she is right. I worked some time ago as an environmental compliance inspector, and that destroyed my soul. I stopped doing that because I couldn't get up out of bed in the mornings because I was basically just documenting the destruction. And this is the thing that construction managers will tell me. They will be like, hey, how are we doing out there, Citlali? And I was like, oh, you're doing pretty bad. And I will just point out all the things that they were supposed to fix within a week, but never got fixed. And later, and they were like, ha, 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 you're so funny, ha, ha. And I was like, no, I'm serious. You're doing really bad. I left that, and I started applying elsewhere, thinking, I'm just going to work with the city. Maybe that way I can do a difference. And then during my interview, I realized that the city doesn't go out to check on anything unless the citizens complain. So I was like, okay, I give up on this. I'm going to throw my degree into the garbage because this is useless. I went to school for a very long time to try to make a difference, but that doesn't seem to work. Now there's a whole bunch of people telling me, like, I'm learning that they've been trying to get like this environmental stuff going for a while, and it doesn't seem to get done. Apparently, there's very little transparency with all of this, and I want to know why. What are you all spending the money on? Where is the money going? How much money are the construction companies paying you all to not do anything? So, is the money going? Where's the money going? That's it. I'm going to be here a lot because, as I said, I gave up on my degree. I have a lot of free time. That was it.
Anybody else wishing to speak for or against? Is there anybody else online? Okay. I'll close the public hearing, and I will entertain a motion to approve the city's fiscal year 2022. Actually, that's right, wrong on here. 2023-2024 budget ordinance on the second reading and to adopt city 2023-24 budget. It's misprinted on here. Yeah, I did catch it.
I'll make that motion.
Okay. I have a second.
I'll second it.
Any discussion? Comments? Go ahead, Mr. Gonzalez.
To your knowledge, is there any cities that has frozen their city taxes and still be successful?
Frozen their city taxes?
Yeah, like at the age of 65, they get frozen completely.
Yes, I came from a city, the city of Killeen, that had the tax freeze.
Right.
So I am familiar with that, yes, sir.
And it's working pretty well?
It's working in terms of the city's able to operate, even though that has been adopted. It does present some operational constraints because as you know, that once you turn 65, the tax levy freezes, and so there's no increase on the value of those properties. So rather than an exemption like what City Council approved that just exempts a portion of the property, the tax levy completely freezes on under that other scenario.
And what did they do to make up the difference? I'm sure they had to find some ways to make up some revenue. What did they do for that?
Well, the Killing's tax rate was higher than some of their peer cities when I worked there. So, the tax rate maybe was a little higher than what some of the peer cities who didn't have that freeze in place. To be straightforward with you, I'm not sure of those other peer cities, which ones did or did not have the freeze in place as well. I just know that Killeen had it.
Right, right. Well, that's my dream for our city, to be able to keep our residents here that been here for decades and many, many years. And like everybody says, they're getting run out of town, and they are. It's not your fault. I just wanted to mention that. I just can't see myself supporting this, even though it's not really an increase. But it has to start someplace, and I'm willing to vote no on this, and maybe we can get the ball rolling next time. It could be 2 or 3, and we can come up with some solutions instead of racing wastewater, water, and garbage, and everything else. That's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. Garza?
Thank you. So I'm just going to share a little bit. And I got my cheat sheets because I got that ADHD and I'll go off. So I cannot vote for this budget because I can't justify it to our neighbors. They have to do more with less given our economic climate. But what we're saying is the city of San Marcos is unable to do the same. And here's the bill. Y'all pay up. I don't expect my colleagues to understand my strong stance, just as it feels like they have failed to understand my frustrations over the lack of intentional community engagement and participation in the budget process and boards and commission and so on and so forth. I do sympathize and understand that this is how many of y'all have been socialized to accept and expect the budget process to unfold. I don't expect anybody to change their votes, given many people have been actively trying to convince me to not speak out tonight. But I'm here to challenge council and staff to research what other entities are doing to ensure a more equitable process and how to cut costs to provide our neighbors with relief. Like, obviously not for this time around, right? Like, that ship has sailed. But at what point are we going to accept that the ways we have been managing the city are not effective in reducing homelessness, not effective in increasing job opportunities, not effective in increasing affordable housing? I say increasing, but let's be for real. There's like almost no affordable housing. While I appreciate my neighbors hoping that the next budget cycle will be different, we said that last year and the year before. So at what point are we gonna be for real and listen to them? I really appreciate the last speakers coming forward and sharing their part. I think it's really indicative of our neighbors who are waking up and the shift in how folks approach local government. They're not gonna stop showing up. And at some point, they're gonna take over the seats here, and hopefully then we'll have change. Unless we start to reimagine the process and start to be bold and challenge ourselves to do better. That's all I got for right now, though.
Councilmember Prather?
Well, I was going to say, this council, we outlined some strategic goals, those being public safety, core services, physical excellence, quality of life, and sense of place. This budget enhances public safety in our community. Our core services, utilities, this helps provide utilities to our homes, repair water lines when they're broken, fix roads when they have potholes. This budget addresses fiscal excellence. We want to make sure our credit agencies, when they rate our bond, that we don't get downgraded because we have fiscal excellence in our budget. This budget enhances the quality of life through our parks, our libraries, our facilities. This helps make San Marcos have a greater sense of place, this budget.
Anybody else? Councilmember Scott?
I have a hard time with the budget, just personally. When I first got on council, the original budget was $146 million, and now the numbers are just phenomenal. And Mrs. Garcia had a good point about changing the way we do business. And all the way through my term of being on council, I worked on making decisions that would lessen people's burden of cost in utilities, life in general. From getting, power plants, buying into them so we have lower utility rates for power, owning half the water rights in Gonzales now, that I don't know how Kyle got any part of that, but anyway, those are just long-term plannings where the goal was to reduce everybody's, utility bills. And the growth that we're having here, I'm just one of these believers that they should be paying for our lifestyle. We were here first, and we gotta find a way to capture that. We have to find a way to start doing that for our citizens, especially now. I have good friends that are close that saying they can't afford any more tax hikes, or they're gonna have to move. They're personal friends, and there's other families that come up to me, single moms, cost of food. I mean, at what point do we find and quit talking about it? What are we gonna do? Now, I've had tons of suggestions, and I've talked to city staff about certain ones, and certain ideas that I've had would possibly bring bond ratings down and cost us more money in the long run. So it's not as easy as putting this together on them, and it's definitely not easy for us to throw the idea out there and actually give them something they can actually obtain. If I say, hey, you give me a motion to drop the budget by 20%, and we get it all approved, to obtain that would be very, very difficult, I think, and we will lose services that we do need. And fire, police are definitely something that we need, because safety was huge. When I first got on council, the first time, we were known as the safest city around, and I want that same feeling back, and that's with more police officers and presence. And people's participation as a community working together as well. I'll vote for this budget only because I know we have to do it, and too many other things are, at risk. But I tell you what, it makes me want to throw up. I couldn't sleep. I was sick all day, just thinking about this. That's my thoughts on it, anyway.
Anybody else? Mayor, do you have some comments?
Yes, and I'm on an iPad and I'm having trouble finding where I need to press. I would just like to ask Mr. Locke and whoever's doing the screen share to go back to what the dollar increase, is that in this section, Mr. Locke? The average increase is not for utility rates. Is that on the tax rate section?
That is, that includes the utility rate and the tax rate. So, and including all the utility rate increases and tax rate.
Okay, so right there, oh, thank you. So for the property tax, what we're talking about is for a average, typical residential, what is going to be the increase in their property tax if we pass everything that we have in front of us? And I know we're going to get to the tax rate, et cetera, shortly. I know it's on the screen.
Yeah, so.
But what is average?
On average, it's about $22, so.
Okay.
A month. So you would be you would multiply that by 12 to arrive at what it is for the annual tax bill.
That's what I was looking for. Because of that, I'm going to support this budget. We have a lot of people who work for us. We want to make sure that we can keep the talent that we have, because turnover costs a lot of money. We have this compensation study. I wish it hadn't cost so much, but that's to make sure that we're paying people fairly, not necessarily to give everybody a raise. It's to make sure that we're keeping up with the market. You know, people love the library, and they want us, you know, to have our parks, and there's just so many things that people want us to have, and we do that, and all of these things cost money. So I'm going to be supporting this budget, the tax rate, et cetera, and I'll leave it at that.
Mr. Mendoza?
Thank you, Mr. Gleason. Like my colleague, Mr. Scott, I've been struggling with this, losing sleep, getting ill to my stomach about this, because it is a huge responsibility on our heads here, my colleagues, to make these kinds of decisions for almost 73,000 people. Resources are getting more expensive. And yes, like the mayor said, it's not just city managers, directors that we're trying to help out here. There are people who clean our restrooms, people who clean up our parks. We talk about the need for the can ban and the waste of money and things like that. This is the increase that we're facing. We're increasing funds for this community enhancement because we're cleaning up several homeless encampments. I mean, I'll throw my neighborhood again on there. Again, I get criticized for mentioning Rio Vista all the time, but we are consistently cleaning out the alleys and homeless encampments where we're at. I'm sorry the budget is what it is right now, but I also feel that those that are paying taxes here are investing in our city, and they need something back for their investment. And it may not be what everybody wants and what everybody sees as being an investment, but this is long-term. I do hope, and this is my first time doing the budget, and I'm sure it sounds like a broken record when somebody says, like Mrs. Garza said earlier, that we strive to do better, but we've said it before. I think it's good for the residents to come out here and mention that we need to be held responsible for this, but I think it's also fair for them to know, you know, just how much every little thing costs, all the nickels and dimes. And it's not an easy decision that any of us get up here and make. This isn't something that we can just make on the fly. We deal with this. We pay taxes just like everybody else. If it's not the county taxes that are killing us, it's the everyday going to the grocery store kind of items. I feel like I need to support this because of the position that we hold here and the responsibility that we have to keep this city running. But I will be somebody who's going to be asking a lot of questions about how we're spending money to attract businesses, residents on this. So just as a heads up to staff, but I am going to be supporting this budget right now.
Mayor Houston, you have your hand up again.
I do. And everyone who has said that, you know, budget means choices is absolutely right. So I'm going to ask my council members to hold on to your speeches that you gave tonight and give those same speeches again at our vision workshop in January. And we'll start talking about making choices and see what it is that we want to keep, see what we're willing to give up if we are, and see where we're going to go. And I think that needs to be a big part of our conversation next year in January. Thank you.
Ms. Garza, do you have something else?
Yes, thank you for bringing up visioning. That actually segues perfectly into my last comment. I just think the budget is tone deaf to the needs of San Marcos. I think it's important that we stop romanticizing our strategic goals and using them as an excuse to accept the status quo. When I say, like, stop romanticizing the strategic goal and the visioning, like, let's be for real, y'all. How are we saying that the visioning is going to somehow, like, create these solutions or make more progress when that system is a copy paste to the budget process, right? We don't engage our neighbors. We, like, what? That makes no sense. It sounds nice, though. Again, we're telling our neighbors that our wants and what we perceive are the needs of our neighbors are more important than providing relief to them. Our goals are largely based on what we think our neighbors want, although some of them are in direct contradiction to things we hear here, like things we hear out on the streets. If y'all go spend time with our working class neighbors, direct contradiction. And even in direct contradiction with a pretty well done survey, community survey that we conducted. And y'all, I lost sleep over this too, right? But I think it's also important that we challenge ourselves to stop centering ourselves. You know who else loses sleep? Caregivers wearing their light and water is going to be shut off, right? Elderly neighbors who can't afford their prescriptions. It seems like all of us are pretty comfy up in this dais. So it's just, it has to be said. I'm not trying to hurt anybody's feelings or be dismissive of the progress that has been made. It's to echo the frustrations of my neighbors that while they are grateful for progress, that it's really slow. And that's it. I said what I said, and I said what I felt had to be said, but that's all I got.
Anybody else have anything? All right, I've got a couple things. You know, the budget is the most important thing that we do. It's hundreds of millions of dollars. It's utilities, it's water, wastewater, electric, trash, you know, just all the things that go into making a city function. The library, the activity center, the parks. Inflation, COVID, the downturn in the economy, what happened in the last few years has been a detriment to all of us. The citizens operating a business, functioning, making a city function. There's been very tough decisions made the last few years. We have to move forward, and unfortunately that means we're gonna have to pay higher bills for a lot of things. And we were hemorrhaging employees. You ask anybody that's running a business, trying to get employees to come in, they needed more pay because they were hurting. And unfortunately, we needed to do what we needed to do with the rate study to stop that bleeding of employees, and it seems to have worked. From what the numbers look like, our retention rate is getting better and is holding. And that's what makes a good city, is good employees make all this work. They're the face of it all, and including the public safety aspect of it, which we do get some additional officers, firefighters, and marshals out of this. I'm not happy to raise my own taxes. My wife and I are not, you know, we're not rich by any means. And this is gonna hurt my bottom line. I'm not happy to raise my own rates. But we have to make this work. And what we have to do is all come together to find a way to grow the city, to take some of the burden off the homeowners, to make the city function, so we're not driving people out and give people opportunities. And that's a complicated thing to do. I'm gonna be in support of this, but I am gonna take to heart, and I have already, and I've said it in the past, and I'm gonna do more about outreach. And you can hold me account to that, Mr. Baker. That I'm gonna do my part for outreach on what this budget means, what the tax rate means, and we are gonna start those discussions in January. And mind you, I will be part of those discussions. And I think it's important I think information is power. The more information when we talk to people in the public about how this process works, what it all means, what it takes to make this city work, it's complicated, and a lot of people are more understanding of that when you say, I'm just raising your rate $1 a month, right? It does ring true to people, and I do think we're never doing enough for outreach, right? That's just the way it is. And I know, you know, we try to get creative, and we can always do a little more. And I'm not gonna complain at staff in any capacity for this, because I'm holding myself accountable here for this too. I could probably do a lot more. But I think staff did a great job during COVID of keeping things under control, and with the inflationary pressures of making all this work. So kudos to you for that. And we have the bond rating we have because of that. We have a fund balance because of that. And you know, we have additional needs, and you've tried to balance that from all the departments. So I'm gonna be in support of it, and I'm gonna challenge myself, my colleagues, and everyone else in staff to do more outreach on this when these discussions start in the visioning session in January. And we're, you know, can continue to have these deep discussions on what are the priorities, where we need to spend the additional money. And had the legislature not done what they did, I would have absolutely been pushing for additional homesteads. I'm hoping that does help out some people, that their offsets with the rates increases we are gonna have on people, that maybe they'll see some reprieve. And the legislature needs to get its act together and fix out school finance, let's just say it. So I'm going to be in support of it, and you know, if anybody has questions, and we need to get together all together and come up with a way for outreach for the community so they can understand this process and how this works. So does anybody else have any comments, concerns, questions before we move forward with Ms. Reyes?
I just want to say, I think as your city staff, it's very disheartening to make it at this point, as though this has happened in a vacuum. We rely on each of you as elected officials to talk with our neighbors. You represent your constituents within the community. And so we expect to hear a diverse set of thoughts and ideas. Every meeting that has been had about the budget has been in an open forum, and people have been able to come and express opinions at every single one if they so choose. There's citizen comment. Y'all have made it a point that every single meeting has a citizen comment and a question and answer session with press and public. And no matter who you ask, there's always going to be someone who thinks we're not doing enough. You hear a lot about the things that we do not so good. There's not a lot about the things that we are doing and that are going very well within our city. And that is very frustrating because that is what staff hears. And they you know, this $88,000 that's going for a compensation study, it's not just checking to see what the market is showing that people should be paid. If you'll recall, again, us bringing up, I will tell you, in the time I've been here, we have provided so much more information to council than we ever have. And I'm not tooting my horn, I'm talking that is the philosophy we as your management team have had. We tell y'all every step of the way, and we overshare information. The compensation study was not just about numbers. It was about a philosophy, because we did not have a compensation philosophy. It was providing a new classification system. It was getting all new job descriptions, and it was also looking at market. So when you talk about the comprehensive nature of it, it's a lot bigger than just the normal market study that you would see done maybe in other communities for this particular juncture. So I just want to ground everybody in that as far as in making sure that we're being transparent and informative. You know, the speaker who spoke about the code enforcement, that is a philosophy that has come from council. If we go and we enforce on our residents, then we hear from you, hey, why are you enforcing on this or whatever neighbor? Because they can't afford to clean up, they can't afford to pay. So the philosophy that we've gotten from council is do it on a complaint basis. So I think staff gets a lot of bad raps, and these are things we make as a group together in terms of how this happens. And so, and I also hear, hey, we can't tax our neighbors out of our home, but oh, we don't want commercial development, or oh, we don't want, you know, these things. So we can't have more and more and more and not have anybody to pay for it. Somebody's got to pay for it. So either expectations need to come down and what keeps being asked of city staff to do more, or we need to temper our expectations in a way that is within what we can afford. So that's just something I felt like I needed to make sure was clear, because staff is not formulating this budget in a vacuum. It's a conversation. It is a dialogue. There have been different junctures. We've gotten direction from each one of you at every step of the way. And to make it look like now at the end that it's just our budget, I just don't think that that's necessarily a fair way to portray that. So.
No, and Ms. Reyes, I was definitely not trying to do that. I mean, look, some of the things that your hands are tied on are just how the appraisal process works. When you get numbers, the sales tax revenue, like, it's totally, I get that. And it is just a conversation for everyone. And I give kudos for you guys for doing what you do and the process and how well you actually do it. I don't think you get enough kudos for how well you've done the last few years to maintain our situation the way it is, providing services with the expansion of services while having COVID and inflation. Like, you deserve huge kudos, and the whole staff does.
It's our team, right?
It is, and you're a team with us and with the public. And so no one person deserves any complaining about all this. I think the only thing I think a lot of people are bringing up is just the communication in general. We may not all be happy about how that's happening,
right,
but it's not one thing. And a lot of it is tied, our hands are tied because of the legislature and how these processes work. But we're still better off than a lot of other states, I'll say that. But other than that, Ms. Garza has her hand up, and so does Mayor Houston. So Ms. Garza, go ahead.
I just have one more thing to say. I hope you're not trying to imply that my discontent over this budget is like news to you or anybody. Like, I hear your frustrations, but I'll take a second to share mine. I feel that staff feelings are constantly weaponized to, I don't know, foster this sense of guilt for speaking up. That's my perception. I think the way I treat staff every day speaks to the fact that I value staff, right? I try to give kudos whenever kudos are merited. I try to have grace. I try to advocate for better things for them. Staff work hard. Strides have been made on this process. That's a fact, right? But multiple truths can exist at once, and they don't have to be like in contradiction of each other, right? All of that's true. But it's also true that it's very little, and that these concerns from our community are not new, right? So it sucks that you guys inherited this. And I'll just share this, like, I think it's one of those things where it's like when you know the caliber of what you're working with and you know the possibility of what could be delivered, like you just have really high expectations. And I think that's what our neighbors are expecting with this whole new leadership and leadership style. And so if it's coming across as like being dismissive or trying to intentionally hurt staff's feelings, that's not my intention. It's my responsibility to echo my constituents' frustrations. And it's not just like the ones that I see, it's like decades worth of historical frustrations. And again, it sucks that you guys inherited this, but that's just the way it is, so.
Mayor Houston?
Yes, I wanted to thank staff also, as I had before, because I talked about the budget being a lot of choices, and staff makes a heck of a lot of choices before it ever gets to us. To address Mr. Rourke's statement about the budget didn't, it didn't come out until August. Well, we don't get the appraised value list. I'm sorry, we don't get what the tax base is going to be until July 25th. So staff is working on a budget starting in, I think it's April, and they're working with really, some estimated numbers. And I'm sure they've got, if it looks like we're going to have this, these are the things we can do. And if not, those are the things we can't do. And there's lots and lots of choices that they make, hard choices, before it gets to us. So I just want to thank them for what they do, because this is not easy on anybody. So thank you.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Thank you, Mark. Well, I feel the same way. I'm not trying to point out staff or nothing like that. I think they do a great job. But my constituents are telling me they just cannot afford more water bills, wastewater bills going up and up and up. And that's just being realistic. We also talked about, what I was talking about earlier was, let's do what other cities are doing. If they got to freeze their taxes at 65, let's find out, how did they do that? And is it working? Or maybe we can just mess with it a little bit and make it work for us. But we got to try. And I know we've done some good, but I think we can do better. But for y'all staff, I think y'all are doing a great job. And please don't take this personally. It's nothing like that. Thank you, ma'am.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I'll just make a comment here. Being the freshman, my colleagues and I guess we just didn't fight hard enough. If we hear things from our constituents, we feel a certain way. We've had all these meetings. We just, I guess, didn't say enough. Didn't make our point strong enough. I don't understand. I guess we failed here, but I guess it's just hard to say. I mean, I know we've spoken to constituents. I know we've spoken to people. We've had discussions sitting around at these tables, and it seems like we're getting more kickback now than we did all those other meetings. I hope we're honest with each other in January and doing something, but just thank you to staff. It's a very difficult thing you guys are doing, but thank you.
Anybody else? Let's have a roll call.
Mr. Scott?
Aye.
Mr. Gleason?
Aye.
Mayor Houston,
Aye.
Ms. Garza,
No.
Mr. Gonzalez,
No.
Mr. Mendoza,
Aye.
Mr. Prather.
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes 5-2.
Okay, normally we recess about every hour and a half or so. I know we have a really long presentation in the LDC. Not sure what the best timing is, but I think it'd be good to take a good 10-minute recess. Is that okay? And then we're back here at 8:10. Thank you. On to item number 17.
Consider approval of Resolution 2023-152R, ratifying the property tax revenue increase in the budget for the fiscal year October 1, 2023 through September 30, 2024, and providing an effective date.
Okay, and I have a text to read here too. We are taking up item 17 now before the tax rate item as required by state law. State law requires a separate action item to ratify the property tax revenue increase reflected in the budget when more revenue will be raised from property taxes than in the previous fiscal year. And so, Mr. Locke, it's yours.
Finance Director. And thank you, Mr. Gleason. You covered the first bullet point on why we have to do this. State law requires this. The total tax revenue increase in the fiscal year 24 budget is $5.9 million. Of that amount, $2.7 million is from new value that was added to the tax roll for fiscal year 24. And this is required even though the tax rate is not increasing. Next slide, please. Prior to the vote to ratify the property tax revenue increase, I would be happy to address any questions that City Council may have.
Okay. And I will open up the public hearing and ask if anyone is here to sign up to speak or has signed
This,
up to speak.
Ms. Gleason, this particular item doesn't have a public hearing.
Public hearing.
It doesn't, but I was discussing with legal earlier, we had it listed in the agenda as a public hearing, and it's not required, so I'm gonna go ahead and go through the process since people signed up.
Right, since it's not required to be a public hearing, but it's under the heading of public hearings, so there were a couple of folks signed up. But
Yeah.
legally, it's not required, but just since our posting had that, I thought it was best to let.
Yep.
Super appreciate that. Maxwell Baker, 314 Shady Lane. To continue my comments from earlier, you know, a lot of things go into the budget, and what a lot of cities are being asked to do now is to be innovative and creative. When I was on city council, I had the opportunity to go down to San Antonio with Corina Boston Pinales and then our, at the time, serving economic development position. Surprise, the city of San Marcos doesn't have its own economic development person. We only rely on Greater San Marcos Partnership. Kind of weird, right? But we went down there with our then economic developer and met with an organization called Geekdom. We also met with their Office of Innovation liaison, right? So the city of San Antonio has used public-private partnerships to address a lot of the kinds of issues that we're talking about in terms of struggling and dealing with complex budget issues that might have technology solutions, right? Where's any of that talk in hiring new positions or dealing with these shortfalls? It's nowhere. I fought for those things, I asked for those things, and I never had support from my colleagues. I hope when you all move about doing this, for some reason you keep saying January as if you can't start this tomorrow, right? You don't have to wait for visioning. You guys can work on all sorts of timelines. You don't have to be beholden to the timeline that the city staff set. You know, I know the mayor's not a fan of me putting words in her mouth, but she, quote, said, "Staff makes a lot of choices before this gets to us." That's why the community blames staff more than they blame these elected officials, because you all are the experts, and they get up here and vote on stuff. And, you know, honestly, a lot of times we're left at the, we don't get a second opinion. You know, we were stuck with just whatever you gave us. And anytime we ask questions to make you prove up, you get defensive. And you say that we're asking too much. And I get that there's a fine line there. You know, Jane Houston also mentioned that these are things that people want us to have. Well, that's odd because people have also asked that we not add more police officers, right? You all have said, oh, we need to add more cops. That was defined by our cops to say that we need more cops. What about the breadth of academic research that has reimagined ways for public safety to be achieved that is not putting cops on the street? Because again, cops, as you all are aware, have been part of our public safety concerns. They have hurt our community members in ways that we don't even necessarily fully understand because we don't give enough credence to those complaints and concerns. Additionally, Mr. Scott, you said we want to grow the city but not put the burden on these new homeowners, right? Where does that happen? When does that actually happen, right? Is it continuing to give tax breaks to big companies that come here? Is it asking them to pay more than their fair share? Because I've always understood that was what you were meaning, and I would love to have a conversation about clarity there. So luckily, I've got another couple public hearings to talk to you all.
Is LMC online? Okay.
Thank you, Councilman Gleason. Good evening. My name is Professor Lisa Marie Capoletta. They call me LMC. I live at 1322 Belvin. Milli Vanilli were lip syncers. They were not true singing virtuosos. And we need true leaders, not those who are socialized like Councilperson Garza. Girl, you know it's true. You never hold them to the waist. You don't want people to have the information. You don't care about their opinion, or you would be having these conversations at the 6 p.m. That is why you have overloaded the agenda tonight. It is too much for people to process in such a short period of time. It's not equitable, and I'm wondering where your equity person is. Even people like me with extra special skill sets of looking through thousands of pieces of paper and processing them in a matter of hours have difficulty with the amount of information in this packet. And I know some of you are not reading your packets. You know, city staff just got a 4.4 or 5% raise. Then they hire a consultant for $88,000 from New York City. And he's looking at big cities like Austin and Dallas to make these cost comparisons. When you're focusing on them giving them raises, and yet we now have to cut our costs to the tune of, what, $264 a year as by the dude who was just up there at the low ball figure that he gave you. How many times have I called to your attention the waste of materials and city staff and labor? How many specific times have I given you year after year, even like things like delineators last week, $48,000 in delineators. And then a couple of people want to back up so later on down the line they can zone it for multifamily. It's your role to discern. I'm sorry if the budget makes you nauseous. That means you are not reading your packet and you don't have specific information to talk about at the meeting. That means you are not discerning and you expect us to do a redo because you're not doing your job. $264 at his low ball per year, plus all the other rate hikes that happened last week and this week, on top of the gas and the bread and the eggs and people's hours getting cut, and you want to redo next year. Week after week, I come up here and you wonder why people don't show up because they're not as thick-headed as I am. I'm like Rocky Balboa. The more you hit me, the harder I come back. But most people will stop coming. That is why you don't have any engagement. The reason why city staff are quitting is because of Bert, and everybody in town knows it. You guys refuse to move these meetings to 6 p.m. So don't tell me you're sorry because you would be getting information and you have poor discernment. So basically you want us to cut our budget because you didn't do your job and you feel nauseous when you voted for it. That means you did not do your work. Thank you for your time, and God bless San Marcos.
Anybody else wishing to speak in favor or against this item? I'll close the public hearing, and I will be seeking a motion. I will entertain a motion to ratify the property tax revenue increase reflected in the budget.
So moved.
Councilman Prather with a motion. Do I have a second? I'll second it. Any discussion? Let's have a roll call.
Mr. Gleason.
Who was the second?
It was me, Mayor Houston.
Okay.
Mr. Gleason.
Aye.
Mayor Houston.
Aye.
Ms. Garza.
Nay.
Mr. Gonzalez. No. Mr. Mendoza.
Aye.
Mr. Prather.
Aye.
And Mr. Scott.
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes 5-2-2.
Okay, and now we're on to item number 18.
Receive a staff presentation, hold a public hearing to receive comments for or against ordinance 2023-62, setting the tax rate for the 2023 tax year at 60.30 cents on each 100 of taxable value of real property that is not exempt from taxation, levying taxes for the use and support of the municipal government of the city for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2023, and ending September 30, 2024, providing a sinking fund for the retirement of the bonded debt of the city, including procedural provisions, and providing an effective date, and consider approval of ordinance 2023-62 on the second of two readings.
And I have another paragraph I'm supposed to read here. City Council approved the tax rate ordinance on first reading on September 5th. This agenda item is for City Council to consider the tax rate ordinance on the second reading and actually adopt the 2024 tax rate. When the proposed tax rate exceeds the no new revenue tax rate, which is currently at 53.05 cents, state law mandates that the specific wording of the motion to approve the tax rate. State law also requires that the vote to approve the tax rate be approved by 60% of the governing body, which is 5 votes. Let's see, actually here, yeah, which means that 5 members of the city council must vote in favor of the tax rate. State law requires that the motion be read exactly as follows. I will entertain a motion to approve the tax rate on the second reading and adopt the tax rate that reads. So, Mr. Locke, go ahead.
Thank you again, Mayor and City Council. This is the final action that City Council will consider in conjunction with adopting the budget and the tax rate. There are 2 components to the tax rate. There's the maintenance and operations component. That's 44.47 cents. And that component of the tax rate goes towards things such as our core services that we have discussed, quality of life, public safety, street maintenance, and things of that nature. City Council's strategic goals, investing in employees to attract and retain a talented workforce. And the second component is the interest in sinking. And this, that amount is 15.83 cents, and that goes towards the capital improvement program. We pay for those projects over a period of time, and that component of the tax rate repays that debt that we've issued for those projects. The total tax rate is 60.3 cents, and the total budgeted revenue is $49 million. That's for both the operations and for the debt service. Next slide, please. The property tax code requires that if the proposed tax rate exceeds the no new revenue rate, that it must be a record vote. As Mr. Gleason pointed out, it must be approved by at least 60% of City Council or 5 members. And the motion to approve the ordinance must be made with specific language. That language is, I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of 60.30 cents, which is effectively a 13.7% increase in the tax rate. That language is required even though the tax rate in and of itself is not increasing. State law requires for it to be read that way. Next slide, please. This slide shows the impact to the average taxable homestead value from fiscal year 23 to next fiscal year in fiscal year 24. You can see that the average value increased from $294,000 to $338,000, or about $43,000. When you apply the homestead exemption that City Council approved that became effective this year, that reduces that taxable value by $15,000 to arrive at the taxable amount of $279,000 last year and $323,000 this year. When you apply that to the tax rate, the annual tax levy will go from $1,686 to $1,949, or on an annual basis, it increases $263. When you look at that from a monthly perspective, it is $22. The total amount of annual savings from the homestead exemption from that $15,000 is $90. And if you are over 65 or disabled with the homestead, the total annual savings is $301. Next slide, please. This slide shows the impact of those City Council approved tax exemptions. If you In fiscal year '22, City Council approved the local homestead exemption of $15,000, and at that same time increased the senior and disabled property tax exemption by $10,000 to $35,000. I bring your attention to the green part of the graph, which is in the background, and that shows the total value of residences within the city that have been exempted over this period of time. So if you look in fiscal year '22, the total value that was exempted from the city's taxes is $56 million. Once the tax exemptions went into effect that were approved during 2022, that jumped up to $165 million, and for next year, it's $187 million. Switching and looking on the left-hand side of the graph to look at the total tax savings that residents experience from those tax exemptions, you can see right before the new exemptions took effect, it was $300,000 in 2022. That increased to $1 million in 2023, and next year the total tax savings will be $1.1 million. Next slide, please. The next steps involved are holding a public hearing on the tax rate and then having a record vote on the tax rate. We've already covered that the motion must be made with specific language and requires a minimum of 5 votes for approval. If a tax rate is not adopted, the tax rate will be the lower of the city's current rate or the no new revenue rate. And as Mr. Gleason pointed out, the no new revenue rate is 53.05 cents, which is 7 cents lower than our current tax rate. So that would be a $6 million revenue reduction to the proposed budget that was submitted to City Council. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, I'll open up the public hearing, and we have 2 people signed up to speak. Mr. Baker?
Cool. So to continue, you know, I mentioned this before when I shared the dais with you all, that it seems like using the same tax rate as a way of saying, hey, we're not raising taxes while not addressing the elephant in the room that is the appraisal problem is political cover for those of you that are maybe more conservative and would die on that cross, so to speak, to use the phrase loosely, right? I mean, so I know that that's like a rallying cry for conservatives across the board. No new taxes, but if you're not addressing the appraisals, then you've done nothing. It's lip service again, right? To that point, I asked when I was on council for several years in a row, why do we not have programs and community outreach that make sure people are getting these exemptions and that they know how to protest their appraisals? Why aren't y'all doing anything about that? Where's that YouTube video for the community to ingest and be able to use, right? Those are the kind of low-hanging fruit that you all have ignored for the political expediency of not raising taxes, but still knowing that the city needs to live off the fat of the land, quite literally, right? We know that if we had too many people, quote unquote, apply for these things, that would impact our bottom line. And that's why we don't see our city or our lawyers going after the appraisal district, even when, as we heard last year, that the appraisal district was inappropriately using real estate, what's it called? Data, whatever. Yeah, data dumps. Let's see. The other thing is, circle it on my second page. Yeah, it was mentioned by Ms. Reyes in the last meeting and several times tonight that, you know, we're in this position because of things that have happened in the past and decisions that were made in the past. Why do we play this shell game of holding people accountable instead of pointing out the issues that they're referring to? Instead, it's all veiled in this political correctness or respectability politics. For instance, when I served on the economic development policy, even Bert Lumbreras and I, although we disagreed on much, suggested that our economic development policy should not include, and you forgive me if I don't remember, but it was either the INS or the MNO, the data that was just presented by Mr. Locke. And yet, because the Greater San Marcos Partnership and the Chamber of Commerce came out and said, no, that's going to make us uncompetitive in the market, we didn't do it. And the reason Mr. Lumbreras was saying you gotta stop giving tax breaks to those specific things is because it creates these holes in our budget that now you're struggling to fix. So some of you have been asking, where are these solutions? We're trying so hard, we'll make it better yet next year. Well, I sat up there with you all for 3 years, heard that same thing every single year, came to you with realistic solutions, nothing happened. So what's the difference? You're gonna wait till January. That's where we're at.
And Ms. Copoletta is online, LMC.
Thanks, Councilman Gleason. Good evening. My name is Professor Lisa Marie Capoletta. They call me LMC, and I live at 1322 Belvin. Fake engagement. They're just checking off boxes. It's a shell game. Girl, you know it's true. Your constituents are moving. Look down Hopkins. Everybody's got a for sale sign up, and they're not addressing the appraisals, and he's nailing it. Stephanie nails it too. She says, well, we had, the meetings. How many people showed up? That's the point. Is that you guys are not on social media telling people to come talk. You're not doing outreach. They put out these 3-minute videos that don't even talk about the $88K that you guys are spending or the buried money for Greater Partnership San Marcos that the Kanban people would be shocked at the kind of industries that you're bringing to the community with that organization. And yet you refuse to move these kinds of meetings that you do at the 3 p.m. to the 6 p.m. And you even refuse to have a conversation about the people who talk at the public hearing, the few of us, the brave, the strong, right? The Captain Americas that show up to these things every week, like me and Max. Like, would it kill you to have a conversation, be like, you know what? Maxfield is right on it. You know what? LMC has a good point. But no, you're socialized to go to city staff, and you know why? Because some of you never showed up to these public hearings before you were elected. You were elected because you're a yes man. You were elected because you're easily manipulated. You were elected because you're ill-educated in all ways of city politics. And rather than making up for that deficit of your lack of participation, your lack of experience, and lack of education of being able to discern highly technical information, you rely on city staff. I'm dyslexic and ADD, and I have to work super hard to get through these packets. I have a reading disability. I used to think I was stupid, but it becomes a superpower once I learn it. It took me forever to learn how to program a ham radio, but once I did it, and you can do the same thing, but you're too lazy to read those packets, and you're not humble enough to listen to the citizens. So when you say, I'm so nauseous, I have no empathy for you, because you are asking people at his lowball cockamamie figure of $264 a year for them to cut that money for you. And meanwhile, Stephanie's getting a big raise and everybody else is getting a big raise. And meanwhile, I'm giving you specific instances of waste. So don't tell me you're nauseous. People can't afford medicine now because of the vote you made. And you know what? When you run, LMC is going to have postcards dropping in people's mailboxes every tax rate. Because I'm recording these meetings and I'm cutting videos. So it's going to come back to bite you in the keister. Would it hurt you to read your packet? Would it hurt you to hold city staff accountable? Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez, and thank you, Ms. Garza, for standing strong with the public. Thank you for your time, and God bless San Marcos.
Anybody else wishing to speak in favor or against? Mr. Hernando.
Mayor Pro Tem Gleason, my name is Juan Miguel Arredondo, 200 Patricia Drive, San Marcos, Texas. First and foremost, I just want to clarify that I'm here as a private citizen and not on behalf of anyone who I might work for. The second thing is I want to talk about tonight's tax rate and the discussion of a proposed tax rate increase. As someone who once upon a time served on an elected official legislative body, I just want to thank you for your time and dedication to the budget process and all the work that has gone into tonight's proposal. However, I'm here as someone who once upon a time represented a community that lived on the margins, who by working 2 jobs, sometimes 3, decided whether they were going to pay for groceries, gas for their car, or be another month late on their rent. Unfortunately, those members of our community don't get to arbitrarily decide that they're going to get pay raises at work to have more money to keep up with the cost of inflation. They have to decide and make difficult decisions of what they're going to pay for and what they're not. They don't have fund balances, they can't increase the utility rate, the wastewater rate. They don't have the opportunity to do that. So when they get their bills, they have to decide to do more with less, and that's what I'm asking you to do. I understand that process has taken place and that there would be some challenges if some of you tonight voted to not approve the tax rate increase, but that's what you were elected to do, to make the hard decisions, to represent the people who put you into office, to represent them. I'm super thankful that everyone I see up here, including the city manager and the city staff, I see them at HEB, I see them in our community, I see them in our neighborhoods and our parks, and I'm so thankful for that. But at the same time, because you are there, I know you see the community members who have to live on the margins because of circumstance, because of lack of jobs that pay a living wage. And I ask you tonight to please consider them when you have this conversation and when you consider whether or not to approve tax rates, fee increases that are going to make these individuals continue to decide what they can and cannot pay for, whether it's rent, whether it's gas for their car, whether it's supplies for their kids in our public schools. I know the challenges that you face are big and vast, but I have the utmost confidence that if you do this, y'all have the wherewithal, the expertise on staff to make those difficult decisions, to make sure that our citizens recognize that we're not just going to ask them for more money because expenses go up on the city side. So again, thank you for your leadership, thank you for your time, and thank you for your service to San Marcos.
Anyone else wishing to speak?
Good evening, Lisa Pruitt, 619 Maury, San Marcos, Texas. Ditto everything Miguel and Max have set up here. I think Alyssa made a really good comment earlier as she was kind of defending her position, is we all have different perspectives. We all are right because we have different lives we live. We have different paths we've chosen and paths that are chosen for us. So I don't think it's correct for any of us to judge each other's position on this. I will say, as a prior city council member, I was envisioning for 6 years. We had the opportunity at every visioning workshop to say what we wanted to see in a budget, and we did have a lot of discussions about freezing seniors. I know that everything is more expensive. I know it's hard to maintain employees. We have a different culture, we have a different system we're living in, and we're all navigating this together. Not one business or organization is not involved in this, including the City of San Marcos employees in every single small business and large corporation. So we're all challenged in that area. None of us are different. I will say, though, Lisa Marie Capoletta made a really good statement that we all are trying to budget ourselves at home, too, to adapt to all these new prices that we are all incurring. Medical, medicine, groceries, property taxes, utility increases. We have a lot of vulnerable people in our communities, but one of our most vulnerable are our seniors. You can't go ask somebody 70 or 80 years old that are trying to retire and finally slow down in life after 60 years of service in whatever they chose to do, to get a second job or come out of retirement. I can still kick it out another 10 or 15 years, get another hustle and pay these increases, but at some point in time, my God, let's let people relax a little bit, not stay up every single night trying to figure out how they're going to pay another $5,000 or $10,000 property tax every year and an increase in utilities. You guys have got to figure it out. I know it's difficult. I get it. I've been through those meetings. If you can't figure it out, hire somebody to help you get through these challenges so you can still hire great employees that make this city an amazing place to live in, but also not tax out all the people here that can't afford to continue living here. This is our home. I don't want to leave when I'm 70 because I can't afford my property taxes. That's crazy. This is where I've raised my family. And I am just one of 80,000 people or more that live here now. And most of us are feeling that crunch. It's the conversation we all run into each other and talk about these days. How are we going to afford staying in our community? So you guys, if you can't do it this year, which it looks like, because you guys are at the wrap, you got to do it next year. You got to make a priority on it. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak for or against this item? I'll close the public hearing, and I will entertain a motion that I move the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of the tax rate of 60.30 cents, which is effectively a 13.7% increase in the tax rate.
And, Councilman, you may want to, since you have the wording in front of you, if you want to
Want
actually
me to do
make
the
the motion
FIY?
yourself, and then somebody could second it, that might be.
Yeah, I should have said, I don't want to make the motion, but that's what the motion needs to state, or want me to just go ahead and make the
Or
motion?
somebody can read that then, if you can provide them.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'd do that. I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of 60.3 cents, which is effectively a 13.7% in the tax rate.
All right, we have a motion, and is there a second? I'll second it.
I'll second it. I don't like the wording. I know that, the law says that we need to do that, but I'm going to second the motion to set this tax rate.
Okay, so we have a motion from Mr. Prather and a second from Mayor Houston. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, question.
See, Mr. Gonzalez, you have your hand up?
Couple questions, and if you don't mind, one of my questions is going to be addressed to Miguel. I understand that y'all froze the taxes for our seniors. Was that a difficult process to do? Or maybe I could be wrong, sir.
Thank you, Councilman Gonzalez. Can I just ask for further clarification? Do you mean the state or the school
property
district?
tax, the school district.
So due to legislation passed by the Texas legislature, the ISD was required to reduce their tax rate proportionally to the state's increased contribution. Unfortunately, I don't have that number off the top of my head because I was not a part of that exercise because I exited the board earlier this year. However, I know that state funding increased, so we were able to lower the tax rate in reference to the ISD. However, I do know that San Marcos CISD is currently operating under a budget deficit for various reasons, and they're looking at dipping into their fund balance to close that budget gap, which obviously you have the right to do as well up here.
Yes.
I hope that answered your question, Councilman.
Yeah, I did. Thank you very
Yes.
much. And I asked this question once before. I just want some clarity for the people out there. Maybe Ms. Reyes can answer this. Can you explain to us how the tax appraisal district works? And do we contribute or pay them a portion of their job for doing our appraisals?
So I'm going to ask Mr. Locke to give you the numbers with that, but the appraisal district, yes, I don't know the exact step-by-step process, since it is a separate process that they do. I know that they look at property tax values and make those determinations as of January 1st of that year. But I'm going to ask Mr. Locke to talk more about the specifics in reference to your questions.
Thank you.
Yes, that is accurate, as Ms. Reyes said. As of January 1st, the value of property is assessed by the appraisal district. And we, as well as all the other taxing jurisdictions have the value assessed by the Hays Central Appraisal District, pay for the appraisal district's budget. That is part of the reason why we're able to appoint somebody to the board of directors that makes decisions on their operating budget, among other things. So yes, once the taxable value is assessed, it starts the budget process that we've been going through this year. In April, we received that preliminary value from the appraisal district, and then in July, we received the certified value.
Now, let's say that we found out that one of the appraisals was a difference of $200,000, hopefully that doesn't happen. Do y'all have any authority, or do we, as their customer, to say anything to them or to get it reevaluated, or?
The property owner has the ability to to protest the value of the property with the appraisal district. The city does not get involved in that part of the process. That's the appraisal district.
Okay, yeah, I'm just curious. The complaints that I'm getting are, like everybody else, they're quite a bit. The increase is quite a bit, and I'm really concerned
I will
about
add, there's one other part that the appraisal district is audited by the state. The appraised values that the appraisal district comes up with has to be within certain parameters when the state comes in and does their value appraisal as well. This is tied more to school funding, but it also impacts, the city's taxable value as well, because the same assessed value is used for school funding as with the cities.
Now, let's just say somebody's taxes went up $60,000 and the city gives them the $15,000 discount as well. That really wouldn't make a difference if their appraiser went up that high. An $80,000 difference.
If I understand your question is can the value go up higher than what these new exemptions?
Right.
Yes, that is possible, I guess. Yes,
Right,
sir.
Right. That means their taxes still could be higher than,
It could be in that scenario, yes, sir.
right. Okay, I'm just wanting some people to get educated in how this works. It's really bothersome to me and many others. That's all I had. Thank you for that.
To answer that, though, even if someone's property taxes go up a large amount, by law, they can only actually be billed for 10% above the prior year. Is that correct? So that's the other aspect of it, is that, yes, it could go up, a large amount. But as far as what somebody actually pays as an increase in that subsequent year has a cap of 10%.
And we're just talking about homestead homes, am I correct? Or?
Yes.
Yes, that's correct.
And what I'm seeing is, as a landlord, is I got my appraisals here recently, and I don't have no choice but raise the rent in my homes, and it's already affordable as it is, and it's just, I don't know. Okay, I just wanted those questions answered. Thank you very much. I appreciate you.
Councilmember Prather.
Mr. Locke, for the record, how many years have we had our tax rate at 60.3 cents?
I believe it was for the past 3 years that we've been at 60.3.
And then last year, 2022, we passed a $15,000 homestead exemption.
Yes, sir.
And then this November, the voters of Texas will vote on a constitutional amendment increasing the homestead exemption from $40,000 to $100,000.
Yes, sir.
These are all measures to lessen that burden on our taxpayers.
Yes, sir, it will.
The other thing I'll point out too is we did do an additional 25,000 for the over 65 seniors. So they got an additional 25
No.
and 15,000.
No, they got an additional 10.
They got an additional
raised-
10, Mayor? It was 25, was
Yeah.
it to
25
35?
total.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, it's 25, we bumped it by 10. But I'm sorry, I'm gonna jump in. That $40,000 to $100,000, that's only for school taxes.
Yes.
Right, Mayor, thank you for correcting that, yes. Where a majority of your property tax bill comes from.
Yes.
Exactly.
And that's also if it passes, also, it's got to
Yes.
pass the.
Yeah.
And one question, is that going to be for 2024 appraisals, if that does pass? Do we know that?
My
haven't read the
understanding
language
is it's
of it.
going to be for the
2023.
2023 appraisals, which is for fiscal year '24.
Okay, so it will be retroactive? I think
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, perfect, all right, that's good to know. All right, Councilman Prather, you have anything else? Okay, Ms. Garza.
Okay, first, thank you for everybody, especially Mr. Gonzalez, asking clarifying questions. The budget process is complicated, so I also appreciate Mr. Locke's willingness and ability to answer and digestible info snacks on the fly. So thank you for that. But my question is, so what can we say to neighbors who assert that we have more than enough money in our general fund balance and utility fund balances to close any projected budget deficits? And then two, who ask, why can't we do this one time and then commit to developing a budget process that provides our neighbors with input in the process. So y'all could probably answer that a lot better than I can.
Well, in terms of using fund balance to cover a operating deficit, that's not sustainable. And so if, it's just like, you know, at home when you have a savings account and you're using your savings account to cover ongoing operational expenses, that sometimes you're gonna run out of that money. And so that's why it's not a good idea to use fund balance to cover recurring operating expenses. We do use it for one-time expenses, but not recurring expenses though.
And the other part to add to what he's saying is that the city has adopted a financial policy, and the financial policy establishes what minimum fund balance that we will have for all of your operating funds. And that is something that you adhere to, or if you don't, your bond rating agencies will look and give you a negative outlook. The things that I will tell you as part of the last several years, being part of the bond rating processes, during COVID, when cities were going through getting downgraded, the city of San Marcos was not downgraded because of the financial astuteness and planning that our team was able to do. When stuff happened with the winter storm, and cities were having to increase utility rates because they hadn't done some of the planning, those are things that the city of San Marcos did not have to endure. And so our ratepayers were able to stay stable with the rates. There were some changes, obviously, that happened with LCRA and power costs that we then pass on to our customers. But as far as the planning and the financial kind of astuteness, again, of our team has really helped us to endure past some of these things that could negatively impact the financial stability and security of the city going forward. So those are things that just are meant to, be taken into consideration with whatever decisions are made moving forward.
Ms. Garza, anything else?
I had one more question. I'm trying to remember. I think, what was it? I'll let somebody else go and we'll see if it comes to me.
Mayor Houston.
Yes, I want to address the appraisal thing. Mr. Gonzalez, do you remember in the last 2 years, it was all over the news about appraisals everywhere. Home costs were going up. Nobody could believe what home costs were going up, but yet they were. That's what people were having to pay for a new home. So that's why the appraisals are where they are. Our appraisal district is tasked by law to appraise at what are current rates. And they have to do it without some of the better information that would be available. So that's where we are on that one. And sorry about that. About the Alexa reminding me. And so that's why the appraisals were that high. So now that things are coming down and appraisals are done as of January 1st of each year, then hopefully this will level out this next year. But the reason appraisals are so high is because that's what values were over the last couple of years.
Right. Then is it possible for the appraisals to go down lower in the next couple of years if things get a little bit better?
Oh, probably if things get worse is probably when it would happen, is if the economy has a major downturn and there's more supply and less demand, that's when you will probably see appraisals. And who knows what the interest rate situation is gonna do over the next 6 months to a year, because interest rates are pricing a lot of people out for right now, so.
Yeah, but the appraisals have to be accurate.
Well,
and so hopefully January 1st of next year, things will reflect, the downturn in the prices. But I think we all remember what sky high was here the last couple of years, and that's why the appraisals went so high, is because that's what the market was.
well, thank you, Mayor. The problem I'm having is when you have two homes side by side, built around the same year, same size, square footage and everything else, one of them's, $80,000 difference. I just don't see, where they got that number.
Then somebody needed to protest. Somebody
Well,
needed to
well, I
protest their
did.
tax.
I did.
And,
I got my hearing tomorrow.
okay.
But the problem
So-
is, not everybody knows how to protest. You know, not everybody is savvy enough, not that I am, I just asked. And they get stuck with that bill.
Yeah,
Over those
you're
taxes.
right, but every person who gets a notice of what their appraised value is, gets a full page on protesting. It's on our website. If you just search for the word protest, the first thing that comes up is how to protest. It's on the Hays County Appraisal District site.
Yeah.
Now, I understand it's not in Spanish. I understand not everybody may know what that is. And, you know, and I think, and I could be wrong, and if we didn't, we should. I think the city can probably do more in, you know, reminding people or advising people that they do have that right to do their protest.
Yeah, I think we tried that, but to no avail, to inform the public somehow that there's ways. But, yeah, but thank you very much, Mayor. I appreciate your answers.
Mayor Houston, did you have anything else?
No, that was it.
All right, thank you. Ms. Garza, do you have anything else?
Well, I remembered my question, and the mayor kind of addressed it. I remembered that I think we had decided, to Mr. Baker's comments earlier, that we were going to try to do more to raise awareness about appraisal and like how to like contest them. And I'm assuming that's that website, like linking their website is what we did. So she answered that. And then I guess, let me see my other questions. Okay. So, okay, we're talking about that, like, we're gonna endeavor to do more to help folks kind of navigate their appraisal situation, but the rate increases are gonna disproportionately impact renters, right? And that's like the majority of folks in our community. So I'm just curious, like, what are we doing for them, right? So landlords are gonna pass along increases to the renters, and the homestead exemption doesn't do much for them. So I guess my question is, one, what type of relief are we giving to renters? But then two, yes, we have this homestead exemption, but to Mr. Baker's point, are we promoting that in ways where the folks that qualify for that are applying for that, right? Because it sounds real nice that we have this, but we know folks are super confused about navigating that anyways.
Well, one thing I'll throw out here too is this is a discussion on the tax rate. And I agree with your point that homestead exemptions are only going to affect homesteaded properties. And rate increases or flat rates do, and as the appraisals go up on multifamily, that is going to be passed on. But if you did lower this rate, it also is going to lower the rate for the businesses too, right? And that's a pretty, although businesses are hurting too, that's a substantial hit to the budget, where homesteads really do help people stay in, you know, people that are owning their homes and living in them. And I'm a huge supporter of homestead exemptions, because if you have $1 million home and you lower the rate a penny, that comes off $1 million. A $50,000 homestead exemption only takes $50,000 off off a $1 million home. If you have a $300,000 home and do a $50,000 homestead exemption, you've now lowered their appraisal a lot. And so proportionally, homestead exemptions help the lower to middle class more than they do the upper middle class. And that's one of the reasons I like them. It doesn't have quite the budgetary constraints. It does help people on fixed incomes. And so this talk of maybe going to a 65 and over lock, I would prefer us to have a discussion every year of adding to the 65 and over exemption. It's just, it puts less budgetarily constraints on us, and proportionally, it helps the lower to middle class more than it does the upper. And I know it doesn't help the person that has $1 million home as much, but they're less likely to have those constraints as somebody in a couple $100,000 home. So, I mean, let's keep our fingers crossed that the legislature fixes some of these things with the school taxes, and then we have our own problems that we need to deal with when it comes to these taxable values. And we need to have a discussion on additional homestead exemptions every year, as far as I'm concerned. Like, proportionally, we could be able to offset some of these increases that people are seeing in their appraisals, and it proportionally helps out the lower middle class more than it does the upper middle class. So, does anybody else have any other comments on the tax rate itself?
Well, I guess my last question is, if we lowered the rate, what happens, like, hypothetically speaking, I really doubt any of y'all can do that, but, what would happen? We would have like a special called meeting, or just so that the viewers at home know? Because I think they're under the impression that like the timeline is also, a factor in not, kind of going down the path of considering lowering the rate, aside from a bunch of other stuff though, but.
There is nothing that it would prevent city council from lowering the rate. When we set the preliminary rate, that just created the ceiling at 60.3 cents. I believe, well, I was going to refer to last year, but I guess we didn't lower the rate last year. We did change the rate, during the budget process last year. So there's nothing that would prevent council from lowering the rate by law. We would have to change the scripts and that sort of thing that we read this evening, because they would have to read it by state law.
And we would have to reconsider the budget that you approved because it's predicated on that tax rate.
Yes.
So, and that, I think that is the part where it's frustrating here. It's not that people have your votes and that you're saying what you feel is the right thing to say. It's that we're on the second reading of the budget and this is barely coming up as something. When this has been months of preparation, months of getting this budget here. And so to answer your question specifically, it would take special meetings, yes, ma'am, because you're actually having to make staff then go back and cut the budget by whatever amount would be needed with that tax rate. So all the work that has been done over all these months, it was a waste of everybody's time, just because of the fact that we got the clear direction from council and built that budget accordingly. If you tell us in January or in February with your budget policy that you want a bare bones budget and you don't want any of these things, then we'll bring you back that budget. But that's not the direction that we received, and that's not the budget that we brought you for consideration. So that's the frustrating part. It's not that you feel how you feel, because everybody's entitled to have your vote. It's that we're in this 11th hour, and it would have been really nice and for us to have these conversations before tonight. That's the main point of where my frustration's coming from.
Right. Okay, gotcha. So it isn't impossible, it's just more work. And I hear your frustrations, but I also cannot control, or to Mrs. Pruitt's point, like judge my neighbors' timelines, right? So like they got a whole lot of things going on in their life, and when they come to me and give me comments, questions, concerns, burning desires, and it's like 5 minutes before the deadline, right? Like I can't turn around and be like, oh, sorry, I'm not gonna voice your concerns because y'all should have done this in January when you were trying to figure out how you're gonna pay rent. Does that make sense? Like, so I hear you, valid, but I also think the situation I'm in and my neighbors are in is valid too, right? So I think that's our challenge, is to balance that, right? Because I mean, it is what it is, right?
As for myself, I took the same stand since day one, since I got elected, when it came to raising wastewater fees and everything else. Just nothing new coming from me.
Councilmember Scott, do you have something?
Just in looking at the whole picture, if it did not pass and you went back to last year's numbers, what would that be in loss of revenue?
If a tax rate is not adopted, it goes to the lower of the no new revenue rate or the current rate. Since the no new revenue rate is lower, it's a little over 7 cents lower. It's about a $6 million revenue reduction from what the current rate is. So we would have to go back and cut $6 million out of the operating budget.
One other question. When we do our taxes, sales tax every year, when we budget a certain amount or you predict a certain amount, how much over is that normally?
In years past, it has been the actual has been significantly over than what has been estimated. I don't know, council may recall, there was a slide that we reviewed during a budget workshop that shows that at the peak, post-COVID, when there was, all of that federal stimulus money being injected into the economy, our year-over-year sales tax was something like 20% year-over-year. That has slowly started to trail off to where we think we're going to be at about a 4% by the end of this year. So we have seen a lot of growth, and we still will see some growth in our sales tax. I don't think we can rely on those 20% numbers anymore. It's going to be more around the 4% range.
And what kind of number is that?
With the total sales tax is around $40 million, so each percent would be $400,000. So for 4%, you would be looking at 1.6 million.
1.6 million?
Yes, sir.
So those overages that we get, you don't think they could be applied to this deficit if this didn't pass, to still keep everything current?
The overage, per our fund balance policy, anything over 25% in our fund balance gets used for non-recurring expenses. So for instance, in the last 2 years, we've set aside about $8 million for the new city hall. That has come from, in part, that overage that has brought in more revenue than we estimated, and it added to fund balance. So that piece above 25% gets set aside for those big projects.
But it doesn't have to be, right? I mean.
Correct. I mean, that is guidance that city council could give otherwise. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And if you'll recall, the public safety staffing plan that we brought forward has been to implement based on those, the numbers that we have before you tonight. There's also a plan for mid-year, so that those overages that come in revenue would go for mid-year funding of additional.
Yeah, I remember
So that's the difficulty, again, is that we want it all. And so we've got, yes, there's difficult choices that have to be made, and so that is where we look for you to just give us that guidance so that we can build what it is that we need to bring. But it is very difficult to be, again, in this 11th hour, and now talking about possibly a $6 million amount that we would have to go through and look in the budget. So that's a little bit, and I agree with you, Councilmember Gaddisai, yes, both things are true. It's just letting y'all know in terms of, where we're at, because our staff doesn't have a voice, in this, in the same way that the citizens can come and speak at the citizen comment period. They can't come and tell you these things. But when we hear things like, and I'm not saying any of you, but even from the public, we hear, these little rinky-dink videos. I just want you to know, and that y'all didn't use those words, but they're not informative, they're not this, they're not this, they're not that. That is our staff that's putting those together. That's not me or my team. And so instead of saying, gosh, I acknowledge the fact that these things were not available in the past, and I thank y'all for at least having something there to help inform the public about what's in the budget. However, could we do a little bit more in regard to this or that? Instead, it's this negative tone. And that's what they hear. That's what they hear, is that that's how their work is valued or not valued. So those are the things that I'm just bringing forward, is that, and I'm not saying it needs to be, because I hear respectability politics are not necessarily the way to go about things, but I'm the voice to be able to at least say, hey, look, y'all just need to be mindful of these things, because then those are the bombs that we have to go in and work through with our team members after this, and try to keep morale high and try to keep people dedicated and committed to serving our community when they hear things like that being said about them.
Ms. Garza, do you have anything else? Your hand is still up.
This will be my last comment. I am truly apologetic for any inconvenience this is going to cause staff, but I will not be voting yes on this. If my colleagues join me, I'll commit to working with staff to make difficult decisions to balance the budget. I mean, truly, I feel like I already go above and beyond the call of someone who isn't a full-time council member, and by that I mean this isn't my full-time job. And for the viewers at home, this means council members, like, we don't have staff. Like, we do all this stuff, like, on our own side quests, right? Many of us balance our families and other jobs to be able to serve. But, I mean, I'm willing to use my vacation time, the little bit I have left, or take unpaid time off of either of my jobs to make time for any special meetings. I'm not saying this to try to make y'all feel sorry for me. I signed up for this. I just want you to know that it will be extra work, emotional distress on me as well. So it's not like I'm, it's like I'm willing to put in the work for my neighbors is what I'm saying. And yeah, that's all I got. And sorry, but also not sorry.
And the other thing I'll point out is this has to be adopted by September 30th, or it automatically triggers to go to the no new revenue rate. So when we're talking about having special meetings, we're talking about staff would have to do this tomorrow. I mean, I think the time for this discussion was last month, month before, the month before that, unfortunately. And to try to do this at the last second, on a second reading, is not fair to staff. And I don't know how we would even get it accomplished. I mean, it would be extremely difficult, let alone all the things that may have to be cut out of it. And, again, it's another one of those difficult decisions. And we need to have, it's hard as a council member and elected official because the public really gets aware of this at the last minute. And that's when the political pressure comes to us, right? And at that point, we need to be honest with them, like, hey, look, this is extremely difficult to do at this hour, right? Especially when the state ties our hands. And as far as dipping into the fund, the revenue fund, the leftover revenue fund, there's no way I'm gonna support that. To hurt our bond rating, I mean, one of the reasons we're able to do a lot of things we're able to do is because we have been fiscally conservative and staff has done a great job at that. And so there's no way I'm gonna support dipping into the fund balance, although we're doing a little bit this year, but some of that was from overages. And as far as the sales tax revenue, the last couple of years, I think almost all of the overages have gone to public safety. In the mid-year proposals, the amendments we've had in the mid-year, most of them have been for public safety. So when this additional revenue comes in, staff is being conservative, and then they're saying, hey, we have a little additional sales tax revenue, and almost all of that has gone to public safety, which is exactly a couple of years ago what I said I wanted to see happen. And I expect hopefully the same thing, and I think it's proposed for that to happen again this year. So I'm gonna be in support of this, and if we wanna have some more deep discussions next year, bring it on. I'm more than happy to have them. I just don't think it's really fair to the staff to do this in 10 days. I mean, we would be crazy to do that because a 1 cent difference is probably, I don't know, $1 million if I had to guess, something like that. And that would have been a much more different discussion to be had than a $6 million cut from the budget in 10 days. I think that's a disaster waiting to happen. So I'm going to be voting for it. Does anybody else have any other discussions, comments on it before we vote? Let's have a vote.
I just want to say this, that, when I talk to my constituents, I try to explain to them, hey, guys, you want this, but it's going to cost some money when it comes to your taxes. And, and I know where you're coming from because I'm in the same shoes, and that's how I look. You want more police protection? Here I'm calling it chief. Hey, we need more protection in Barber Drive. And there's only so many cops that can do that. But they don't care about that. They just want their tax. It's not an easy job.
Right. Yeah, I think it speaks to what I'm hearing is everybody agrees that there has to be something that changes to get them the information earlier.
And we've been trying to do this since I've been here for 6 years. And I just want to make a statement this time by voting no, that I'm not going to support it. Maybe we can get the hint and say, hey, it's time that we really tighten our belt a little bit and see what we can do.
Ditto.
But I do appreciate your staff. Thank you.
Mr. Prather, did you have something else? Got that look?
So this month, it's going to be really interesting at our nation's capital as our leaders in Congress try to figure out what they're going to do with our country's finances. And ultimately, political instability, it leads to worsening the outcome. Our creditors look at that. They downgrade our nation's debt because of this. These budgets should be passed 7-0 because we've been working on it all year. If these were your concerns of, I want a budget that's going to reduce taxes, tell the staff, they'll bring back those options. We gave direction that we wanted increased public safety. We wanted more police officers, more firefighters, better utilities. You know, all these things cost money. But budget should be passed 7-0 because we've hashed these out at the beginning of the budget process. Political instability is not a good thing. We're seeing it in our nation's capital, and I don't want to see this here at City Hall. We will work on this next budget. This should be a 7-0 vote.
Anybody else before I call roll call?
Yeah, I have a comment. These are not my concerns, right? Because you're saying your concerns should have been brought forward. These are some of our neighbors' concerns. Like, we can't get them the information late and then expect them to be punctual with their homework. I feel like that's unrealistic. So I just want to throw that out there. Like, it's not like I was like hoarding this information this whole time, right? Like, I truly can't control it. Y'all think I want to be sitting here saying all this? I don't. I truly don't. But, I mean, we were elected to make hard decisions. This is a hard decision. And I prayed about it. I prayed about it for like 3 days straight. Yeah. I mean, I feel you. I wish we could do the, 7-0 and that we're all taking a strong stance. It would be inauthentic, disingenuous of me to do that. So I can't just do it for like, I think you know what I'm saying.
All right, before I call the roll call here, I do need a reminder, but Mr. Mendoza, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Okay, staff, if this does not pass, what are we requesting of Councilman Gonzalez and Councilman Garza to work on this, and how fast do they have for their commitment to make this happen?
You have days.
That's not a very simple answer, because this is in regard to looking at the operations of the city. And let's just be honest, y'all don't all agree. I mean, look at where y'all are at today. You don't all agree. So if they bring back something and we don't really have a lot of time, how is it gonna be that y'all really agree with what it is that they're going to go in and try to suggest that we cut?
Agree?
I mean, that's why we get direction from you as a body. And then we take that direction and we work on that direction as a body. And so that's not necessarily a very feasible option. I'm not saying that, again, we can get suggestions for things. That doesn't mean that you are all gonna support that. And that doesn't mean that operationally we can do exactly what one or two people think we can do in terms of still sustaining the services that are being required.
What would be a good time frame for them to first present the first option for us? What would be the good, well, you had said you volunteered to give your time against this. What would be your
We don't,
your
I mean, we have
first-
10 days. We have 10 days.
So 10 days. Okay.
I'm not volunteering my
But
time
it's
to be in it to win it for conversations. I didn't go to city manager budget people school.
Well, but if
We
we're stopping
give
this-
direction, not, I'm not a
what's your-
mathematician.
I know, but what's the game plan? If we're stopping this, I wonder what the time frame is. If you guys are gonna be working on something as a backup or as a, not substitution, but as, what's it?
The other part of this too, it's not just 10 days, it's the posting of the agendas. It's the discussing on what we would cut to do that. I don't think we have time. And if we don't pass something, and that means if we do not pass a tax rate by September 30th, it automatically is gonna trigger us to take a $6 million cut. I mean, that's the problem here, is that we're having this discussion on the last 10 days.
Oh, agreed, very much so, yeah.
Right, and our hands are almost, I hate to say it, tied a little bit here, but they are. And that's why if we're gonna have these deep discussions on what we wanna cut, what services do we wanna cut, who do we not wanna hire, what pay raises do we not wanna give, we need to have those at the beginning of the year. We can't have those on September 19th. It's just not feasible to ask staff to do that, and it would be disastrous for us to take a $6 million cut, because, like I said, like Ms. Reyes said, some people are gonna wanna cut some stuff, some people are gonna cut others. How long is that process gonna take? And we don't have time for it, unfortunately. So,
Okay.
I do wanna remind everybody, we do have to have 5 votes for this to pass. I think we've beat this one to death, and I'm gonna call a roll call. And we do need 5 votes to pass. So, Ms. Trevino, let's call the vote.
Mayor Houston. Sorry, Mayor, you're mute. You're on mute.
She's on her.
Sorry, aye.
Thank you. Ms. Garza.
I'm gonna say no for the reasons that Mr. Gonzalez said. I think it's time to send a message on behalf of our constituents. I'm a no.
Thank you. Mr. Gonzalez.
No.
Mr. Mendoza.
Yes.
Mr. Prather.
Aye.
Mr. Scott.
Aye.
Mr. Gleason.
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes 5-2.
All right, thank you all. Thank you to staff. It's tough. Thank you, I really do appreciate it. So we have, let's try to get through this comp plan discussion, and then we'll take a short break, because I think the LDC is going to take a while. So we're on to item 19.
Receive a staff presentation, hold a public hearing regarding and discuss adoption of the proposed Vision SMTX comprehensive plan as a comprehensive plan of the city of San Marcos, including the preferred scenario map therein as a future land use map of the city to replace the previous comprehensive plan, Vision San Marcos, a river runs through us, and the associated preferred scenario map, and provide direction to the city manager.
All right, Ms. Hernandez.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Amanda Hernandez, Director of Planning and Development Services. We are so excited to have the comprehensive plan on your agenda this evening. And I'm actually going to step aside, but wanted to take a moment to acknowledge and introduce you again to Andrea Villalobos, the Assistant Director of Planning in our department, who's been the project manager for the comprehensive plan for over 2.5 years. She has all of the knowledge that y'all are going to get from her today, so I'm just here to support her, support the presentation, support the project. Thank y'all so much. Here's Andrea.
Thank you, Ms. Hernandez. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So this evening, I'll be presenting the Vision SMTX Comprehensive Plan. And just as a reminder, per the Development Code, tonight's item is a public hearing, but no action will be taken tonight. You'll be taking action at the second public hearing on October 17th. So the city has a current comprehensive plan called Vision San Marcos that was adopted in 2013. Since then, we've experienced a lot of growth and change, and in 2020, council directed staff to go ahead and update that comprehensive plan. Again, the role of a comprehensive plan is visionary. It is the big picture umbrella for the city of San Marcos. It establishes our vision, our goals, our policy direction for the next 20 years. It also collects a variety of input. That's really what we worked on, is to gather different perspectives from our community. And then the plan balances those perspectives to create a vision that really captures all of that input to create recommendations that are balanced. The plan also is important, as you've heard in some of your work session presentations, in actually guiding other documents which actually give this plan its teeth. Such as the Development Code or the creation of specific programs, policies which actually implement the plan. Next slide. As part of this plan creation, we really focused on making sure that we gathered public input. And we really want to thank all of those who participated. We worked with a 31-member steering committee that was appointed by City Council who guided the plan. They attended public workshops, sent us resources, articles, really examples of what they wanted to see. We also met with 70 different focus group members through this process. They worked on different stages of the plan, mainly the planning elements and the vision and guiding principles. And in total, we hosted 120 meetings, workshops, and pop-up events. We spoke to hundreds of participants and collected over 6,000 comments as part of this engagement. Our population is a little over 70,000, and really it's the goal of this plan to try to balance all of those 70,000 plus folks who live in San Marcos. How can we take those perspectives and try to create a plan that represents all of them? Next slide, this is just where we are in the timeline. So we're at the final stage of the project timeline, or in the middle of adoption proceedings. Within this final stage, we're also working on 5 different area plans simultaneously as part of this project, with 2 additional area plans kicking off early next year. Next slide, I just wanted to walk through the big components of the plan very briefly. So One of the key components is our vision statement and our 5 guiding principles. The guiding principles are important because they're the themes that are actually woven throughout the plan, and they also really emphasize some of those concepts of balance that I was mentioning. Sustainable and resilient, so defining what sustainability means for San Marcos. Striving to create opportunity, choice, and a sense of belonging for all of our residents. Striving to improve access to essential goods and services, so how close are people to a grocery store, things like that. Striving to support and connect residents with sufficient infrastructure, and then also striving to ensure that new development adds to the greater whole of the community and that the long-term impacts of development are considered even in short-term decision-making. Next slide are our plan elements and policy framework, another big component and really the meat of the plan. We have 7 different topics addressed in this plan that are on this slide, but while they're individual topics, they are meant to overlap. For example, you can't think about where new housing is going to be located without thinking about the transportation and what someone's life is when they try to get home or get to services. Each of the 7 topics also has goals, policies, and considerations. Goals are, what do we want to accomplish in San Marcos over the next 20 years? Policies are, how are we going to reach our goals? Essentially, we as staff look at that as our to-do list. And then considerations are really our metrics. How are we going to know if we're successful? How do we know if we're actually achieving that to-do list item? What we did to create all of these is we started with that 2013 comprehensive plan. We evaluated what we wanted to incorporate and roll into this new plan. We then asked the broader community for their input and what we should achieve in each of these different categories. We hosted specific focus groups with our community members on each of these particular categories. And then finally, we hosted 23 different subcommittee meetings with our steering committee, which actually resulted in those final policies for the plan. Next slide just shows you an example from the plan of a transportation element. So for example, our goal or what we want to accomplish in San Marcos is integrated multimodal transportation that advances our residents' ability to get where they need to go. This would then be translated into something that actually has teeth. In other words, we need to improve transit stops and amenities at those transit stops, such as signage, wayfinding, that kind of thing. Next slide is the 3rd key component of the comprehensive plan, which is the new draft preferred growth scenario map. San Marcos has an existing preferred growth scenario map, and we went ahead and updated that as part of this process. I've mentioned this statistic before, but San Marcos is growing. We are projected to see 42,000 to 64,000 new housing units and 51,000 new jobs by 2050. That growth is something that, as this comprehensive plan was conducted, we had to really consider. So the role of this map is to help manage that growth while also keeping in mind the different needs and the different perspectives that we heard from the community. So this map identifies areas to preserve existing neighborhoods, but also where are we going to accommodate new neighborhoods? Where are folks going to live who want to stay here or who are coming here? It also identifies areas for new employment, identifies specific centers where we're okay having mixed use, and then also identifies land that can be conserved, and that's sort of the green color there on the map. Next slide is just a snapshot of what those different colors mean. So each of the colors on the map represents a different type of place. We have 10 different colors on the map, or place types on the map. And so as you dig into the comp plan, you'll notice that each of those is fleshed out a little bit more. So it'll explain to you what types of land uses, what transportation amenities, what might be the layout of those areas. Those are a key tool. They're just guiding documents for us, but they help really identify how we might accommodate that population in San Marcos and also achieve the things that the community wants to see. On the next slide, I wanted to touch again on our area planning because this is addressed in our comprehensive plan and is happening simultaneously. We have 5 area plans in process: our downtown plan, the Dunbar Heritage Neighborhood Area Plan, the Blanco Gardens Neighborhood Area Plan, East Village, which is over by the high school, and the 5th just kicked off, which is at the corner of Sessom and LBJ. 5 total plans in process, and really what those are is it's planning except at a smaller geography. So we might be planning for a smaller area or specifically a neighborhood or neighborhoods. These plans also include neighborhood character studies, and they'll be used as a template if the city and council want to do future area plans as well. So what happens after adoption? On the next slide, just overviewing a few of the things that would need to occur. Following adoption of the comp plan, we would need to essentially make the plan a reality. We would need to update the development code. We would need to complete those area plans we have in progress or start new ones. We'd have to update the transportation master plan. Sean Condor mentioned that in the work session. We might need to evaluate the CIP to see what could be included. And then we would just begin evaluating different plans, projects, and policies for implementation after the comprehensive plan. This next slide is going to show the adoption process, so how we got to you all today. The community staff and consultant team worked to develop Vision SMTX, which was guided by our Comprehensive Plan Steering Committee. Vision SMTX was presented to the Planning and Zoning Commission, and the Planning Commission created a Planning and Zoning Commission subcommittee that consisted of Chair Garber, Commissioners Agnew, Case, and Meeks, as well as Mayor Houston to review that plan. The committee then proposed some changes to the plan, and they were incorporated into a document called Vision SMTX Plus. In August, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of Vision SMTX Plus, and staff created a new document called Vision SMTX Plus, which essentially just included those Planning and Zoning Commission subcommittee red lines and the amendments made by the Planning and Zoning Commission at their August meeting. So all versions of the plan, the 3 different versions, are posted on our website at visionsmtx.com. Next slide just shows an overview of all of those different meetings. So in January, we had our public review draft and received comments from the community. In February, we presented some informational meetings to Council, Planning Commission, and Neighborhood Commission. And then we met with Planning and Zoning Commission from February to August, working through that plan. And then we are here today, September 19th, with you all. Next slide, I wanted to give you a brief overview of the summary table that's within your packet and also online. It really just gives an overview of all red lines that were made to Vision SMTX Plus. The table has an item number, the original Vision SMTX text, the proposed Vision SMTX Plus text, and then any comments that staff might have had just to provide some clarity. The table categorizes all of the red lines into 2 categories. We have stylistic changes and notable changes. On the next slide, I just wanted to give an overview of what stylistic changes mean. So these are any changes that were proposed that are just correcting a typo, grammatical edits, or preferences in writing style. So an example, we have 2 examples on this slide, that's maybe just saying visionary instead of vision, or transformation instead of evolution. The other type of change are on the next slide, notable changes. So these are going to be substantial changes to the document text. An example of that would actually be creating a new definition, so writing text for the document. And then on the next slide, these are just 2 additional examples you'll find in the table. That might be removing or adding one of those policy statements that I mentioned that would be within those 7 categories. On the next slide, just an overview of the recommendations. So Planning and Zoning Commission did recommend approval of Vision SMTX Plus and the preferred growth scenario map with amendments. Again, those amendments have been included into Vision SMTX Plus. And in total, there are 238 changes. 88 of them were notable and 150 were stylistic. And in summary, staff does recommend approval of Vision SMTX Plus and the preferred growth scenario map. And as I mentioned, this is really just a public hearing and presentation, so no action will be taken at this time, and we'll see you again on October 17th. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Villalobos. And even though we're not taking action tonight, this still is a public hearing, so I will go ahead and open up the public hearing. And we have several people signed up to speak on this.
Am I the first?
Yep, you go right ahead, Mr. Baker.
Cool. Well, I thought I had one more opportunity. Oh, Max Baker, 314 Shady Lane. Thought I had another opportunity to talk about it. Misread the thing, so I'm going to try to frame some of what I was going to say in the context of this. For those of you that seek 7-0 votes, it's kind of incumbent on you to do some of that legwork, right? When Ms. Reyes says, yeah, we take direction from a whole body. I often felt, as one of your colleagues, like my opinion didn't matter because you had the votes. If you want 7-0 votes, do the work. Find out where the consensus actually is. Because if you're gonna hold up divisionary politics as this like troublesome thing, then don't be part of that problem as well, right? If you are saying this is all coming at the last minute, then you haven't been listening to your colleagues over the last several months, or the community members like myself and others over the last several years, just to be fair. Also, as it relates to, the work that staff does and, for instance, with the outreach around these, right? 6,000 comments is a lot. Who are those demographics? Are we sure that that's representative of a broad spectrum of the community? And just because community members show up and say it wasn't enough, it's not to say it's hard to hear criticism. I get it. It's not comfortable, it's not fun. But when people tell you they feel unheard and your solution is to say, look at all the opportunities you had, that's on you, then again, I don't think you're really embracing the tenets of representative government. It was mentioned that city staff can't come here and comment on these issues and considerations, and I don't know why. That sounds super toxic. If y'all aren't letting your staff come and voice their opinions as both residents and affected parties, I think that that's part of the problem, right? I think that that is emblematic of a culture that isn't solutions-oriented. Because when you work in organizations as complex and large as one like a city, and you have these dynamics of, moving from what was a, not necessarily my words, but pretty toxic former city manager to one who is much more focused on centering our employees, there's a lot to unpack with that. But I think fundamentally, we can't stop pointing to the past and using that as an excuse to not do anything about where we are. I know staff is working hard, but you need to define what success looks like before you start a program. So when you make a bunch of videos about the vision or outreach, what number are you trying to hit? If you don't hit that, look for reasons and measures that you could have taken to improve that. 50 views is not enough for the work that you put into that. And it's disrespectful to the employees that worked so hard on that those didn't get more views.
I know that wasn't like a direct question at me, but can I comment on that or?
Let's wait till after let's get the rest of the speakers out of there. Next up is Mr. Brock.
Good evening, council. My name's Noah Brock, and I live at 3355 FM 1984 in Maxwell. I've been following the Vision SMTX comprehensive plan for quite some time now. The amount of changes that it has is pretty drastic from that original proposal, and there's still issues within this. And a lot of these issues existed in the previous comprehensive plan, and they just kind of been copied into this new one. This isn't the first time I brought this up either. I went to the workshop that was at the library. Like, I've said this multiple times, and I'm gonna say things that are connected to this in the hearing after this that talks about the land development code. And it's about the preferred scenario map, and it's about the terminology that's used, and it's about the word intensity. People look to the comprehensive plan for guidance when they're planning for developments, and they're also planning their lives. This is what I did when I was looking for a home in San Marcos. I actually looked at the comprehensive plan. When I found a house, it was in a low-intensity area, and I thought this was the perfect place to stay long-term. I did not realize that low intensity could actually mean high intensity. This doesn't make any sense. And this is because low intensity allows zoning such as heavy industrial. If you look at the intensity table in the San Marcos Development Code, heavy industrial is the most intense. It even spells this out in the wording in that section. It calls out heavy industrial most intense. So why does San Marcos allow high-intensity zoning in a low-intensity area? It's a contradiction. at the very least, use a different word. It doesn't make sense. These two things, the comp plan and the land development code, are tied together. The plan is the guidance, the code is what enforces all of those things. This is extremely confusing and has obviously created a lot of conflicts over the years. For example, the last 6 months. Please make a change to this comp plan or the development code. You all are voting on that land development code right after this, but this goes along with that. So something has to change with this. And I've sent you all a handout, and I got another handout to give you that I gave you on August 1st. I unfortunately missed the P&Z meeting because I had my wisdom teeth pulled out. So I missed that opportunity to talk with them in that public setting, but they've also been given all that information too. And I've spelled it all out with the table, all the edits that need to be in there, and I'll hand that out at the next hearing. So thank you.
And up next, we have Ms. Donovan.
Good evening, Council. My name is Annie Donovan, and I live at 3355 FM 1984 in Maxwell. I'm going to be a little more specific to one item in the comp plan, and that I'd like to request clarification in the rewrite on item number 168 for Central Highway 110. It mentions a community desire for new mixed-use It mentions a community desire for new mixed-use development and concerns for environmental assets and constraints in and near the locations between Staples Road and Highway 80. I'd like to ask that we get clarification on what it means by near this location. What is the distance that near specifies, and how is this distance going to be interpreted? The smart access land is literally right there at 110 and Highway 80, which is on top of the San Marcos watershed and really close to the San Marcos water protections or river protection zone. I think we can benefit from further clarification regarding this as a guide moving forward, as currently near the Highway 80 and 110 intersection is zoned the highest intensity, which is heavy industrial, not medium or low intensity type of development. Where is the line drawn for guidance, and what is the distance of that line? And then how can you have accurate guidance if the definitions aren't clear? Thank you.
Okay, and next up is LMC. I think she's online.
Good evening, y'all. My name is Professor Lisa Marie Capoletta. I live at 1322 Belvin. They call me LMC. You know, it's been months since these meetings have not been live streamed on television, and city staff know it for very key important topics such as this. And right now, people are texting me they can't catch the live stream on TV. Everything by city staff is at the midnight hour, just like the trash contract years ago, just like the budget, just like the comprehensive master plan. Some of these comments tonight by city staff goes to show pay does not equal morale. Staff doesn't have a voice. Saving money becomes politically unstable. Staff isn't happy, so it's unstable. Those are alarming comments made by Mr. Prather and city management. And it's shameful that city staff are not communicating the outrage by neighbors about this plan and the fact that the consultant originally didn't even have area plans on the table. Multimodal transportation is something that they feature for developers. It brings in cash cow, golden calf for city staff. And we told you we did not want this in the neighborhood. The only reason why the area plans were, included here is because of the revolt. And last time I checked, this guy who's the consultant made over $500,000, and I'll have an update for you the next time there's a meeting because I'm still waiting for my open records. Themes that were woven by city staff to benefit developers, the 600,000 cherry-picked comments, another general wide brush presentation versus explaining why it has taken so long to get this point. Urban planners are brainwashed, they have an ideological bent. Note there is no historical preservation mindset. It's all about growth and density. If you keep allowing this master plan, multi-generational Hispanic families will be gone. Caucasians like myself, who are the missing middle working poor, will be gone. It's all by design because city staff know that the IH-35 corridor is growing and they're going to push us out with their 15-minute city city boondoggle. Right now, there is an exploratory committee to sue the city of San Marcos with the Dunbar neighbors and those in the historic area. Additionally, the Comprehensive Master Plan Committee was never allowed to vote on this. They never took it back to us. And I also want to know what the breakdown of the race, the neighborhoods, and the class of the feedback. What percentage of these little mini committees and these focus groups were city staff or realtors that work in the community? You guys know that this is all by design, that they cherry pick these comments, and I'm just confused why a city manager would repeat comments that a citizen like myself says in a negative way. They were rinky-dink videos of 3 minutes, and you weren't transparent, and you guys are holding these meetings at 3 p.m., just like this one at the midnight hour. So versus getting defensive, Stephanie, why don't you listen and take action? You guys are wimps who voted for it. Thank you, Saul, and thank you, Ms. Garza, for standing strong with the public and the taxpayers. Thank you for your time, and God bless San Marcos.
Anybody else wishing to speak on behalf of this item? I'll go ahead and close the public hearing. And Mr. Prather, did you?
Yeah, Maxwell, you would know that I'm someone that tries to work with people that I have disagreements with. I think it's a known part of my politics. You know, there's stuff in this budget that I don't really agree with, but in the end I voted for it because there's just a give and take to this process. And that was those comments on trying to get a 7-2 vote.
All right, do my colleagues have any other comments, questions, concerns about the comp plan itself? We're not voting tonight, but as a chance to throw some comments out on the comp plan.
I do.
Go ahead, Mayor.
Yes. I've got a bunch of stuff I'll wait and say next time. But I want to let y'all know about some changes that I plan to make. Throughout the plan, there had been comments that were sort of vague about the plan is watered down from what we started with. And I couldn't figure out what people were talking about because that wasn't anybody's intention. It wasn't our committee. It wasn't P&Z. And finally got somebody to tell me what the issue was. And once she explained it, I looked at the plan and went, you know, I think you're right. And it was whenever I was looking at this, and I'll just speak for myself. There were things under objectives in the different sections that were not objectives, or at least I don't think we want those to be objectives. For example, in transportation, it was listed congestion. I don't think congestion is an objective. Miles of continuous pedestrian bike infrastructure. And we're getting closer. I think we need words like increase and decrease. Another objective was crashes and injuries. So we brought that up and we said, those are not objectives that we want. They're not outcomes. So we ended up going with renaming the sections as considerations, which means all those things need to be taken into consideration. All of these things, well, let me back up. So when we suggested changing from objective to consideration, that did not change what was ultimately going to happen, which means staff is going to look at each one of these items. There's going to be metrics. There's going to be more work done on these lists that are in each of the sections. But what that really meant was changing the word objectives throughout the document to considerations. Makes sense. However, I think we've all worked on plans and reports, and the usual progression is you've got goals, and then you've got objectives, and then you have something under that, usually tasks. And so I agree that throughout the document, instead of saying these are our goals and these are our objectives, saying these are our goals and considerations. So I agree now that I understand what the concerns were. And so I plan to do some amendments that will be, nothing will change in the content. It'll be a little different in the presentation. It's going to make the plan, I think, stronger. And so I will have those for y'all before we actually vote on this. I'll have some amendments. Again, it's not going to change the content, but I think it will make it stronger. That's all I have.
Okay, Ms. Garza, you have your hand up?
I think my question is like, in terms of like the timeline, so this was the public hearing, we're not taking action, we're just chit-chatting, giving the community an opportunity to participate, and then October 17th is not a public hearing, we're just going to vote on this?
I think that will be a public hearing and first reading.
Yes, yes, sir.
Yep, thank you.
Oh, okay.
We have
Gotcha.
2 public hearings for this large of a project, essentially.
So so this doesn't count as the first public hearing?
It does count as the first public hearing, but there are just 2. So today's public hearing with no action, so no vote. October 17th, you'll do a whole other public hearing, and then you'll actually take a vote. And then November 7th is second reading, similar to a normal ordinance would be on for second reading. And there will be no, November 6th, and no public hearing on November 6th.
It would be on the non-consent, probably, I'm assuming?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that doesn't mean we won't be discussing it and there'll be time for it, just there would only be 2 public hearings.
Second readings are typically on
Non-consent,
consent.
okay. They can still be pulled and discussed though if we want to.
Correct.
There's opportunities for us to discuss it.
Correct.
I appreciate it. I'm trying to be more mindful of timelines. Thank you.
Anybody have any other questions, comments, concerns about the comp plan for now? Okay, thank you, Ms. Villalobos. And since the next item is going to be pretty extensive from what it sounds like, we'll take a quick 10-minute break and be back here at 10:05, and I'll adjourn us. Back in at 10:07. And colleagues, the one item, there's some representatives from the city of Kyle here. And so I was going to potentially ask if it's okay if we move up. It's item number 22 before we do the LDC stuff, since it's going to take quite a while. Is that okay? Anybody got any objections? Okay, Ms. Trevino, so go ahead and read item number 22.
Consider approval of resolution 2023-154R, approving an agreement providing for the city to sell Edwards Aquifer water on the temporary basis to the city of Kyle, authorizing city manager or her designee to execute the agreement on behalf of the city and declare an effective date.
Mr. Yorth.
Good evening, Council. Tyler Yorth, Director of Utilities. The item before you tonight, as Ms. Trevino read, is a similar agreement that we made with the city of Kyle last year. Last year was 125 acre-feet of water. This request is for 320 acre-feet of water. We have representatives from the city of Kyle, the Assistant City Manager and the Director of Water here, if you have any questions for them. Otherwise, just to give you some brief notes on this, that the city of Kyle is, like most of us, waiting for their Alliance Regional Water Authority project to come in that will relieve them of some of the pressure on their water systems, just like ours. But they've asked us if we could support them with some water to help bridge October, November, December of this year. So the agreement would expire December 31st and is going to cover their water that they will draw out of the Edwards Aquifer with some of our temporary water rights. We do have adequate capacity to meet their request without having a strain on our system, so no effect to us. The net effect to the aquifer is the same. This is water that they're going to draw, whether they borrow rights from us or find some other mechanism. So the actual draw on the aquifer itself is the same. It's just a question of whether or not they can come through the city of San Marcos to acquire those rights, or have to find some other means, or be in default or violation of their permit. So if you have any questions, happy to answer those. And again, we have members of City of Kyle here that can ask questions too.
Questions, would this require them to have similar drought ordinances as San Marcos during this 3 months, or until the end of the year?
It's actually in the agreement that they have to meet or exceed our drought restrictions. They are already doing so. When we met with them in August, they have already taken back to their council and have, equaled our drought restrictions or more. I will remind council, though, that they have a different set of stages than what we do, where we're on a 5-stage program. They have a different stage. So at times this summer, where we were in a stage 3, they were still in a stage 2, but with minor tweaks, it's essentially was at the same level of drought restriction. So I know that's something that the public has pressed to you guys for, and us as well, being concerned about that. But they have been in drought restrictions, and at time over the last year have actually been at a higher level than what we have. So
I was under the impression we had some of the more stricter drought ordinances in the area.
we do, but you may recall, because of the river flows and the Canyon Lake levels last year, we remained in a stage 2 all the way from May all the way through the summer and into the spring, and didn't enter into stage 3 this year until July. And our neighbors in the city of Kyle went into their stage 2, which is higher than ours, and have been there for a year and a half. So at times they've actually been at a higher level of restrictions than us.
So let me give you, where I'm thinking with this. If we have stricter drought ordinances and we want a neighboring city, if they need to use our water, they need to have drought ordinances that are ours or stricter, but at least what ours are. And if they're gonna have that through this contract, I think that's a good thing. But what I would like to do is, if they want to do this again, like in January, they need to have they need to elevate their drought ordinances to what ours are right now. What I'm trying to do is encourage.
Mr. Gleason?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Gleason, you need a motion on the table?
Oh, yes, we never did make a motion. Thank you very much, Mayor. I will seek a motion before we have a discussion here.
So moved.
A motion from Councilmember Prather and a second from Ms. Garza? Okay, thank you, Mayor.
I'm sorry, continue, and then I have something when it's my turn.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
And then if we were to do
Yeah.
something like that, if this wouldn't affect any like the Alliance water sharing agreements, just like what we're currently looking at now. What I want to encourage is the region to have as strict of drought ordinances as San Marcos.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I can tell you that for the first half of the year, they were at the same level or higher than what we were.
Is that it, Mr. Fraser? Okay, the mayor has her hand up real quick. She has a comment, and Mr. Scott, I'll come to you.
Yeah, I just wanted to go over again, because a lot of people think that this means there will be more water drawn out of the aquifer than there would have been. I know Mr. Shore said it, but I'd like for him to say it again, as to whether this means there'll be more water drawn out of the aquifer than there would be if we didn't have this, if this agreement didn't exist.
Thank you, Mayor. The exact same amount of the water will be drawn from the aquifer throughout the rest of 2023, regardless of how council votes on this item.
So they're going to draw the water, and I don't want to say illegally, but they would be drawing maybe unauthorized water. And so this is a way for us to gain some finances, let them use part of our allocation, but the amount of water coming out of the Edwards would be no more than otherwise for us.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Prather, do you have anything else? No, sir. Mr. Scott, I know you didn't have your hand up, but go ahead.
Yeah, what did we charge last time we did this?
The amount, both the minimum monthly payment and the monthly or fee per thousand is the same as last year.
Anything else, Mr. Scott? Mr. Mendoza?
Actually, I know it's in
Mi-
our packet.
Microphone.
Thank you, sir. I know it's in our packet, but just for the public, what do we anticipate the revenue to be off of this?
I think it was like 300,000, 375.
It's I was at
310?
It was 310 acre feet. I think it works out to be a total of 347,500 if they take the entire acre feet. Also note that you know, we're giving, in this agreement, a little bit of cushion because we don't want to have to revisit this again, you know, in a couple months. But we actually don't anticipate, based on how their water system performed last year, and Mr. Sanford can speak better to that than I can, but that we don't actually anticipate they'll take the full amount if their system performance is the same as it was last year this time.
And what is the cost of us helping out our neighbor?
The cost to the city, the financial cost to the city, we pay the Edwards Aquifer an annual fee based on the amount of acre feet that we're allotted through our water rights, and we pay that whether we use it or not, or whether we use some of it and share some of it with the city, Kyle, or not. Our rate is the same, so effectively, the cost of the city is zero.
Thank you, sir.
Any other discussion on this? Mr. Gonzalez? Microphone.
Currently, we get our water from Lake Dunlap or something like that?
We get our water supply, two sources, Edwards Aquifer and Canyon Lake through GBRA, which passes by Lake Dunlap.
Now, is it possible to give them Canyon Lake water like that? Nobody's drawing water from the aquifer?
So I think the specific need is additional Edwards Aquifer, just because of how their system hydraulics work. If you want to hear more of that, I'd be happy to have Mr. Sanford answer that question.
No, I was just trying to think of a way that maybe we don't have to draw that water them or ourselves, and we can get it from Canyon
We've discussed that already, and the need is actually Edwards Aquifer rights because of where they need to tap it out to supply their system.
Well, I'd like to know the mechanics there, I think.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Tim Sanford with the City of Kyle. I'm the Division Manager for Treatment Operations. And to answer your question, Council Member, due to the limitations in our infrastructure with the City of Kyle, the locations that these groundwater wells are located at require us to use them based on the higher demands that we were seeing early in the summer. I guess in the summer, we're getting into the fall now, but in the summertime peak periods. And so that was the reason we had to utilize those sources to meet the demands of those more local demands that we had in those vicinities of our wells. Does that answer your question?
But for mechanics reasons, there's no other reason other than what you just stated?
Yes, so we have limitations in our system, in our water system, that won't allow us to utilize the GBRA sources. They come in on the east side of our system. Our demands that these EAA wells satisfy are on the west side of 35. And so we have limitations just in our system that don't allow for us to convey that as easily as we can with the EAA wells.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Any other comments from my colleagues? Mr. Mendoza?
Thank you very much, City of Kyle, for being here, but I actually had one question for the Assistant Manager. City Manager, thank you. And I do want to apologize, this may be a little bit too intrusive on asking what the business is in Kyle, but the need for the water, is it because of the increase for, I mean, obviously you guys are having more businesses popping up and more neighborhoods. Is there any plans in Kyle to help mitigate, or to restrict, or to kind of hold back on the use of water from all these businesses and neighborhoods coming up?
Sure, that's a good question. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. For the record, my name is Amber Schmeitz. I'm the Assistant City Manager. I'm over Development Services, which includes Public Works and Water. Thank you so much for having us here tonight. We consider y'all a great partner, and we really do appreciate you entertaining this request. With regard to our water, what we explained to the city council and Kyle was that we have enough water to serve. What we're up against is historic drought conditions, and then those conditions put pressure on our permits. And so essentially our permits, our supplies, they tell us we have a required amount that we must conserve as well. So they cut the supply down based on what they're seeing with their supply. And so we further have to cut our supply. And so based on the EAA and their restricted supply of water for us, that's where we bump up. And when we don't get any rain,
that's where we're bumping up against. I mean, we're really no different than any other Central Texas city experiencing this, unfortunately. But we do, to reassure you, we do evaluate businesses that are coming in. If they're a high water user, that's a concern for us because we know, until the ARWA water gets here, we need to wait on that water to be able to effectively serve the future of our city. Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
And the one thing I want to bring up is, the reason that you're only asking till December 31st is because we do anticipate that the Alliance Regional Water pipelines will be online for next year. And thank you for the city of Kyle for partnering with us with this project to help alleviate a lot of the region's problems. And that alone is going to take a lot of pressure off of your Edwards aquifer use also. So it's not only going to help us take pressure off the aquifer, it's going to help Kyle and Canyon Regional. I don't think they get any Edwards water, maybe some. I don't know what the number is. But that project is supposed to come online next summer. So you're anticipating that will relieve your pressures, correct?
We do when ARWA gets here. Unfortunately, for Kyle, ARWA won't get to us until January of 2025, and they hit our east side first. So speaking back to what Tim was explaining, is our east side doesn't have as many challenges as our west side does. So it will help, but it really, when we get the good help, is going to be about 2027.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Actually, it's gonna be December 25.
Well, when we get the take point on 1626? Oh, December of 25.
Okay.
But I'm on the ARWA board with Mayor Houston and Tyler, and we all can't wait for this water to get here. We're so excited for it, and it's gonna be so beneficial for our residents, and so we're working really hard on the board as well to make sure we're bringing that water here as fast as we can.
Until then, feel free to buy the water from us.
We are happy to buy the water from you.
Help pay my ARWA bill.
Yes, happy to do that.
All right. Colleagues, anything else? Okay, let's vote.
Ms. Garza.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Mr. Mendoza.
Aye.
Mr. Prather.
Aye.
Mr. Scott.
Aye.
Mr. Gleason.
Aye.
And Mayor Houston.
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Thank you. Okay, and that takes us back to our final public hearing.
21?
Huh?
Can we do 21?
Going back.
I don't think we have anybody here for that, well, chief, I guess. Let's do the public hearing, because we've got people here to speak on it.
Receive a staff presentation, hold a public hearing to receive comments for or against ordinance 2023-72, amending the San Marcos Development Code to, among other things, address changes made in the 2023 legislative session, improve development processes related to development agreements, certificates of appropriateness, demolition by neglect, and parks and open space dedication, add clarity, correct discrepancies within the code, and incorporate city council direction for code amendments, including improved historic district and landmark designation criteria, increasing the occupancy restriction limit from 2 to 3 unrelated persons, creating a new business park zoning district, and making waste-related services a conditional use in all instances, providing a saving clause, and providing for the repeal of any conflicting provisions, and providing an effective date, and consider approval of ordinance 2023-72 on the first of 2 readings.
Ms. Hernandez.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Amanda Hernandez, Director of Planning and Development Services. Just trying to figure out a technology issue here, which I don't think is going to work. So, City Council may recall that you heard a little bit about these amendments on August 1st when they came forward for initial authorization. Today I'll be presenting each of the amendments in detail for transparency for the public hearing, but in the interest of time, I do intend to move fairly quickly, and if anyone needs additional explanation on anything, I will be happy to take questions after the public hearing. These items are broken into, it works, thank you, are broken into 5 categories. The first is compliance with state laws. Second, process improvements. Third, adding clarity to the code. Fourth, making corrections. And fifth, city council direction. In the presentation, there is blue highlighting, which are updates from the presentation that was provided at Planning Commission between then and City Council. And then I've also included in this presentation some additional slides which include green text in response to the City Council questions received on the message board. Compliance with state laws. Number 1.1 deals with what is called the shot clock bill. The state legislature changed the requirements for cities to be able to review and approve plat applications, subdivision plats. And what we are recommending in general is that plats, if they meet all of the requirements of city code, could be approved by staff. We had a conversation with City Council when we came forward for initial authorization, and y'all wanted to make sure that we were still transparent with the public. So we added a provision that staff would put the plats, post them online. We don't know exactly what that would look like yet, but we would have to do that within 45 days of approval. I know we had talked about 30 days, but when we looked at kind of the workload and how applications flow through our department, we felt 45 days was a little bit more attainable for staff. With that, there is an appeal process where an applicant could appeal to the Planning and Zoning Commission if they don't agree with the decision made by our department. I wanted to note that Chapter 3, Article 3 was not modified. There was a question as to whether any plats would go to Planning and Zoning Commission, and there's a state law that requires replats and plat vacations to go to Planning Commission because they require a public hearing. So Planning and Zoning Commission would still hear those plats that are required to be heard by state law, but staff is able to administratively approve plats based on the state law. 1.2 is adding an overarching appeal authority, making City Council the final body to make a decision where the code does not have a process already. And we have a couple of those in the code. So this is just giving us that overarching appeal process. The red line that went to Planning and Zoning Commission pointed this appeal process to something that was in our code, Section 2811. But unfortunately, Section 2811 and state law for this particular appeal process are different. So Planning and Zoning Commission approved a change that was recommended to us by our legal staff, which is presented on the slide. I'm not going to read it, but if we need to go back to it, we can. We are proposing that the language mirror the state law. Amendment 1.3 has to do with public and private schools. There is a new law out there that says we can't treat public and private schools differently. How that relates to the Land Development Code is that instead of having them as two separate line items on the use table, we make them one. We treat public and private schools exactly the same. Amendment 1.4 deals with the general appeal process in the code. And what we found when we were reviewing the state law is that our code was overly restrictive. We were giving ourselves deadlines that were shorter than what the state allows us to have. So that Amendment 1.4 is to align our development code with the state law as it relates to the appeals process in general. We're now on to process improvements. Amendment 2.1 is related to development agreements. We've had a lot of conversation at City Council related to development agreements. So we're proposing a couple of changes. First is that we would hold an informational meeting at the Planning and Zoning Commission. What we've found over the years is that the development agreements approved by City Council don't go to Planning Commission, and when a zoning change comes in, the Planning and Zoning Commission isn't aware of what's in that development agreement. So we want to be sure to let Planning and Zoning Commission know what's in the development agreement, what's proposed, and get their input at that public meeting. We're also proposing a requirement for personal notice. That's the notice letter that goes in the mail. Right now, state law only requires that we publish a notice in the newspaper. It has to happen at a certain time, and it's only one notice. With the change that we're proposing here, we would actually send a letter to anyone within the 400-foot buffer of the subject property. Again, that 400 feet is more than the 200 required by state law. We do send letters to property owners. And I thought I had more to say on that, but I think that's it, property owners. Process improvements 2.2 and 2.3 are slightly related. The first is certificates of appropriateness, which are those approvals by the Historic Preservation Commission for people to make changes to their historic properties. Currently, we are given 45 days from the day we get an application to the day that the HPC has to make their decision. And the way the code was worded, it wasn't clear that the Historic Preservation Commission was allowed to postpone if they wanted more information. It wasn't clear that the applicant was allowed to postpone if they weren't ready for their request to go forward. So we're doing a couple of things here. One is to extend the review time frame for staff to 60 days. We have had to extend some of our review time frames in general, those that are not in the code, just because of the workload and the capacity that we have in our department. And the other is to allow the postponement by the commission or by the applicant in writing. The other is demolition by neglect. We are changing a 30-day, essentially, reminder to a 45-day reminder. Staff has to tell the Historic Preservation Commission what is going on with a demolition by neglect case, currently every 30 days. Typically, that happens in an email, which means it's not out there for the public to hear those updates. We're proposing a change that the updates happen not less than 45 days, so we can have a recurring update on our regular agendas and keep the community and the commission informed of those processes. Process Improvement 2.4 deals with parks and open space. We are doing a lot of redlining in this section, but I'm going to summarize to say that because parks have to be approved with plats, we have to know where the land is going to be located. We have to make sure they pay their fee in lieu if they're not providing land. We're proposing that the parks approval be incorporated as part of that administrative plat approval, but only if the land that they're proposing to dedicate meets our requirements, and we have a very strict list. The way this was worded previously gave the Parks and Recreation Board some leeway to accept things that weren't strict criteria. We've taken all of the leeway out, and staff can only approve the parks if they meet a certain criteria. We're doing this again to help reduce any conflicts with the shot clock bill. We are including an appeal process. Again, if someone doesn't like what I have to say or what Jamie Lee Case or the Director of Parks, whoever that may be, if they don't like what our decision is, they can appeal to the Parks and Recreation Board. And if the applicant doesn't like the answer they get there, they can appeal to City Council. Right now, the Parks Board is it. They don't have an appeal process, so this is very important to us. Went to the Parks Board. Nope, not there yet. One of the other things we talked about on August 1st was a recommendation resolution from the Parks and Recreation Board where they want to require signage. If parks are publicly accessible, let's put out a sign and let people know, as well as updating the fee in lieu calculation. Right now, we have a very small number that we use to determine how much developers have to pay if they're not going to provide parks on site. We are now going to base that calculation on the cost of land within the development. So, land costs different amounts in different parts of town, and we want to make sure if you're on this part of town, you're paying the city the appropriate amount for us to be able to do parks in the future. And then the other thing that is noted here in blue is a change that was approved by Planning and Zoning Commission. Currently, the code states that if the fee in lieu is over $50,000, it has to go to the Parks Board. We proposed an increase to $100,000, which aligns with the city manager's approval of $100,000 and also with our purchasing approvals. Wanted to note there was a question on the message board about whether or not developers could still provide private parks, private amenities areas for their residents, and the answer to that is yes. This section is only dealing with those publicly dedicated parks that are publicly accessible to meet the requirement of the development code. Took this to the Parks Board in August, and we got general consensus. The Parks Board was in favor of what we presented. The one thing the Parks Board did want to see is we included an exception. If you are only platting 4 lots, 4 homes, you would not have to pay that park fee or provide parkland because you usually don't have enough space if you're only have enough land to create 4 lots. The Parks Board actually wanted to see that exception increase to 8 units, and staff supports that change from 4 to 8. So at the end of this presentation, when I say that I'm recommending approval with all of these things, it includes this 4 to 8. Clarification, Section 3. We would like to include a picture of what a 50% open fence looks like because a lot of people don't understand what that means when it's in writing. Planning and Zoning Commission asked a question about the orientation of the fence. While our graphic only shows the vertical slats, you would be able to do a horizontal fence. Clarification number 3.2 has to do with our universal luminary standards. This is how much light a project can project onto their property. You can't light trespass, you can't project it onto other properties. But for example, along I-35, the lights are much brighter than they are if you're driving, out Ranch Road 12, out Wonder World. And that's a direct result of what's in our code. What we found over the past few years, because we have annexed a lot of property, is that when property is annexed, the code never said what to do with that. So they never got added to this map. What we are proposing here is essentially adding that layer upon annexation. You come in at a residential level, and if, for example, you are along I-35, you can petition to the department to be increased to the light levels that are permitted on I-35. But everyone who gets annexed would come in at that residential, it's called an E3 level. The other thing that we're doing here to provide some clarification is there was a very strange statement in the code that said, only if you are one of these things on the slide, an ATM, a gas station, an auto dealership, can you ask for alternative compliance. We recently had a site permit come in for the transit station, the Amtrak and Greyhound station in downtown, and they were increasing light for safety, but the code didn't even allow them to ask for additional light levels. So we wanted to make sure that we have the ability for people to ask for that additional lighting so the Planning and Zoning Commission can review and make sure that it's an appropriate location and approve or deny it if it's not. 3.3, loft apartments. The definition for loft apartments used to be in our development code and it fell off somewhere in the 2018 amendment. Loft apartments is still a use on the land use matrix though, so we really need this amendment in order to have that definition to share with the community. So we are proposing to put that back in there for clarification. Tables 7.1 and 7.2 deal with parking requirements, and it was a little bit unclear in these two sections whether Table 7.2 applied only to mixed use or if it applied in certain zoning districts. If you looked at Item B there in the first little cutout, it says that parking applies to the zoning district, but then when you got to Table 7.2, it said it applies to mixed use. So we're just taking out some language there and being very clear that if you're in a certain zoning district, you use this table, and if you're in one of these other districts, you use this other table. 3.5 relates to conditional use permits. We're trying to provide some clarity on the ability for administrative approval. As currently worded, it could be interpreted that only restaurants in downtown are eligible for administrative approval, and the proposed change is to change restaurant to conditional use permit because we think that it was meant to be more broad. If a project is a project, if a business is in good standing, it says in there that they should be able to receive that administrative approval. So for example, we have Cracker Barrel at the Outlet Mall. We have the Hilton Garden Inn, which is up by Fire Station 5 on River Ridge Parkway. Those are the types of things that came to mind when I thought, why can't we approve these administratively? And in response to the question on the message board, we would still be doing a full review of these CUPs. They don't get to give us an application and we sign off on it. We are still going to make sure they're in compliance with the code, they're in compliance with the conditions that are on the face of their CUP, they have not expired, and we will check with our other departments to find out if there are any complaints. If they are not 100% in good standing, we will take everything to Planning and Zoning Commission for that approval. Block perimeter is very complicated. There is a section in our block perimeter section that talks about 2 tiers of residential lots. So I'm going to walk through what this looks like and give an explanation of why we made the changes that we made. But I wanted to note that we were given a comment on the message board that the term provided is used twice and was identified as a typo. So we are proposing that this section read, provided a multi-use greenway shall be constructed. You have to construct the greenway. You can't just provide space or anything like that. So we want to make sure it's clear that if you're going to use that letter D, the new language here, that you do have to actually construct it. So let's talk about block perimeter. This is a graphic from the code that shows a couple of things. In the center of the graphic, and I'm really sorry, it's small and kind of hard to see, but in the center of the graphic, you can see there are two essentially full blocks bounded by streets, and that's what 2 tiers of residential lots looks like. You have the backs of the lots backing up to each other. The fronts of the lots are facing streets all the way around. We measure block perimeter by that red line that goes around that block. The second part of this graphic is showing how we measure block perimeter when a subdivision is next to unsubdivided land. We draw this imaginary dotted line around the unsubdivided land to estimate where the future blocks, where the future roads will need to be to make sure they're complying with the block perimeter standards. And we want to make sure that we're maintaining connectivity. So we have stub street requirements and things like that to make sure that as subdivisions come together, we continue to have the transportation network that we need to move people through the city. So this graphic is great when you have a square piece of land and exactly this many units. Unfortunately, that is not the case in real life. So this is an example from Trace, and I've drawn in the orange squares those 2-tiered blocks. Trace is in general meeting the 2-tiered block requirement, even though it didn't exist in 2014-16 when they went through the PDD process. But what you notice in Trace is along Esplanade Parkway, which is that main boulevarded road that goes through in front of the school, will come out the other side, is that Trace has provided alley-loaded homes that have their front doors on Esplanade. That doesn't always work depending on the type of street you're looking at. So this is an example, and I guess I didn't say that's what code would allow. Trace more or less followed what code would allow today. Typically, developers propose something more like this. Again, in orange, I have put squares around those 2-tiered or other types of blocks that are allowed in code. And what we end up with are these single-tiered blocks or double-fronting lots along major roadways. And in this particular example, we're looking at Cottonwood Parkway. Went out and took some pictures of Cottonwood Parkway, and what you get is the big street, the little sidewalk, and the fence. The property line fence is immediately adjacent to that sidewalk, and unfortunately, it's hard to get to that sidewalk. It's very small. Not sure how often that gets used, and similar issues happening in this subdivision on Old Bastrop. So what we're proposing in one of our amendments, the addition of letter D, is to do something a little bit more like Blanco Vista. So you don't have room for a complete another house to make a 2-tiered block, but where those blue rectangles are on this figure, we have a bigger greenway, a bigger sidewalk. In Blanco Vista specifically, you have pedestrian access from the neighborhood streets to the main street and thoroughfare, and people can get to that and use it more often. So that's why we're recommending that change and that clarification, because you're still providing the intent of what the code is asking for. You're just not doing the residential back-to-back fronting homes on a major roadway. Also to do with block perimeter. On the manufactured home zoning spread, you all have seen those where you've got the picture and all of the standards for the zoning districts. That page included block perimeter, but MH wasn't included on this table 3.1. So that has caused some confusion, and we're recommending that we get that added here. And then the other addition is that the county's responsible for road maintenance, and they don't generally want as many streets as we want in the city. Their connectivity standards are different than ours. So what we're allowing here with the addition of C is something that we have done in the county and worked with the county on this, is to allow internal drives, which would be like streets, but they would be privately maintained by the owners that are adjacent. And often we see this in commercial areas, which is why this is in that section with commercial. 3.7 is saying that open space and drainage lots can be irregularly shaped because sometimes they have to be. And the next one has to do with providing security. When a developer is going to give the city money to ensure that they build their infrastructure, there's a list in the code of the specific ways that developer can pay the city. But there's no latitude for any innovative options, and not even innovative, but sometimes just common sense. So for example, if a public improvement district exists on a property and the applicant says, I want to use my PID money to put down for this this infrastructure and then, build it and get my money back. The code would not allow that. So we wanted to put in here that other forms of security could be considered by the city. And we, in planning, work with our legal team to make sure that it's something that we are comfortable with because we still want to make sure those improvements get constructed. Our table 3.2 did not include a minimum radius for driveways. The driveway, and someone asked me at Planning Commission, what's the radius? So I included this little line image to show you what we're talking about. The radius is so you don't run over your grass when you pull in and out of your driveway. And we didn't have a minimum, so we are adding that. Number 3.10 has to do with the Build To zone. In some of our zoning districts, it requires that you move your building to the front of your property. And what we have found in a couple of instances is there are existing easements on the property which are directly in conflict with this requirement. We need our easements. We also need our buildings to look the way they need to look. So we're going to say that if there is an easement, you can use that as your measuring point, which makes sense. So we have room for our utilities, but we still get the look and feel we're looking for in those zoning districts. And then we are also recommending that when you're measuring that percentage for Build To, you don't include the driveway, because you need a driveway. You have to be able to get in and out of your property. So you can't use that as part of the measurement if you can't put a building there, I guess is kind of how we were looking at that. And directly associated with that, I've labeled 3.11 is in CD5 to very specifically say that if there is an existing easement, then we measure that setback differently, and that Build To zone differently. We received a citizen comment, which should be in your packet, that there is a similar standard in Character District 4, CD4. I think I said CD5 is the table that we're looking at, but we think that CD4 and CD5 could have a similar statement. We have provided language here that the maximum setback may be measured from an easement, and this is part of our recommendation that we also include this red line. Now we're into the engineering stuff, and I did not make any of the engineers stay here with me, so if I need something, I'll point to Lori. But for the stormwater quality and stream protection, we did not have an applicability section, so it was kind of confusing about where we apply these things. We've added an applicability statement, and then we have also corrected a typo. Under stream protection volume, SPV, it said WQV, which is the water quality volume. So we wanted to make that adjustment while we were in this section. Impervious cover on slopes. This section was very confusing because I think developers were looking at that table without reading the text and thought, oh, I can do 50% impervious cover. But that's not exactly what the text said. So the changes here are to remove that confusion. And one thing that Planning and Zoning Commission noted is that when you remove that section, that red line part of the table, it only needs to be 2 columns. So for simplicity, we're just going to make this table a simple 2-column table. In 2021, City Council approved a code amendment to Watershed Protection Plan process. Previously, Planning and Zoning Commission had to receive a presentation and take action on watershed protection plans. And what we heard from them is they didn't know enough about engineering to feel comfortable making those decisions. So that became an administrative process, and now we just give a presentation to Planning and Zoning Commission. What we have done in this section and in these 2 amendments specifically is to take out that appeal process. There isn't an appeal process to the City Council, and also to make sure that we are recognizing that the watershed protection plans are as applicable. Oh, and I forgot to mention that we're in corrections. We're in section 4 or 5. We're getting there. In our enhanced protection zone, and again, we're in chapter 6 here. This is the engineering, the environmental, the water quality stuff. There were some exceptions in this section that we didn't think were supposed to be there. So we're moving the exceptions. You have to do these things. 4.3, when we changed the process for administrative certificates of appropriateness, there was a typo that happened here on table 2.1 saying that the appeal goes to Planning Commission, when in fact certificate of appropriateness are approved by HPC. So we're just accurately reflecting that process on this table. 4.4 is correcting the fact that there was not the extension time frame for all of the other case types that we processed was not there for certificate of appropriateness, so this is aligning those processes. 4.5, when we get a demolition review, demolition delay application, we have a list of people that we need to notify, and this list had neighborhood commission twice and did not have city council even once. And that was definitely a typo. We have definitely been including y'all on those notifications, but now we're going to put it in code to make sure that we continue to do that. Tables 4.4 and 4.6 are translation tables, and we found in one of our recent zoning changes that we didn't list all of our zoning districts on these tables. So we are going to list every single zoning district. We picked where the districts that were missing would go based on the types of uses that were allowed. So if it's single family, it was, down on the left end, and if it was some sort of special district, office, industrial, those went on the other end, and we tried to lump those all together. 4.7, heavy commercial was not listed on table 4.19, so we are adding that. And then you'll also see in some of these that BP, we'll get to BP and business park in a moment. Number 4.8 is adding a cross-reference. We have a section in our code that's newer. It's residential compatibility. And if someone were looking at the spread for the zoning district, they never had a cross-reference to this section. So we didn't want this to get lost. We want to make sure if someone's doing infill development that they have direct access to all of the standards that apply. So this is just adding that section reference. In the general commercial building type, I'm on number 4.9, we are proposing to remove the word light from the building type general description. There was a question on the message board about why we're doing this, and it's because the building type is just that. It's just, what does this building look like? Are there any special standards that apply? And for the general commercial building type, it says, go look at the zoning district. The zoning district is going to tell you what applies. And this building type is specifically applicable in heavy industrial. So it was confusing for people who were going to do something heavy industrial to find a building type that very clearly stated it was for them. So this building type, again, just saying that the building will look like a one-story commercial building. What you can do in that building, which is the important part, you find from the zoning district and you find in the land use matrix. Correction 4.10, when we added tiny homes to our development code, we allowed tiny home parks in the manufactured home zoning district, but we didn't allow the tiny homes individually in the manufactured home zoning district. Definitely a typo when we went through that process, so we're just bringing it to everyone's attention that we are correcting that issue. And then in table 9.1, the legacy district land use matrix, there was a section reference that was incorrect. And I know this came up when I presented to y'all on August 1st. I glazed over this one because it really is a correction. So I just want to make sure, I know we have a speaker that's probably still with us this evening. The antenna section is just correcting an incorrect section reference. We are not making any changes. All right, we are now on to City Council direction, last section. This particular change was recommended by the Historic Preservation Commission in January of 2022 and approved by City Council as an amendment in March of 2022. In our current code, we only have 4 criteria for designation of historic districts and landmarks. With this change, we will now have 27 criteria. So we're broadening that criteria for historic districts, for historic designations. And it takes us away from only looking at the building or something on the site and allows us to also consider culturally significant history. Council should have received an email from Mr. Ryan Perkins this morning indicating support for this change. I just wanted to bring that to your attention since he spoke in support of this item at Planning Commission as well. Mr. Perkins was on the Historic Preservation Commission when this recommendation resolution was passed. One thing that Planning and Zoning Commission mentioned when we were reviewing this at their meeting was that the term historic structure was a little bit confusing when you look at the words within the definition, which talk about not only buildings and structures, but landscapes. So we are proposing, and part of our recommendation this evening, is that we change historic structure to historic structure and site. We were asked to try to tie that to Secretary of the Interior standards, and we did. Building sites are referenced in those standards. So historic structure and site is our recommendation this evening. Next up is occupancy restrictions. We had a conversation about this when I met with y'all on August 1st. But the recommendation is to go from 2 to 3 unrelated persons. I wanted to let you all know, and I let the Planning and Zoning Commission know, that code compliance staff weighed in on this change. In general, does not support the occupancy restrictions because they are very nearly impossible to enforce, and they are complaint-based. What they let me know, and what I wanted to share with y'all, is they have found that when neighbors are concerned about occupancy, it's usually due to other factors. It's unmowed grass, it's trash cans being left out, it's noise, it's, someone's parking in front of your driveway, that type of thing. And those are all complaints that can be addressed with the occupants and can have tangible results. And those behavior-based complaints can also occur when there's not an occupancy issue. They can occur with any household. So I just wanted to, again, bring that to your attention and let you know that Planning and Zoning Commission discussed this very briefly. They went around the room, and there were 4 members in favor of the change to 3. There were 4 members who desired to maintain the 2 unrelated persons, and 1 member indicated the desire to enforce occupancy restrictions on the property owner instead of enforcing on the occupants of the structure. Number 5.3, we've talked about this at length. We are making waste-related services conditional in all instances. 5.4 is the new business park zoning district. The purpose is to allow commercial and the very lightest of industrial uses. Planning and Zoning Commission, when they reviewed the intent statement, wanted to add the term traffic, because that's another thing that comes up with industrial developments as a potential nuisance to the neighbors, is traffic. So staff is supporting the addition of traffic, and in the description, as currently worded, we propose that it would say light, odor, noise, traffic, or otherwise, yada, yada. So we are putting that in with the other potential nuisances. This zoning district has a lower height than other commercial and industrial districts. We talked about 3 stories when I met with you on August 1st. We as staff had recommended 45 feet. The city council desired to see 35 feet, but Planning and Zoning Commission voted unanimously to modify the maximum height to 36 feet, and it was 3 stories, doesn't divide equally into 35 feet, so they thought 3 divided by 36 was a better option. Staff supports the change for the additional foot there. We have increased setbacks if this zoning district is near residential. So instead of the 15 or 20-foot side and rear setbacks, they would have to have a 50-foot setback. And with this amendment, if approved, we will make the change across the board to all of the tables, all of the references, anywhere that special districts are referenced. We will do our best to make sure this BP gets included. When it comes to land use, the entire land use matrix is in your packet. I wasn't going to go through all of it, but for purposes of the slide, I threw up something that no one can read. It's the industrial section. I apologize for that. If we need to pull it up to look at it in more detail, we can most definitely do that. Had a message board question about potentially looking at modifications to this proposed zoning district to put limitations on the types of docks, truck bays, and doors that would potentially be permitted. And we do regulate, building design through our design standards, so it's not something that is impossible, but I just wanted to walk through what some of this looks like. And I'll tell you, I learned some new terms over the past day. What we are looking at in this picture is dock-high doors. These are doors that even if the building foundation is all the same grade, the ground goes down, so the dock doors look like they're raised. And what that door allows is for large delivery vehicles like semis, 18-wheelers, it allows them to back up to the business to drop off products. A couple of examples, the ones that I have on the slide for you today. On the left is Cooperative Laundry, which is in the Whisper development, and the other is the Little H-E-B downtown. I purposely shared 2 very different types of businesses because I just wanted to show that these types of doors are everywhere. They're on a variety of businesses. We took a few photos, but these were the 2 I chose to highlight. The other term I learned was at-grade doors, and these type of doors don't include the incline. They may be at grade, or you can see sort of on the photo on the left that it's just a little step. So you're not able to back that semi-trailer up and have the trailer at the same level as the floor of the building. You will generally get a smaller delivery vehicle when you have this type of door, but I just wanted to note that that wouldn't prohibit a large delivery vehicle from accessing the property. So we wouldn't be able to necessarily say you can never have an 18-wheeler drop off products, because sometimes that's just how the goods are delivered. In considering the recommendation, and again, we're just kind of thinking about this over the past 24 or so hours, we think that the restriction could be permitted, but staff doesn't necessarily support that particular restriction. And the example that I provided on the screen is from Cottonwood Creek Business Park. It's off Clovis Barker. This building's probably 20 to 25 feet high. It's for lease. It's for flex space. And you can see in this photo, sort of, on the left-hand side, they have a dock-high door. It's just one. And then the other three are the at-grade doors. So as staff was looking at this, again, we don't really recommend this because we're concerned that it would make the zoning district undesirable. If we add this restriction and someone needs a dock-high door, they would not choose this zoning district. They're going to choose something else. Recommendations that we did want to provide is council could consider building orientation, that truck loading areas be oriented away from residential zones. Thinking about a recent case we had, oriented away from properties that include sleeping quarters like hotels and motels. And you could also consider additional screening, such as larger protective yards. Remember, they have a 50-foot setback if they're near residential. Masonry walls instead of privacy fences, additional tree plantings, things like that. We including the awning changes that council directed at the last meeting, and then for measuring building height in reference to the conversation we had on the first, we are proposing a modification to what was in your red line based on what's here in the presentation. If someone is turning their roof into usable floor space, more than 25%, that gets counted as an additional story. In the example that we used on Sturgeon, those are 2-story buildings. Max is 2 stories in SF6. Once you start using that roof to a certain percentage, that's a 3rd story, it's not allowed. Similar, if you have a 1-story building, you start to use the roof, that's your 2nd story. So you would be able to do it in certain instances, but we thought that kind of keeps that building height down, and will hopefully address some of the concerns that we talked about on the first. On August 22nd, Planning and Zoning Commission voted 8-0 to recommend approval. Staff recommends approval as presented. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Hernandez, and take a breath. You did good.
Who was timing that? Me. How long was it?
It was 38:04.
That's it?
Okay, all right, that's the end of the presentation, and I will open up the public hearing. And we have a couple people signed up to speak.
Hello, Maxwell Baker, 314 Shady Lane. As it relates to the development agreement, one of the things that was a point of contention when this passed in 2018 was the change to the parking requirements as it relates to these large apartment complexes, right? And we look at the parlor, and we've had lots of years to look at how these developments have shaken out. The political calculus was, if you're building parking spaces that could be residential, by reducing the parking requirements, you're going to create affordable housing. Well, look at the parlor. They weren't required to build extra parking. Guess what? They then went around to very desirable lots all around downtown where our businesses wish they had more parking, and they bought all those lots up, and now they're private lots with little stickers required for people to park there. So this didn't work. And what happens when those lots sell? We're gonna be in a worse position, right? So I think that those parking requirements, while well-intended, have pretty clearly not worked. I would be curious if any design studies or any impacts have been looked at to consider whether we should maintain those. It doesn't sound like that's happened, just from the presentation verbiage. I think if you're going to maintain those parking requirements, then businesses that are going to benefit benefit from that, I guess, should I don't know the right way to put this in, or even if it's possible to do this, but always good to try. They should endeavor that a % of their residents not be allowed to have cars, right? Like if you're going to say, hey, this is a walkable living space, then a certain they should only be able to have cars for residents with lots they can provide parking for. I hope that came out clearly enough at whatever hour it is. Also, where'd my other note go? Lots of messy notes tonight. As it relates to kind of like preferred scenarios and development agreements and outreach, I mentioned this in relation to LaCima. In particular, you look at how a development agreement like LaCima has just grown and grown and grown over the years. Maybe after a development agreement has changed by a certain percent, it needs to be entirely reconsidered. I think that that's pretty fair, especially given how drastically low our river is, and this is over a recharge zone. I think if, development agreements change beyond 20% of what the additional acreage was, it needs to be revisited, it needs to be re-notified. I would also just like to ask that that notification process be widened to be mathematically proportional to the size of that development. If it's 2,000 acres, expand that beyond 400 feet proportionally. Thank you.
Sorry, next up, Mr. Brock.
Good evening, council. My name's Noah Brock, and I live at 3355 FM 1984, and I actually have some handouts. I handed this same thing out on August 1st, so I'm going to kind of skim through the details of this because I don't want to keep repeating myself. But basically, this is about the special zoning districts that are in land development code and how they don't really match up with the comp plan and how these two things interact. The majority of the special districts in San Marcos Development Code are considered the most intense on that table 2.3. And I highlighted those in blue on there so you can see those. And you can still have those exist in a low intensity zone according to the comp plan. So why even call it that? Something should change with this. And maybe you just don't call it intensity then, call it something else, but it just really does not make any sense. And the low intensity area is defined in the development code in section 4 that it's supposed to be varied and diverse with respect to the environmental sensitivity and the development suitability of the land. They're generally made up of larger undeveloped tracts of land where the preservation and sensitive environmental areas, flood hazard areas, and agricultural land should be considered as part of any development proposal. Development in these areas should be guided by the land use suitability map of the comprehensive plan. So here it is pointing back to that again. And I'll reiterate it again. I currently live in a low intensity area, yet heavy industrial is coming right across the street. That's not consistent with that table. And so I'm suggesting that table 4.1 at the bottom of that handout should be changed to not allowed, meaning it would require a preferred scenario amendment, which I can only assume is what PSA stands for, because it's not actually defined anywhere in the land development code. It was clarified by Amanda Hernandez at the last meeting while she was speaking, but it's still not actually written into the code. It could be public service announcement for all I know. All I know is it just means not allowed. This also leads me to the next point that manufactured home is grouped with special districts. And it's not anywhere near the same intensity, and it's not the same land use at all. Manufactured home is a home. It's a place where people live. It's not a place where people work, and it does not fit with that. It should be moved into some other area. Commissioner Agnew actually brought this up at the P&Z meeting, but it isn't being discussed as an amendment. But here we are talking about the land development code. Why can't we make these amendments now? Thank you.
Okay, up next is Ms. Donovan.
Good evening. My name is Annie Donovan, and I live at 3355 FM 1984 in Maxwell. Before I begin, I want to express my gratitude with Amanda and city staff. This is a huge undertaking. I personally myself have read the development code many times this year, and it's really not an easy read, so thank you. Today, the development code requires personal notices be sent to adjacent property owners within 400 feet to parcels and development agreement discussions regardless of the proposed development size. Today, I'm asking you to consider updating the code to make the 400 feet a minimum with the radius being expanded for larger developments. As we experienced with the massive 2,000-acre smart access terminal truck town, 400 feet is nothing compared to 2,000 acres. 400 feet of notice for a development that large is like having your neighbor construct a third-story roof balcony that allows them to see easily into your backyard without talking to you about it first. Amending the development code to allow 400 feet as a minimum, and as the development gets larger or the use is not preferred as per the comp plan, the notification distance gets larger. Starting with a 400-acre development, I mean, maybe just for every 20% increase in development area, there should be a 20% increase in notification distance over the 400-foot minimum. For example, a 2,000-acre development would warrant a 3,200-foot notification distance. This is just an example, just me offering a solution to an issue. But I mean, you know, you can determine that yourselves. But I do ask that you do think about that. Thank you so much.
And up next, we have LMC online. I think she's still there.
Thanks, Councilman Gleason. Good evening. My name is Professor Lisa Marie Capoletta. They call me LMC, and I live at 1322 Belvin. I'm confused why Noah's comments are not in the draft, nor Mr. Agnew's. And additionally, when you annex somebody, they should have the exact same rights as citizens here in our community. Now, I'm noting in the packet that there's one citizen comment, but now step back and rewind it back years ago when Abigail, right, was touting how much public participation that we had. So you have one comment in the packet, and yet where is everybody else's comments? And the comments that were made are not in the packet. Now, Saul remembers this belt buckle, right? Back in the day when we were opponents. And I won this as being the most, I've gained a little bit of weight since then, Saul, but I'm trying to drop it. Since, you know, I was the most participated person in the Land Development Code. And I'm sorry, even I don't have the bandwidth for your overloaded agenda. Tonight, you have a lot of controversial issues. The can banners are probably still in the audience waiting. And you know, I don't make a dime. Neither did Ms. Donovan or Noah for all the participation that they've done. So when I hear city staff complain about time, I really don't have much empathy, because the amount of time that we waste trying to be proactive and then not heard. I mean, I'm sorry. You know, she said she read Annie said she read the LDC 3 times this year. That's something she should have never done. You've put that couple through a lot of trauma, city staff. I feel that on August 4th, as a side note, on August 14th, one of the citizens emailed you about not being able to watch the live broadcast, and that still has not been fixed during all these highly controversial items. She's right about the fence, because I see a lot of wealthy people getting to build high fences, and no one's coming around and busting their about it. Additionally, I don't understand why we allow those, what JT called the tattered flags. By the way, I think probably Jane is the only one that participated in the Land Development Code process besides me that's up there. I think, Saul, you came on like just at the tail end of that. I'm not sure. So, and Jane probably remembers the tattered flags. I don't know why you guys haven't just eliminated on the code, because those big flags that people stick on poles that advertise, everybody's got them, and they're not supposed to be in the LDC. And I totally agree. Currently, the notice is required to be sent to adjacent property owners within 400 feet in the parcels of the development agreement. We ask that notices be sent out to an area proportional to the size of the property in question, with the notice being sent to a minimum of 400 feet, and further out, the parcel size is larger. What the large number looks like is a very good question, but for example, sending out notices to 400 feet to a 2,000 acre heavy industrial development is not sufficient. Staff get to hire the consultants, staff get to make the budget, staff get to create the agendas, they get pay raises, and then they get to control the narrative. Thank you for your time, and God bless San Marcos.
Anyone else wishing to speak for or against this item? Anybody else? Okay, I'll close the public hearing, and I'm seeking a motion.
Motion
Or is
to
this just
approve.
a- Or go ahead, Mayor.
I was gonna make the motion.
Okay.
I'll second that, Mayor.
Okay, we have a motion to approve, and we have a couple hands up. Mr. Mendoza, you had yours up first, so go ahead.
Thank you very much. I will say I do agree with Mr. Baker here when we were talking about parking spaces. I have witnessed Cheatham Street flats that we have over there on Guadalupe, and consistently I'm getting complaints from East Guadalupe neighborhood that most of their residents in that complex are parking over there across the street from El Bien Pastor, and that's affecting their Sunday services, their Wednesday services, and it's just, I wish these complexes would be a little more responsible. I know we tell them they can only have this and that, but come on, they know they have more students and more residents than that. That was just a comment, sorry. I would ask my colleagues to reconsider the occupancy. I know I keep bringing it up again like a broken record, and I know I sound like a little old man, but in my opinion, this is the first step to removing single-family neighborhoods. Austin went through this, and they were gonna get rid of single-family neighborhoods until they got the backlash, and now it's just, restrictions. Minneapolis was the first city to do this in 2019, and as of 3 weeks ago, they are in the process of talking to council and their zoning department about reversing that and reinstating the single-family neighborhoods. I know it doesn't make a big change. People don't think it's a difference between 2 unrelated people to 3, but again, I think this is just a step in the direction that I have consistently fought my whole life, whether people have seen me on the diocese or not, fighting for the protection of single-family homes, because we've said it before, our residents, the majority of us make $40,000 for a population of 4 in the house. I don't see this as being something that will allow people to keep their generational homes, to keep their generational wealth. I think this is something that it's been shown in Minneapolis, that when people just don't want to live next to an apartment complex, or people that are just kind of living close to the University of Minnesota, they have college students that kind of overtake everything, so then you have them leaving their neighborhood, and here comes somebody putting a fourplex in, or, or adjusting those things, and I think it all starts with occupancy. So I'm just throwing it out there. I know I'm probably going to be overrun by this, but I just want to say this.
Are you gonna make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to remove that and keep it as 2 unrelated persons.
Okay, so we have a motion on item, or section 5.2 to
Yes,
strike
sir.
the 3 to 2?
Yes,
Is there
sir,
a second?
please. Oh, and I would also.
I'll
I'm so sorry.
second, well, you need a second to continue, and I'll second it so we can discuss it.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, just, I suspect there could be other amendments tonight. I think to keep the meeting flowing, it should not be really a discussion of the topic before, really, it should start off immediately. I have a motion to do X. Then,
Right.
if you get a second, we would have a discussion on it, and that'll keep the meeting moving more
Yes,
kind of
sir.
in a streamlined fashion.
So make a motion if you've got an amendment to make, and then we can have the discussion afterwards. So we have a motion to amend 5.2 and strike the 3 to 2, and is there any discussion on that? Anybody? Saul, Mr. Gonzalez.
Unfortunately, we can do about it, but it is not gonna hurt to have it in there.
That was my thought, is it's already something hard to enforce. Why do we want to make it easier to
I'll back you
bypass
up
it?
on that.
Thank you, sir.
I have a comment.
Go ahead, Ms. Garza.
My comment is copy and paste. Everything I've said, the multiple times has been brought up. I don't even know where to. Give me a second so that I don't act a fool right now. I just think it's not that deep. I think, again, the conceptualization of a family is so broad. I don't know why folks are so resistant to this. It makes no sense to me. I give up. That's my comment.
Anybody else a comment on the motion to amend? Mayor Houston, you have your hand up?
Oh, I'm sorry, I have a motion to amend after we finish this one,
Okay, sounds good.
or whenever it's my turn.
Okay, and I'll remind my colleagues, I do not have access to lower your hand, so please do it. I can't, I'm not set up to be able to do it, so. The motion on the table is amend the strike to 3 and go back to 2. Any other discussion on the motion to amend? Let's vote.
Mr. Gonzalez,
Aye.
Mr. Mendoza, Mr. Prather,
No.
okay, sorry. Mr. Scott,
No.
Mr. Gleason.
No.
And Mayor Houston,
Yes.
okay, and Ms. Garza.
No.
Okay, the motion fails, 3 yeas and 4 noes.
Okay. Mr. Mendoza, any other motions?
No, sir, that is it.
Mayor Houston.
On page 936 of your packet, this is the part about parks. I did not ask my question in a way that that staff followed where I was going, unfortunately, my bad. The statement, notification of public access to privately owned and maintained parkland shall be provided by the installation of city-approved signage. To me, that sounds like all private parkland is going to be made public. I know that's not the intent, but that's the way I read it the first time. I went, what? So my motion is to insert some words. This way it'll read, notification of public access to privately owned and maintained parkland that is dedicated to the city, that's the insert, shall be provided by signage, et cetera, et cetera. That makes it clear that we're talking about land that's been dedicated to the city. If I don't have that proper, then I need staff to help me fix that. Or I can wait till second reading.
But you're making a motion. That was the thing.
Yep, motion to amend.
Second.
Okay, thank you.
And which line was that, Mayor? Which section?
Page 936,
2.4? Thank you.
yes. Well, there's a whole bunch of 2.4, so.
Yeah, no, you're good. I just wanted to make sure I got it. So you have a
It's
motion.
that little red section on the left.
Yeah. So you have a motion and amend, and then we had from Mayor Houston and a second from Councilmember Scott. Any discussion on the motion to amend?
I need to make sure from staff and legal, our attorney, that this will fix what it is I'm concerned about, that we need to make sure that it's not, and it says privately owned, and I'm saying dedicated to the city, but part of the response from the message board was dedicated. Most of the people in the public don't know that dedicated means dedicated to the, anyway, or
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, dedicated parkland.
Yes, ma'am, I think that your inserted language adds clarity, and I apologize, I wasn't following the question that was asked on the message board, but yes, I think that's an appropriate amendment from council.
That's what I said. I didn't ask it properly. Should I be saying inserted that is dedicated to the city or that is dedicated parkland?
Can we add this language and let me chew on it between now and second reading and come back with the exact terminology? Because I don't know if we want city or just parkland in there, but yeah, to make sure that we are in fact.
Okay.
It's the
Then I'm
dedicated
gonna
land,
with-
it's not all private parkland.
I'm going to withdraw my motion, and if staff will help me, I'll provide this motion at the next meeting. So,
Scott, do you remove your
my
second?
next one
Hang on
is
just a
on
second.
page,
Mayor, I wanted to make sure we got the second removed too from the record.
Yes.
Councilmember Scott, you removed your second? Yes, he said yes. Okay, go move on, Mayor.
okay, on to page 942, conditional use permit renewal. My question to Ms. Hernandez is, I want to know if all alcohol CUP requests will still come before P and Z if this change is adopted. Because they do now, correct?
We do have some latitude, so they do now, correct, the answer to that would be no. There are some criteria, and my apologies, I'm trying to
Okay,
get to
that's
that
fine.
section.
Yeah, we don't need to go there.
Okay.
Here's what I'm going to say about this. We have talked over and over and over again tonight about getting public input. My motion is going to be on section 2.8.3.7, conditional use permit renewal, section A, administrative approval, subsection 3, to delete it.
I'll second that motion, Mayor.
And the reason for that is I don't think there should be administrative approval, and I'm actually gonna, I'll tell you what, let me restate that, to remove 1 and 3. Is your second still good?
Yep.
Okay. And the reason for that is no disrespect to staff, but here's the deal. Anybody who's been on P&Z or watched P&Z meetings know that it's when the renewal shows up on the P&Z agenda that the neighbors get to really come in and say anything. Any complaints that they make before that, you know, they may not be filed. We know that police officers are not going out for the noise complaints on these things when they have other things to do downtown on, you know, Saturday night. This is the one time that A, that the neighbors really get to state their case, and B, because the permit is up for renewal, that we have the owner's attention. So I just don't think that any of these should be administratively approved, even the restaurant ones. I realize that's what the rule says now, and I didn't realize it. I would have said take it out a long time ago, because there's a couple of restaurant ones that have been some of our biggest problem children. So that's the reason for my motion, and thank you for the second, and I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, and Mayor, I'll reiterate what you said. Exactly right. A lot of times you may say, oh, we haven't heard anything. And then the public gets a sign put on a building, there's outreach, and all of a sudden that's when we hear about it. And I just think it's part of the process. It's important. I know it's an additional burden and cost to staff and the business owner, but this is a chance for the public to weigh in on these. And I think it's important too. That's why I seconded it. Any other discussion on the motion to amend from on the 3.5 for the CUP?
My comment is, it's too late for me to make a thoughtful decision on this about, like, right now. So I'm gonna say no, because
And remember, this is first reading, so if there's
Right.
something that comes up and you have a question, there will be a second reading. Any other discussion? Let's vote on that amendment.
Excuse me, Mr. Mendoza. Mr. Prather.
No, right now.
Okay, Mr. Scott.
No.
Mr. Gleason.
Aye.
Mayor Houston.
Yes?
Ms. Garza.
no.
And Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes 4-3.
Okay. Mayor, you got another one?
The other one, I don't have one yet. I made some suggestions on the business park about, it's not about the doors, it's about the height of the doors. Ms. Ms. Hernandez was very thoughtful. She took some pictures. We kind of corresponded on it. I'm not sure exactly where to go with that, but I do think not allowing truck bays, 18-wheeler truck bays, such that, you know, it's got to be smaller panel trucks. It's got to be box trucks that would be delivering. And we'll just do some more work on it. I'll see if I can find something to bring back on the next one. My only other comment is, I agree on the notification buffer. Just so everybody knows, state law requires 200. We changed it to 400, and we used to not notify outside of the city limits. And I fought that one. Yes, Mr. Gonzalez is smiling. I fought that one for years. And we are now notifying outside the city limits, so, or outside of the area if it's not in the city limits. So we're doing a whole lot more than the law requires and what we used to, but I do think, I get the point about if it's that large a subdivision or that large of a project, the notification buffer can be wider, or maybe what we need to do is do the message trailers. I think we need to do more notification. How we get there, I'm not sure, but maybe we can figure that out before the next reading.
And I agree with you too on this, Mayor. I don't know exactly what the answer is. I've kind of been thinking about this and contemplating it too. If it's something we can discuss at the time that a potential development agreement comes up that we could request at that time or something along those lines, I'm going to contemplate this too. I do think we need to amend that to something. I don't have anything concrete at the moment. Is that it, Mayor?
Well, yeah, I've got one more. On, it's page 965. It's the building height. And it says, if it's if you're gonna use more than 25% of the roof, it counts as another story. I don't understand why, if they're using any of it, why it wouldn't count as a story. Once they start getting that thing built where you can use, where the ceiling of the second story is strong enough to be the floor of the third story, then you're gonna have, if you allow 25%, it's gonna be all. So, I'll have a motion next time.
Okay. All right. Do any of my other colleagues have any other motions to amend at the moment? Any more discussion?
Oh, I do.
Okay. Go ahead, Mayor.
I'll make it next time, but on the parkland, the exemption to go from 4 to 8 houses, I don't know why we would be exempting, because I think that the people in those 4 houses or the people in those 8 houses, they're gonna want access to the parks too. And I think having those folks kick in little dollars for our parks would probably be a good idea. I'll bring that one back next time.
Okay. Any other discussions from my colleague, any other motions to amend? Go ahead, Ms. Garza.
I don't have a motion to amend. I just want to, just for the public, a lot of folks emailed today and yesterday, and I unfortunately did not have the bandwidth to go through all of that, but I will contemplate that feedback in time for next time around. So I apologize sincerely. But just want to acknowledge that at least I got them in my email.
Okay, if there's no more discussion and no more amendments, we have a couple of amendments that's passed, and so we have a motion on the floor and as amended. So let's vote on the main motion as amended.
All right,
And let's vote.
Okay. Mr. Prather.
Aye.
Mr. Scott. Mr. Gleason.
Aye.
Mayor Houston.
Aye.
Ms. Garza.
I guess, yeah.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Mr. Mendoza. No. Okay, the motion passes 6-1.
Okay, and we will see this again in 2 weeks?
Yes, sir.
Second? Okay, all right, thank you very much for the public. Okay, all right, that concludes our public hearings, and we are on to item 21. Sorry to make you wait, Chief.
Consider approval of resolution 2023-153R, approving a contract with Exxon Enterprises, Inc. through the Texas Buy Board Purchasing Cooperative for the purchase of law enforcement body cams and related supplies and technology in the amount of $3,994,049.12 over a five-year period. Authorize city manager or her designee to execute the agreement on behalf of the city and declare an effective date.
Motion to approve.
Second.
So we have a motion to approve in a second, and Chief, it's all yours.
Thank you. Stand standards, please, Chief. Amanda is my new favorite friend. She anticipated 90 minutes. She did it in less. What's before you is a resolution approving a contract with Axon Enterprises, that is the parent company, through the Texas Buy Board Purchasing Co-op. This will be for the purchase of law enforcement body cameras, fleet cameras, related supplies, and technology. I am bringing the aggregate before you on behalf of the police department, on behalf of the city marshal's office, on behalf of parking enforcement, the fire marshal's office, code compliance, and animal control. So what's before you is a contract for 5 years for all of these respective departments, not just the police department. This is consistent with one of the City Council's strategic initiatives, specifically public safety, core services, and fiscal excellence. This came about because we are currently in a 5-year contract with Axon Enterprises. They made us aware that their prices are going to increase considerably with the new 5-year contract. However, we were able to negotiate that if in our 5th year of our existing 5-year contract, if we went ahead and renewed early in the 5th year for an additional 5 years, that we could save significant cost savings, specifically a little over $1 million amongst all these departments across the city. So, shout out to Veronica Bradshaw with purchasing. She worked hard to make this possible. And so, what are we specifically purchasing? We are purchasing wearable body-worn cameras, in-car cameras, interview room cameras. A lot of people forget that these interview rooms at the PD also have to have the cameras. It also includes a comprehensive digital evidence storage solution for all of the respective departments, and it puts us all on the same digital storage system, which I'm sure IT greatly appreciates. I also want to tell you really briefly that Axon, because they are such a large parent company, we have separate contracts for what's called Cradlepoint and DroneSense. Cradlepoint is in all of our fleet cars, and it is basically the cellular connection for all of the computer systems. Now, the camera that we wear is a computer, the in-car system is a computer, and the mobile data computer is a computer. All of that has to have connectivity back to communications, the PD. You have to upload all the cameras, and so that's done through a Cradlepoint. Cradlepoint is currently a separate contract. Axon said we can do it cheaper because they're such a big company. So we are rolling Cradlepoint and those associated charges into this contract. We're also doing that with DroneSense. We have 10 drones. When those drones go up, we are accountable for every flight. We actually have to report those flights. DroneSense does it automatically for us. Also, this was the biggest addition with DroneSense, whenever a drone is up, that it allows all of us that have a mobile device to view the video footage. I don't have to be standing in front of the tactical command post to see what's going on with that drone. It's truly a game changer. They said we can do DroneSense cheaper. Let us put it underneath this contract. So I'm actually very proud to bring this before you. Last thing I'll stipulate, we are having to purchase more of the cameras because thankfully you all have addressed public safety. I want to say thank you for that. So we have to have more cameras. We have to have more cameras for more cars. We also, because of the renovation at the police department, we grew from 3 interview rooms to 6 interview rooms. And so it's for those host of reasons that I come before you with what I believe is a good 5-year contract. We're doing it early to save a lot of money. With that, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Chief. We have a motion to approve. Is there any discussion from my colleagues? Ms. Garza, you have your hand up.
So I just have a quick question. So I subscribe to a lot of newsletters like the, Bureau of Justice Assistance. And they release like a lot of call for grants, or I guess grant applications. And multiple have been for body-worn cameras. That was at the federal level. And then in Texas in February, I think it was the Office of the Governor, I want to say, maybe, had a call for proposals for body-worn cameras. And I'm just wondering if we sought those type of funding for this type of expenses.
Great question, Councilwoman Garza. One of the service obstacles that the city currently has, which Ms. Reyes is actually working actively to combat, is we do not have an existing EEOP, Equal Employment Opportunity Plan. Absent the EEOP being on record, we can't necessarily apply and receive those grants. So it's something that we need to rectify. We, staff, are acutely aware of that. We're working with the Director of Human Resources, Linda Spacek, to combat that.
If I could mention also, Councilmember Garza, we actually did apply for one of those grants when we acquired our very first batch of body cameras.
Right, I think
I
remember you saying that once upon a
Yeah,
time.
before Chief Standridge's time here, but a lot of those grants are intended to help cities stand up a body-worn camera program, which is what we used them for. After that, you're generally expected to purchase them on your own.
Well, not these from fiscal year 2024, but I'm assuming that's a barrier, what you just said.
That is correct.
Okay, we're fixing that though? And does that impact just the PD's ability to do that, or is like the whole city? I'm like
Any of the like the federal grants that, like through Department of Justice, so certain grantors will request that. And so that is something that we have not had, and so we are in the process of developing that.
Oh, excellent, cool, because man, there's so many good grants out there for tech and stuff. Okay, I was kind of wondering why we hadn't taken advantage of that money. Yikes, well, thank you for the scoop, I guess.
And we need the EEOP too, because we're gonna be working on the SAFER grant with Bayer. And so again, that'll be another thing where the when we put in the request, they'll ask if we have one. And obviously, we can't say we have one, because we don't. So those are things that we've got to work through, and we are actively working through them currently.
Sorry, one more question. I guess, is that also a thing that's needed for the, if the authority is the Texas Office of the Governor?
I'm not aware of that being a requirement. It's more on the federal side, and it's Department of Justice specifically is what I understand. And then also, like I said, with the SAFER grant, I know that's another thing that we have to have.
I would echo that. It's a federal requirement versus a state mandated.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, they came online around the same time, so maybe y'all just like
Just remember
convoluted
that
the
some of those federal funds are funneled through the governor's office, so you got to trace it back to the source. And if it comes through the governor's
That
office,
makes
but it
sense.
comes ultimately from the feds,
From
then
the
it's going to
feds,
kick in.
right.
Gotcha, okay.
Mr. Gonzalez. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Mendoza, you had your hand. Sorry.
The county on some drones. Is this the same thing or something completely different? Maybe, do you remember that we went into partnership with Hays County?
Yes, please.
Mike is, there we go. When the county first stood up their drone team and we first stood up ours, there was a brief attempt to work in collaboration with them. And they do still at times, for example, if the SWAT team's together, we're working together with them. But day in and day out, our drone teams work separately. Chief may be able to expand on that.
And there's no way these videos could be compromised. They're pretty much guaranteed that only the people that have phones can look at them, nobody else.
I learned a long time ago, there are no guarantees in life. So I'm not gonna tell you there's a guarantee. But I will tell you that through DroneSense, it's confidential software that is ultimately gonna protect what we're seeing. So I feel pretty confident in what we do. And to Mr. Stapp's point, Chief Stapp's point, on significant operations, here's our goal. We will always have a drone in the sky. That could be a city drone, it could be a county drone, because we are a combined team. Whenever we deploy as one. So we'll always have a drone in the sky, and it could belong to either entity. Doesn't matter, we're seamless.
Then I cannot say it's a UFO like I did before. I'm good, thank you. That's all I got. It's late and I'm tired.
Mr. Mendoza.
I'm sorry, thank you. Chief, thank you for being here at this hour. I appreciate it. I wanted to ask you just a couple of questions here. The first one is, with this money, are we replacing all body cams and camera cars, or just replacing some that need to be replaced?
All body-worn cameras will be replaced. All fleet cameras and the install fees are associated with that are in this contract. Yes, sir.
Beautiful. Is there any way, is the company intending, or what are we intending to do with the owned body cams right now? Are we going to sell them back to the company, or how does that work out?
Because these are technically leases, they're gonna ultimately go back. This is kind of it's the same thing that we do with a lot of things. If you do a 5-year lease contract, ultimately they want that product back, but you save a ton of money because you're not buying it outright.
That makes a lot of sense. And if I can just let my colleagues know, being from the IT industry, and not just low-level IT, we're talking server maintenance and control for millions of high-end companies. It's that software, it's that licensing that costs so much. So just please consider that. It's not just the hardware, it's the invisible support that we have to pay for, which is probably the most expensive part of the whole thing. But thank you, Chief, for explaining that.
You're welcome.
Any other comments from my colleagues on the motion to approve?
Yeah.
I have one.
Go ahead, Ms. Garza.
I don't even know how to do this. I feel like I've done it before, but this is on me, so I take accountability. I can't approve of body-worn cameras without contemplating the corresponding policy, and I didn't make time to ask for it, and I've brought it up before. I think it's been changed once, so that's on me. Just like record retention, how it's released, and so on. So I just wanted to make that comment before I vote.
The only thing I would say is that please be mindful that body-worn policies are dictated pursuant to 1701 of the Occupations Code, so a lot of our policy reflects state statute.
Right, right. And then last time we discussed this, there was, I brought up the TML's guide, like best practices for policies for body worn cameras. And so I know that the recommendations and stuff that I was seeing are allowable in Texas. But I think that was like my first year, so I don't even know what I was doing. But it is, yes.
Okay, when we're all awake and lucid,
Yeah.
send it to me and I'll review it.
Yeah, it's something we could talk about in CJR or something. Thank you.
Okay, any other discussions on the motion to approve? Let's vote.
Mr. Scott? Mr. Gleason?
Aye.
Mayor Houston?
Aye.
Ms. Garza?
It's a I don't know or a no, I don't know. Not enough information. It doesn't matter, I guess. Market does whatever you want. I'm just kidding. It's a I don't know.
So,
No.
okay. Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Mr. Mendoza?
Aye.
And Mr. Prather?
Good stuff, Chief. Aye.
Okay, the motion passes 6-0 with 1 abstain.
Thank you very much, Chief. And
Chief.
okay, so we did number 22, and we are on to item number 23.
Hold discussion regarding single-use container ban and provide direction to the city manager.
Motion approved.
There's no motion, there's no proposal, this is discussion only. So I'm gonna keep this short and sweet. It's late as can be. We're all tired and have had it. And there's no motion, there's no proposal here anyway. But, so first off, I wanna thank Mr. Mendoza for seconding this to put this on the agenda. This has been a discussion in the community, in our neighboring communities, in the region for quite some time. And this body has discussed it several times behind closed doors, never really much publicly. The Parks Board has discussed it, and I thought it was time to relook at this issue and have a fresh look at it. I have been in support of this for quite some time. I know this is not an easy thing to work through. I'm not gonna have any concrete proposals tonight, other than I would love, if I'm correct, the Parks Board has this on the agenda for Thursday. And I wanted to bring some attention to this before the Parks Board discussed it, to bring some discussion to them. And I wanted to hear what my colleagues had to think about this, if they were and potentially want to move forward with this before the Parks Board even discussed it. So I'm going to open it up to my colleagues to have comments on this. We don't have to get into any of the details of this. I just philosophically wanted to see if there was enough support to potentially move forward with this and kind of charge the park boards that my colleagues want to move forward. And then we can get into the details of this and have the Parks Board help us work through that. So I'm going to open it up to discussion from my colleagues on this. Mr. Prather?
I said, let's do it. Let's leave behind a legacy of a cleaner, greener future. Let's send a clear direction tonight to move forward with this.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gonzalez?
I feel the same way, sir.
Okay. Mr. Mendoza?
As a lifelong resident for 40, there we go. As a lifelong resident of 41 years here in Rio Vista, I live 3 blocks away from Rio Vista Park, and I am desperate to see this pass. And I appreciate you, Mr. Gleason, for wanting to bring this up. I appreciate Mr. Baker for trying previously. I'm hoping that we make you at least proud for what we're fixing to do here. But I think it's well overdue. I would just like to say, I do hope that whatever decisions we make, and the park boards does mention that we keep in mind the Lions Club, who has, donated a lot for scholarships, but I'm sure that they be cooperative in whatever we decide to do, because they are still trying to be good stewards. So, thank you, sir.
Ms. Garza?
Yeah, I'm down. I just want to echo what Mayor Catherine Glaze and Mr. Robert Eby, among others, have said. I appreciate their commentary because it's like firsthand experience. With just making sure that we're focusing on the education piece. Mayor Glaze indicated that it's that has been impactful in securing the eventual buy-in of their community. And then heeding Mr. Eby's concern, just to lean on park ambassadors instead of like armed, folks at the parks. I agree, one, just because it costs less. But two, it just feels like, it doesn't feel like it's a best practice. So it was comforting to hear their firsthand affirmation that it's working just like right down the road from us. And that's like my number one concern, like the unnecessary policing of our neighbors. And securing buy-in, like Dr. Salas indicated, from a big group of folks. We can talk about that later. That's all I got.
Okay. Mayor Houston.
I'm in to move forward, and let's start talking about how we will make this happen.
All right, I want to thank my colleagues for unanimously, potentially looking forward to moving forward with this. I will say to the public that this is going to take some work. This is going to take by everyone on how we're going to implement this, what this is going to look like, what this is going to cost. I will challenge all groups who have a stake, which is all of us, because we all are here. One of the reasons is the river, to have an open mind about what this might look like, and have deep discussions about this. And I'm hoping we can get this done in the next couple months so we could implement this next year. One of my hopes was I wanted to discuss this in the fall so that it gave staff and the community time to get this put together so that we could implement this potentially next spring when it comes time for the summer fun. So thank you, colleagues. I really appreciate it. And staff, I don't think you need anything else from us on this. Okay? And we are on to item number 24.
Can we, is it time sensitive? Can we postpone 24 to the next agenda?
It's just one person each, and and a couple of these are fairly important, so, yeah, let's, item 24, we can get through this quickly.
Discuss and consider appointments to fill the following board and commission vacancies and provide directions to staff. A, Convention and Visitors Bureau Board. B, Economic Development San Marcos Board. C, Neighborhood Commission.
Okay, we had one application for CVB.
Mr. Gleason,
Yes, ma'am.
could I just make a motion for the CVB? It be Paige Michelle, EDSM, Josh Paselk, and for Neighborhood Commission, Darla Munoz.
Absolutely, and I will second that motion.
You never let me second anything, Mr. Gleason. It's like you hate me.
No,
Now we're good.
Move it forward. And I think Mr. Legal will tell us that's perfectly legal. Is there any discussion on the three nominations? Now, we'll do it all in one vote.
Okay.
Let's
All right.
do it.
Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Mendoza. Mr. Prather.
Aye.
Mr. Scott. Mr. Gleason.
Aye.
Mayor Houston.
Aye.
And Ms. Garza.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0 with one absent.
Okay, and we're on to 23,
Wait, what?
executive session.
Oh, 25. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, the city council will convene in executive session
It has
pursuant to the
23.
following sections of chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, A, section 551.071, consultation with attorney, section 551.072, real property, and section 551.087, economic development, to discuss Project Condor and associated issues related to the possible development project at the San Marcos Regional Airport. B, section 551.074, personal matters, to discuss performance goals for the city attorney.
And we had that executive session earlier during the work session, and we gave direction to staff on A, and on B, we had that discussion. And so.
Let her read
Yeah, I need to read.
26.
You're providing direction.
Oh,
I have to read
yes.
26, sorry.
Yes, and then we need to read 26. Thank you, Mayor, it's getting late.
Consider action
Yeah,
by
it is.
motion or provide direction to staff regarding the following executive session items held during the work session and or regular meeting pursuant to the following section of the Texas Government Code, just as read above.
Okay, and we had, we had that discussion in the executive session earlier. A, we gave direction to staff, and B, we had that discussion. So we are on to questions and answers with the press and public, and thank you for sticking around and putting up with all this. So, Mr. Baker, you're up first.
Just gonna look at you guys for 3 minutes. No. I had asked this question before, and I think it's kind of strange that it's not a best practice of the city for you all to be appraised of recent and ongoing lawsuits that companies that you are about to enter contracts have been dealing with. For instance, it was neglected to be mentioned that Axon, the body camera folks, have recently had a Supreme Court hearing about being an antitrust issue. Maybe something worth looking into. Pretty important about entering a 5-year contract with somebody who has antitrust issues. Also, same company wants to design a taser drone. A lot of concerns about civil liberties in that regard. So you guys really, best practice would probably dictate you check into those. I hope, and my question is, are any of you all willing to write that in as a best practice for the city? My next question here is, it was mentioned by Mr. Locke during the presentation, somebody serves on this appraisal board. I also think it would be best practice for the city to identify who those people are, much as the mayor is a stickler for saying, what's that acronym mean? Tell us who is sitting on these boards and commissions, because that's the only route of accountability we have as community members. I want to know who sits on that appraisal board, and I hope I get that answered. Also, in that regard, you know, Amanda did or Mr. Hernandez did a good job earlier of, you know, when there's like a split vote on something, tell us what that vote is. And in written stuff, like stuff that's in the packet, tell us who is voting for and against these things. Telling me it's unanimous versus we had a majority, those mean different things, and it's contextually important for our community to know who they need to pressure to be on the other side of the argument if that's what their intention is. The last part that I had here is I wanted to ask if any of you all, council members, intend to agendize the discussion items I suggested, which would push staff to have more resources and community outreach as it relates to fighting appraisals and making sure people are qualifying, getting those exemptions. So those are the main things I had. I know some of them can be answered now, some of them might be message board stuff. It's late, y'all do you.
And as far as the information for the appraisal district, I'm with you, Mr. Baker, that there needs to be, I don't know that we need to agendize anything, like staff has tried to work the last couple of years to do more, and we'll continue to do more. I think, I don't want to speak for Ms. Reyes, but.
There was neighborhood meetings. I know that also Lauren and her team put out social posts on the homestead exemptions and making sure that they could, you know, that people knew to look at their stuff for that. I believe there was also something at the library.
If I could just interject there though, if the idea is to be successful at it, identify what success means, what % of people qualify that should be applying, right? Think of it in those terms, not just, hey, we put it out there because only 50 people watch those videos, right? That's what I'm trying to get at.
And again, tax rates, and then, hey, let's do more. And, you know, our staff is not necessarily for, you know, able, I mean, that's really the appraisal district's function. And so, again, we just need to look at, again, like you said, define what the expectations are and what that looks like.
That's why I'm asking council to pressure you to do that and give that direction.
Mr. Brock, you're up next. You got anything for us? No? No? Okay. We're trying to get us out of here right before midnight, and LMC, you're up next. Is she still on? She is not? I will seek a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second, we got a motion and a second. Mr. Mendoza, the second came from Mayor Houston. Need to vote? Aye.
Aye.
I bummed we didn't hear Milli Vanilli again.
Liz, your microphone's not on.
Oh, it is, it's on green.
And I adjourn us at 11:59.
Hey, it's before midnight.
Liz,